Chapter 2142 Harvest in the Forest. When leaving the city of Aridov, Gushi had already asked Luna to make arrangements. Let's not consider other things about the mountain of corpses for now. Everything will wait for Gushi to study it clearly. But a city gate must be installed first. The command hall without a city gate is so slow to move. Gushi has suffered losses in this regard. Now when he encounters such a thing, no matter what the use is, he will first think of installing a city gate. Even if it is only installed there for show, it will be fine, so that when Gushi needs it, he can directly deploy it. As for the rest, Gushi has not figured out how to deal with it. Anyway, in Gushi's eyes, the mountain of corpses is just like that. If it is fully strengthened, a large number of corpses and materials must be invested, which is obviously a bit wasteful. But if it is not strengthened, it is a bit of a pity. Gushi still wants to see if there is a suitable way to deal with it in the Lost Light apocalypse. After all, there is a collective consciousness here, and there may be ideas for development. If it really doesn't work, then arrange it to go to the Yellow Spring Road. There are relatively more corpses that cannot be handled there. Of course, when Gushi left, he also told Princess Anna, Eve, and others about the situation of the Corpse Mountain. Let them think about how to deal with it when they have time. After all, the ideas of these two people are much broader than Gushi. After arranging everything, Gushi left the city of Aridov and returned to the battlefield. Because the strange forest died, this battle was actually over. The Black Blood Knights and undead servants under Gushi were cleaning up the symbiotic weirdness in the forest. And the liches were still there dealing with everything in the forest. When Gushi came out, he got the news as soon as possible. When he returned to the ground, Gushi found that the forest had completely changed. In the forest where trees were originally entangled, all the trees were dead, according to the information from the Black Blood Knights. In addition to the trees, several nearby hilltops seem to have collapsed. It is obvious that the trees and the hills are the main body of the strange forest. All the strangeness in the strange forest is external force. Just like the clothes on people, it is okay to have it or not. When the hill falls, it means that the strange forest has died. The rest are their harvest. Gushi walked around the forest and found that with the death of the strange forest, all the plants in the forest have died. It is not like what his men said. Only the trees died. Even the grass on the ground, the moss under the trees, and the mushrooms are all dead. Gushi pulled up some grass from the ground, and then found that the vitality of these grasses had been completely sucked away. However, there was not much dead air on these grasses. On the contrary, because the vitality was sucked away, the strange breath in the grass became more and more obvious. Gushi estimated that if he insisted on squeezing out this grass, he could definitely get a whitewood or plant-based weird essence. There are so many small grasses here. Even if the combination is difficult, it should not be a problem to produce 10 orange weird essences. Not to mention that the grass is not the main force here. The trees that have fallen down because of death are the key to the mountain. Gushi tried it. Although the roots of these trees are quite twisted, they are quite strong because of the weirdness. The most important thing is that these trees are full of treasures. The quality of the leaves on the trees is equivalent to the grass under the trees. The bark and branches can be used to make armor and weapons. As for the trunk itself, although it cannot be used to build a house, it can be processed and used to make furniture. The most important thing is that there are many fruits on the tree. Those fruits are the existence with the most weird power. Gushi suspects that as long as a normal person eats these fruits, he will mutate and eventually become a weird existence that coexists with the forest. It can be said that the trees on this mountain are the treasures of the mountain. After confirming that the weird forest is no longer dangerous, Gushi immediately arranged for people to come and move. As for Gushi himself, he did not rest, but went to several places in Weird Forest. One was the location where the nuclear bomb Katyusha had exploded before. That place was considered the core location of Weird Forest. Although Gushi used the nuclear bomb Katyusha to clean up the place, there must be some things left there. Gushi wanted to know the situation of Weird Forest, but did not want to ask Ishan. So it was most appropriate to look for clues here. The other was the location where Gushi's men reported that the mountain collapsed just now. It collapsed after Weird Forest died, indicating that the location was originally the main location of Weird Forest. No matter what the current situation is, there must have been good things there before. So it will never be wrong to go there to find things. In addition to this place, Gushi also wants to see if there are other places with more suitable things. But that will have to wait until the day when he can see farther. Now Gushi is still keeping a close eye on these locations. With the guidance of the wind and the ghost flower, Gushi, who drove the evil coffin, did not get lost because of the darkness. He first went to several core locations of the strange forest before. He found that this place had been flattened by the nuclear bomb Katyusha. But Gushi still found some clues. Gushi found that this place was not the main location of the strange forest, but mostly a place where the strange forest used to store items or imprison strange things. Of course, the strange things that can be valued so much by the strange forest are not much different from the strange forest in terms of strength. In a total of 5 flattened locations, Gushi found many extraordinary things. Among them, the core location closest to him attracted Gushi's attention the most. Here Gushi dug out an iron tripod. This iron tripod has been somewhat deformed under the bombardment of the nuclear bomb Katyusha. But Gushi can still see the size and style of the original iron tripod. The most important thing is that there should have been a lot of weird essence in the iron tripod. When Gushi dug out the iron tripod, many of the weird essences had dissipated, leaving only half of the special liquid in the tripod. Nurturing weird tripod, purple +3. Damage. The damaged giant tripod was originally used to warm and nourish weird power and weird materials. Because of the damage, the quality of the giant tripod has declined, and most of the weird liquid inside has been lost. Transforming weird liquid, purple, a special liquid used to dissolve weirdness and weird things. It can melt weirdness, weird things, and weird essence into liquid, and can also extract weird special power. Chapter 2143, Special Ghost Transforming Fluid. In the beginning, Gushi actually didn't think much of the ghost cultivating cauldron and the ghost transforming fluid inside it. In Gushi's eyes, the half-corpse buried in another place was obviously more interesting. That half-corpse had obviously been buried for hundreds of years, and the muscles on the corpse had turned into rocks, and the lower body was gone. But Gushi saw that the bones of this half-corpse were relatively complete, and could be used to make special undead, especially in the undead transformation to enhance the quality of the undead. Gushi estimated that in the past, if any undead added this half-corpse during the undead transformation, the quality could be improved by 2 levels. But at this time, the Orange Guard Undead Origin came out and said that the ghost cultivating cauldron and the ghost transforming fluid inside were very special. It looked a bit like the effect of the Acheron River water. Acheron River? When he heard this, Gushi was a little surprised. As a necromancer, he grew up listening to various versions of ghost stories. The Acheron River is also a famous river of the underworld. It is a river that directly blocks the dead. There is no bridge on the river. Only the ferry can be used for ferrying. When the ferry reaches the middle of the river, the ferryman will collect money. If there is no money, the dead will be thrown into the river. The one who asks for money in the middle of the river is the legendary ferryman of the underworld. And the underworld refers to the Acheron River. However, what Gushi is more concerned about now is not the ferryman's business. But the Acheron River has a characteristic. That is, it can melt everything. Only the ferryman's boat can pass through. This kind of river water is quite difficult to find, unless the source of this river water is really found and it is drained. There is no such Acheron River in most of the underworld or the Yellow Spring Road. This kind of liquid in front of him looks like the water of the Acheron River? Gushi was immediately moved. He immediately took out the 2 books, Handbook of the Lord of Fengdu and Origin of the Dead, and flipped through them quickly. In the secret records of Taishan Mansion Lord, in the first half of the Manual of the Lord of Fengdu, there is a special record of this kind of river water. However, Taishan Mansion Lord does not have this kind of river. But the characteristics of this kind of river water, as well as some magic and means to use the river water, are all recorded here. In the Origin of the Undead, there is a detailed introduction to this kind of river water. There are also methods and ideas on how to use the river water to make the desired props, magic circles, or other weapons and equipment. Of course, because the Origin of the Undead is an encyclopedia for necromancers. This book has never thought that ordinary necromancers can occupy an Acheron River. So most of the records there are how to judge whether the water is the water of the Acheron River, and how to collect and use this kind of river water. Gushi took the Origin of the Undead and compared it with the original liquid of transformation one by one. Finally, he came to a conclusion that the difference was not much. At this time, Gushi's eyes lit up. Can you see if this tripod can be repaired? Orange Guard Undead Origin came over as soon as he heard it. He first looked up and down at the tripod and found that it was just a little flattened by the explosion. The lid couldn't be closed, so it was judged to be damaged. If Gushi knocked the tripod rounder and could close the lid, I'm afraid the function of the tripod could be guaranteed. Pour out some of the original liquid of the monster inside, and send it to E for experiment. Leave the rest in the tripod, and then we will put the tripod on the Yellow Spring Road. This thing can serve as the origin. We have plenty of time to slowly nurture it. One day, we can also nurture an Acheron River. Hearing Gushi's choice, Orange Guard Undead Origin nodded affirmatively. If Gushi wanted to take out all the original liquid of the monster for experiment, Orange Guard Undead Origin would definitely find a way to persuade him. After all, it would be a waste to use it that way. But now Gushi has chosen to build an Acheron River, which is different. This is called sustainable development. How can the Orange Guard Undead Origin object to it? At the same time, Gushi has a certain interest in the appearance of Yang Guiding. So he put down his work and turned to the place where Yang Guiding was found. This place used to be a dense forest. But after being bombed, the original trees were turned into fragments. The things that were originally in the dense forest have also been flattened. But now that Gushi's attention is all focused here, everything is different. Gushi's men easily dug up all the soil on the ground. And all the things with patterns, whether it was paper or wood, or even rocks with paintings, were found one by one. Because these things were blown to pieces. It was quite troublesome for Gushi to sort them out. However, it can be seen from the pictures on a few rocks that the Yangui Ding in front of us was not made by the original weird forest itself. Instead, it was brought in by an outsider before the weird forest became a powerful weird forest. The reason why he used Yangui Ding here was entirely because the location of the weird forest in front of him was quite unique. Even if there was no light loss incident, there would be a large number of weird and wild beasts in this forest. And this Yangui Ding just needed a large number of weird and wild beasts as materials. So the outsider stayed in this place. He studied the formula of weird transformation there every day. After the paper ran out, he would record the formula on the stone wall. Slowly, the number of weird he killed and dealt with increased. And the liquid in the ding also took shape. Just when the outsider felt that he was about to succeed, the sun fell into the sea. And the dark and weird era came. Because he didn't have time to leave. And because he dealt with too many weird and weird beasts here, the outsider accidentally finished himself. When he died, he poured out all the cauldron of the original liquid. As a result, some of the more powerful monsters in the weird forest came into contact with the original liquid. And all of them were dissolved. And finally became nutrients for trees. Which also made the forest form a new weirdness, and become a powerful weird forest. It was for this reason that the weird forest understood the power of the original liquid. So he picked up the experimental manual of the outsider at the time, and remixed a new original liquid. After that, the weird forest relied on the original liquid to kill many powerful enemies. And the formula of the original liquid became more and more complete. The cauldron that Gushi got was actually the 9th generation of the original liquid. As for the formula, there was only half of it on the stone. But Gushi didn't care. He knew someone would do it. Don't look at it randomly. I'm talking about you. The forest that appeared in the Knight's Blood Road. Except for things like wood. I hope you can take care of yourself and produce some original liquid every day. Chapter 2144 Lightning-like Weirdness. After walking around the forest, the sky gradually brightened. At this time, everything in the forest had been taken care of. No matter who came, they would not believe that such a large weird forest in front of them disappeared overnight. Looking at the harvest list sent by his subordinates, Gushi nodded. This harvest is big, but not big. The reason why this harvest is big is that Gushi got the weird liquid and weird cauldron, as well as tons of resources. Tens of thousands of weird corpses, and weird essences. It can be said that Gushi's harvest this night exceeded the income of the Night Finger for a long time. But if you say that this harvest is not big, it is because all the harvest this time is around the purple side, and nothing with orange appears. At the same time, there is no shadow of the Celestial Clan or other players in this harvest. The only possible existence of other players is the outsider, who died in the forest before the sun disappeared. After so many years, this outsider has no body left. No one knows whether this outsider is a player or has a backer behind him. So Gushi can only judge the harvest from his own perspective. Not bad. It's pretty good to harvest so much in one day. If we can harvest like this every day, it won't take long for me to build 2 new death cities. Gushi, who is on the road again, said seriously. After all, he has gained a lot along the way. But Gushi didn't expect that after he took over the weird forest, all the other higher-level weirdos would be obedient. They didn't plan to fight Gushi head-on. Even Duyu, who had been staring at Gushi, was considering whether it made sense for him to take action. Aren't they just some dragons? A dead dragon friend is no longer a friend. He will definitely do things like revenge for his friends. But at least ask his friends to come and ask. You said that friends don't come. He is such a big weirdo. And he has so many things to do every day. How can he know that his friends need revenge? So in the next period of time, Gushi didn't encounter any weirdos along the way. Even if there were a few blind people who wanted to stop Gushi, they would be persuaded by other companions to go back. Unless they can be sure that Gushi is coming for them. All the weirdos will shrink their heads when facing Gushi. After a long time, Gushi also discovered this problem. Gushi knew very well what he was doing here. In addition to vacation, he also wanted to find ways to improve the quality of his death hands and find all kinds of good things to fill his own Huangquan road. Now we are just getting there. Why are these weirdos shrinking? They are like this. Gushi is embarrassed to attack them. After thinking about it, Gushi turned around and asked, why don't we go and cause trouble for the Celestials? They should have some good stuff in their hands. Isn't this their third age? I think they must have some conspiracy arrangements. And there will also be some friendly alliance forces. Right? Gushi was asking about the undead servants transformed by the Celestials. But Gushi didn't wait for his answer. Because there was no need. Gushi just wanted to talk to someone to prove that his actions this time were just. After finishing his words, Gushi took the initiative to release the mud truck and headed directly to a strange place that he felt was arranged by the Celestials. Of course, the reason why Gushi came here was not really related to the Celestials. But Gushi found out that there was a special weirdo living in this place. His name is the Magnetic Storm King. This Magnetic Storm King has the power of magnetism and lightning. It is a stronger existence in the third tier. The place where he lives has been affected by him and has become a magnetic valley. All metals entering this magnetic valley will be controlled by him. He can control these metals to attack. And he can also control lightning to attack. It can be said that in this magnetic valley, he is infinitely close to the existence of the second tier. Originally, this Magnetic Storm King was not on Gushi's route. But who made Gushi hear his name? The most important thing is that the Magnetic Storm King controls the power of lightning and is so powerful. He is just one of the 5 main objects that Gushi's White Bone Lightning Hand needs to suppress. This is the key to the growth of the White Bone Lightning Ghost prison. The Magnetic Storm King is already weird anyway, so it doesn't matter if he is suppressed. With this idea, Gushi rushed into the magnetic valley of the Magnetic Storm King. Of course, before rushing in, Gushi still shouted a few slogans that he would never reconcile with the Tianren clan. After rushing into the magnetic valley, the first thing Gushi did was to release the Death Incarnation Titan. As a Death Incarnation that rarely appears under Gushi's command. The Death Incarnation Titan actually has a strong ability to control lightning. Also released with the Death Legion were 500 people. This time, Gushi did not split the Death Incarnation Skeleton Dragon and the Death Incarnation Death God in half. But all of them were Death Incarnation Titan. As soon as they appeared, they followed Gushi's Death Incarnation Titan and released lightning towards the magnetic valley, using electric current to affect the magnetic force in the valley. At the same time, Gushi's subordinates rushed out with 10 mud trucks, which were mainly skeleton soldiers. Originally, Gushi wanted to use all ghost troops. But Gushi changed his mind and thought, lightning. It's not that the Magnetron King can't do anything except magnetism. He can still use lightning. Ordinary physical attacks and magnetism can't affect ghosts. But lightning is the nemesis of ghosts. It's better to choose to release skeleton soldiers directly than to choose ghosts. Gushi has many different kinds of skeleton soldiers under his command, some of whom have strengthened themselves with steel weapons. Some do not use steel weapons, but use bone weapons instead. Their levels are about 10 or above. Although the level is not high, there are many of them. There are 10,000 skeleton soldiers in the 10-seat dump truck. And when they rushed out, Gushi gave them infinite reaction and infinite resurrection. It can be said that they are already invincible. In addition, there are 500 death incarnations behind them to support them. So what are they afraid of? So the dump truck rushed into the magnetic valley as soon as possible. Before the Magnetic Storm King reacted, a large number of skeleton soldiers rushed out of the dump truck and went deep into the magnetic valley. When they rushed forward, they shouted some meaningless roars. And what greeted them was the metal fragments coming in their faces. Chapter 2145. The reaction of the Celestial players. With an excuse to target the Celestials, Gushi's next days were quite rich. Almost every day, Gushi had battles and gains. It can be said that Gushi spent every day on the road. And at night, he would attack every weirdo related to the Celestials. As for those weirdos, who said they had nothing to do with the Celestials. Anyway, the weirdos couldn't produce any evidence to prove that they had nothing to do with the Celestials. Gushi fought such a battle with a clear conscience and gained a lot. In addition to obtaining a large amount of magnetic metal, lightning-struck trees, twisted bones, weird stones, and other blue-quality building materials, Gushi also gained a lot in several ghost prisons. In the ghost prison soul calming of the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison, a weirdo who could use strong lightning to affect magnetism had been suppressed. Along with the weirdos, there was also a metal that had been baptized by lightning and strong magnetism for a long time. There was not much of this metal, which was the size of a fist. But when Gushi got it, he already knew that this piece of metal had orange quality and had a very strong lightning effect. In addition, Gushi harvested orange quality weird essences, orange quality weird materials, etc. every day. It can be said that Gushi has found the traffic code of the Lost Light world. He knows what he should do, and what he can get in this Lost Light world. Don't you think it's good now? At most, some weirdos will die, and the reputation of the Celestial race will be damaged. It doesn't really affect serious players. Right? This is a win-win situation. Gushi wins twice. Today is the same. With the harvest list just sorted out, Gushi jumped onto the evil coffin. Then, while comparing the harvest list, he flipped through the information that he had just received, and he was calculating quickly in his mind. Now I have a piece of orange metal in my hand, and I just got a lot of wood attributed weird essence. I heard that the place I am going to today produces yellow gems with lightning affinity. It's a good opportunity to try and see if I can make an orange quality lightning ring. If it works, lightning type weapons can also be made in this way. There is also a saying that there is a strange cloud in front, which moves very fast. We can catch it and see if it can be integrated into the evil coffin to increase the speed of the evil coffin. These are all treasures. Just as Gushi was considering the next action, the Tianren players in the Lost Light world had also received the news. As the game of the third era of the Tianren, there must be more than one Tianren player here. They usually don't come here. And even if they come, they will not affect the arrangements of other Tianren players. At most, they just know which range belongs to fellow players, and which territory belongs to players of other races in this game world. In order to leave a good relationship for future children, they usually don't do too much. At most, they do tasks and arrange some magic circles similar to the gathering point of the Night Finger. They come here every 10 or 8 years to harvest. As a result, they found that their good intentions were regarded as weakness. Someone actually took the initiative to provoke them. The Tianren. He said that those weirdos were connected to the Celestials. And for this reason, he killed a large number of weirdos. This kind of thing was clearly a slap in his face. If he could still endure this, how could he live up to the second-ranked position of the Celestials? So several Celestials players, who were still gaining experience in the Lost Light world, gathered together for the first time to discuss how to deal with Gushi. The trouble. Kill him. No matter what race he is. He is no match for our Celestials. Killing such a guy. We don't have to bear anything at all. Kill him. I have asked the weirdos I am familiar with. The reason why the guy is so crazy is that he is collecting materials for making orange equipment. He is attracted by our arrangement here and the trial materials of the Celestials. He wants to rob a batch of materials and run away. He really thinks too much. Does he really think that our Celestials' things are so easy to rob? But I heard that the guy is a necromancer. And he has several capable people under him. What do you think we should do? Do you want to contact the inspector? What inspector? Didn't you see that guy has been swaggering for so long? But the inspector didn't show up. This shows that the guy knows very well who he is facing. He only dares to act under the banner of dealing with our Tianren clan, in order to put the blame on us. Divide the weird, and make those weirds think that he really wants to deal with our Tianren clan. This will prevent the weird from counterattacking because of his excessive actions. It's just that he really thinks too much. Do you really think that the name of our Tianren clan is easy to borrow? That's right. Borrowing the name of the Tianren clan will cost you a price. What do we have to be afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that guy will run away early. If he really runs away, we will lose face when other players follow suit. How can we plan in this world? I have an idea. I know a few powerful weirdos. Besides, the player's strength is not very good. He has not passed level 20 and has no orange equipment. We were originally planning to join forces, and it is reasonable to join forces with a few weirdos. You are right. I think the weirdos are actually worried now. It's a good opportunity to let the weirdos know about our existence. Yes, let them understand that the existence of our Tianren tribe is good for them. These Tianren players discussed with each other and soon reached an agreement. Then they took action. Some went to find Gu Shi's location again and prepared to ambush Gu Shi. Some contacted the weirdos they were familiar with, hoping to get help from the weirdos. At the same time, they also remembered to guard against other players. After all, the players' minds were all flying. What if someone told Gu Shi about this matter and let Gu Shi run away? So they still had to guard against other players. But they only guarded against the players, but not the weird ones. Before they contacted the weird ones and started to prepare, the weird ones had already spread the news. Although this news was only circulated among the weird ones, who let Gu Shi have Wei Hu under his command. After so many days in the Lost Light world, Wei Hu has become familiar with some weird ones. He also has a copy of the intelligence that the weird ones have. When he heard that the Celestials were preparing to ambush Gu Shi, Wei Hu's first thought was not to help Gu Shi, but that this was a good opportunity, whether he should also participate. So on the second day, the information was delivered to Gu Shi, and Gu Shi took a look and packed it up and sent it to the city of Aridavi, where it was processed by the undead body of Dark Wisdom. Chapter 2146, Arrangement of a Special Battlefield. Not bad. Looking through the plan set by Dark Wisdom, Gu Shi thought about it seriously. This thing that took a day and a night to make can only be considered okay. There are no highlights, nor are there any obvious flaws. It can only be considered mediocre. All the power in Gu Shi's hands is calculated, and possible situations are also calculated. Fighting according to this plan may not produce any amazing results, but it will definitely not suffer any major losses. He is a good person, but he is a little slow in making plans. Putting down the plan in his hand, Gu Shi had a certain judgment on the brain of Dark Wisdom in his heart. If Gu Shi is not free, some battle plans can be arranged for him to do. At least his battle plan will not cause any major problems. But if he really wants to fight well, this plan will still fail. Putting the plan in his hand aside, Gu Shi is not in a hurry to deal with a very likely celestial alliance. Everything is still within his calculations. After all, the intelligence from Wei Hu from time to time let Gu Shi know the situation of these Tianren players. These Tianren are all young and righteous, but they are not yet level 20, and they have not yet obtained their own orange equipment. They have orange equipment, but they are all lent to them by their families. The ownership is not in their hands. Although they can be said to have been equipped with orange equipment since childhood, they actually have an idea in their hearts that this orange equipment is only used to protect themselves. It may not be suitable for them. What they have learned since childhood is not to rely on these orange equipment, nor will they study these orange equipment in depth, but to find ways to tap their own potential and strive to find the production method of orange equipment they need. The orange equipment in front of them is only for their self-protection. Therefore, the development rate of the first orange equipment of Tianren players is not high. At most, they take the orange equipment as an extra protector around them. The orange equipment of the 6 Tianren players combined is not as much as the orange equipment on Gu Shi alone, and it is not as high as the development rate of the orange equipment on Gu Shi's opponent. Not to mention that Gu Shi has 3 orange-clad guards around him, and 2 red-clad guards. If you really want to say that Gu Shi is afraid of them, you are kidding. Gu Shi is now watching the Tianren players jumping up and down there, and he is seriously studying the knowledge content about the Injai Feng Shui system that has been sent to him in the past few days. He is preparing to choose a Feng Shui treasure land for the 6 deceived Tianren players to bury them. Gu Shi has to admit that the Injai Feng Shui system teaches more details except for the serious things. It's just like choosing a suitable land for the burial this time. Before, Gu Shi didn't have the right to choose the battlefield, or he didn't have the awareness of choosing the battlefield. Even if he found that the battlefield was not suitable for him, he would try to go to Huangquan Road first to change the battlefield environment. He never thought about choosing a suitable battlefield to improve his winning rate. In fact, this is related to what Gu Shi learned before, when Gu Shi just became Gongling Yu disciple. He saw Gong Lingyu use the advanced skills of the Death City to affect the environment and weather. This made Gu Shi know that if the environment is not suitable for him, he can just change it. So whether the battlefield is suitable for him or not actually has no effect on Gu Shi. Especially when he reached the Yellow Spring Road. Gu Shi already had the ability to change the battlefield environment. He didn't care about the battlefield environment at all. He didn't have this awareness at all. And didn't know that many ordinary necromancers had no way to change the battlefield environment. Choosing a battlefield suitable for the undead is the most important idea they should have. At present, Gu Shi has chosen a suitable feng shui treasure land, ready to give the Tianren players a hard time. This feng shui treasure land in front of him is really a qualified burial place according to the information in Gu Shi's hand. Although the surroundings are all plains and not suitable for ambush. The ground is inclined towards the southeast corner of the center. The wind and water will flow in that direction. No matter how many lights you light there, it will be useless. The wind will blow you away as soon as it arrives. There are no caves or anything like that underground here. But through the wild vision of the Huangquan dragon robe, you can see that a huge dragon vein was broken here before. And the broken dragon vein tried to become weird but failed. And finally, it was interrupted several times again. Finally, this piece of land vein became extremely weird. On the surface, nothing can be seen from the land vein. But if you look closely, you will find that this place is buried with a heavy weird yin qi. If this place is not suitable for killing the Tianren clan. After Gu Shi finds this kind of place, he will release the Lich and Huangquan Road as soon as possible and turn this place into his own territory. But it won't work now. Gu Shi had a new idea in his mind. He wanted to use such a good place in front of him to bury the players of the Celestial clan. At the same time, he wanted to use the land here to deal with the orange equipment carried by the Celestial clan players. The last Celestial clan player, the guy named Whitley Sam, whose orange equipment was still soaked in Gu Shi's blood pool, undergoing the blood sacrifice secret ritual to peel it off. It is obvious that it will take a long time to cut off the binding state of such things that have been passed down for many years. After all, after the first inheritance and binding of that thing, a user's mark will be left. It is not enough to wash off the binding of the last user. To peel it off, all the marks must be washed off, which takes time and energy. If he has that time, Gu Shi might as well melt the orange equipment and recast it. You have to know that some properties of orange equipment are not what Gu Shi wants most. So now Gu Shi wants to use this land, plus 6 Tianren players with orange equipment, and perhaps the strange ones, who came with the Tianren players, to perform a huge ceremony. At that time, the Tianren players and the orange equipment in their hands will become Gu Shi's nutrients. It can be said that the battle is not the key, and the result of the battle is not the key. The real key is what Gu Shi can do in this arrangement. After choosing a place, Gu Shi first released Yondo and let him and Eve, who was temporarily called out, arrange the scene together. In addition, a large number of liches and various undead laborers also took action together. And Gu Shi even released some special undead that had not been used before, and then arranged the venue in front of him. After he arranged everything, news came from Wei Hu. The Tianren players have locked Gu Shi's position, and they are coming. Chapter 2147 players enter the battlefield. Is it coming? Collect the troops. Quickly withdraw the troops. And all those who are not suitable to appear on the battlefield should retreat. Gu Shi, who received the news, took action immediately. All kinds of undead labor troops were quickly withdrawn to the city of Aridov. At the same time, Gu Shi's important subordinates also quickly appeared on the battlefield. Some of these subordinates drove a sufficient number of mud trucks, and some simply brought their most elite troops. But no matter what, they all had a Sansheng stone mirror in front of them, and Gu Shi's orders would be transmitted to them through the Sansheng stone mirror as soon as possible. There was nothing that could be done about it. Originally, when Gu Shi gave orders to his subordinates on the battlefield, it was the original Death Hand, which was the means that could be connected through the mind. Later, the blue quality Death Hand was gone, and Gu Shi found the floating spirit IK again, and also used the means of mental connection. However, because of the command hall, the floating spirit IKA directly became a permanent presence in the command hall. The only spiritual master who could follow Gu Shi was the Orange Guard Xianjiawei. Orange Guard Xianjiawei was unwilling to run errands. After all, there were so many things that Orange Guard Xianjiawei could do in that time. In addition, it was too slow for the messenger to send messages. So Gushi changed the characteristics of the Sansheng stone mirror and communicated through the Sansheng stone mirror. At the same time, in order to ensure that the information could be transmitted more smoothly, Gushi also asked all the leaders to bring a ghost flower. Gushi would select a group of undead servants to act as temporary messengers and pass the order through the Night Blood Road. And those leaders would write the current situation into the Sansheng stone mirror and send their intelligence and messages to Gushi. It can be said that even if the command hall moved too slowly and could not appear on the battlefield, Gushi had his own way to handle everything. Under Gushi's command, all the troops were in place quickly. As Gushi's troops started to move, the sky gradually darkened. The 6 players of the celestial race also began to enter the battlefield from various places. They didn't know that there were already celestial race players, and even celestial race patrolmen who died in Gushi's hands. At this time, they still thought they had seized the opportunity and could give Gushi a hard time. In order to ensure that Gushi could not escape, they specially chose a time just after nightfall. In this way, they could take advantage of the many weird friends and catch Gushi off guard. As for why Gushi stayed in the same place for a day today, the celestial race players didn't take this question to heart at all. In the eyes of the celestial race players, Gushi was probably tired from running and wanted to rest, or didn't know where he was going and wanted to find a direction, or Gushi had a new discovery and wanted to stay for another day. They often do this kind of thing. They didn't even think about why Gushi would stop at such a critical time. In their eyes, Gushi didn't know what he would encounter, so he rushed into their encirclement in a daze. The advantage is theirs now. When it got dark, the 6 celestial players took action. They surrounded Gushi from different directions with their weird friends. Although they, like Gushi, could only see the surrounding area of about 2 meters, these celestials had arranged everything from the beginning. In addition to the communication methods that could be used by each other, they were also accompanied by their weird friends. Through these weirds they could move freely in the dark. The 6 celestial players could sneak up to Gushi and give him a hard time. But they didn't know that Gushi had already arranged everything. As soon as the weirds in the dark appeared, they were discovered by the nether spirit petals and the omnipresent wind. At the same time, the enemy's route of action was quickly transmitted to the leader of the team through the Night Blood Road and the 3 live stone mirror. Gushi's request was simple: to kill all the weirds and lead the players to the designated location. As for other battle ideas, Gushi did not make special arrangements for them. In Gushi's eyes, the enemy level in this world is about between 15 and 18 levels. This level is not much different from the level of Gushi's current elite troops. With the support of the infinite resurrection effect, Gushi's chances of winning are quite high. As for the problem of fighting in the dark, Gushi has already prepared for it. This time Gushi did not use all those blind troops. At this time, Gushi gave his men the ability to counterattack infinitely. If they are not attacked, then Gushi's soldiers can automatically attack all enemies within a 2-meter range around them. But if they are attacked, the infinite counterattack effect will be activated before the attack falls on them, and the enemy's position will be locked. In other words, no matter how low the vision is, Gushi's troops can still fight if they want to. At the same time, Gushi's troops are ambushed underground or in the sky. For the troops underground, there is no need to consider vision. After all, the troops underground can see things closer. The troops in the sky are all fear bats under Gushi. They can lock the enemy by sound, so blindness has no effect on them. With such arrangements, Gushi is not worried at all that his troops will be defeated. When the Tianren player came over, Gushi had already known the opponent's situation at the first time and notified his men. At this time, Gushi's troops immediately held their weapons and stared at the surroundings, ready to deal with the enemies rushing out of the darkness. This situation is not right. How come there are undead on the road? It's the necromancer. Isn't this normal? It's just that he is a little too timid, sending his undead troops so far away. How scared is he? I feel something is wrong. They seem to be moving. How come there are so many undead troops? This number can be considered an undead disaster. We have been discovered. Kill! The Tianren players immediately discovered the movements of the undead troops, but they immediately used the method to deal with the necromancer. In the minds of all players, don't be afraid of meeting the necromancer. The only thing that the necromancer is strong is the undead under their command. They themselves are not strong. Just kill the necromancer itself. So if they are discovered, they are discovered. They speed up, rush to Gushi, and kill Gushi. Gushi is now dispersing the undead troops, which is still beneficial to them. This proves that there are no undead troops guarding Gushi. If we don't kill them now, then when will we kill them? Kill them! Chapter 2148 The first Tianan player to die. The Tianan players discuss with each other and increase their speed from their respective positions. However, they did not know that all their actions were within Gushi's perception. When he felt that they were rushing towards his position, Gushi moved slightly. His figure just flashed, and he appeared from the position where he stood at the beginning to another relatively far position. This was the Polaris method that Gushi arranged on the battlefield. For this battle against the Tianan players, Gushi can be said to have used all the Polaris methods, except for the most important teleportation point that was placed in the city of Aridov. All other teleportation points were washed away and arranged in the position to ambush the 6 Tianan players. From this point, it can be seen that Gushi attached great importance to this battle. The location of each teleportation point is a layout position for the Tianan players. They are also the positions where Gushi needs to take action. When Gushi moved this time, the 6 Tianan players lost their targets at the first time. If the weirdos in the dark hadn't reacted quickly and found Gushi's location immediately, he might not have known who to fight. However, they found a problem at this time. That is, Gushi's current location was quite clever. Only 2 Tianan players among them could reach Gushi in the shortest time. It would take at least 5 to 10 minutes for others to reach Gushi. As soon as the Tianan players found out about this, they immediately contacted each other. What do you think? What's so good about it? Isn't it obvious? That guy clearly wants to separate us and deal with us. But are we afraid? He is an ordinary person without even orange equipment. A player who appeared from nowhere. Even if he separates us, what can he do? Can he kill us instantly? 5 to 10 minutes is enough for us to kill him 4 or 5 times. After hearing what their companions said, some Tianan players, who were confused, also put aside their different thoughts, changed direction at the first time, and rushed towards Gushi. At this time, Gushi stood in the position he had arranged. Sensing the position and speed of the opponent's approach through the ghost flower and strong wind. At the same time, one command after another was passed down by Gushi. Under Gushi's command, Gushi's undead troops took the initiative to fight with the weirds that rushed over with him. The Tianan players and the weirds were directly separated. The strength of the weirds invited by the Tianan players this time was actually not weak at all. There were some beings at the end of the second gear, and some beings at the head of the third gear. In addition, the number of cannon fodder weirds that came with them was not small at all. At the same time, some weirds were even raised by Tianan players in this lightless world. Their strength was high and low, but there were definitely a lot of them. The total number of weirds rushing over from multiple directions was about 70,000. Some could directly cover the entire field with their bodies, while others moved stealthily in the dark. But no matter how they are now, they are all targeted by Gushi's undead. After receiving Gushi's order, these undeads, led by their respective leaders and heroes, rushed into the darkness. Some of them rushed into the darkness with weapons in hand, while others stood on the dump trucks and shot arrows or spells into the darkness. Others held swords and hit the walls of the dump trucks heavily to attract the attention of the weirdos. Anyway, not long after the Tianan players rushed out to Gushi's location, they found that there were fewer and fewer weirdos around them. Without the guidance of the weirdos, the Tianan players also lost their location. After all, in the darkness, except for the weirdos, normal people cannot see the situation 2 meters away. Without the guidance of the weirdos, the Tianan players are more likely to get lost. When the Tianan players rushed up, Gushi used his undead to distract the Tianan players through sound and other means, so that they could not walk in a straight line. Although this method is not a ghost wall, it is almost the same. A minute later, a Tianan player appeared near Gushi's location, while the other Tianan players were getting farther and farther away. Gushi estimated that even if they found the right direction, it would take at least 15 minutes to get here. As for the slower ones, Gushi believed that he would not be able to get here within an hour. 15 minutes. For Gushi, this time was really too long. Let alone 15 minutes. If Gushi was deadly and used the black feather arrow directly, he could nail this Tianan player to the ground in 15 seconds, and turn this Tianan player into a corpse in 1 minute. 15 minutes was enough for Gushi to remove the corpse of the Tianan player and remove the skin. Enough time. Attack! Gu Shi decisively pointed forward with his hand, and 30 purple long swords flew out at the first time, flying towards the location of the Tianren player. The Tianren player was rushing towards Gu Shi at this time. How could he have thought that there would be so many purple long swords flying towards him? When he found that something was wrong, the purple long sword was less than 2 meters away from him. Facing such a high-speed purple long sword, the Tianren player could only close his eyes and hold his head with both hands to protect his vital parts. At the same time, the orange equipment on his body was decisively activated, and a protective shield composed of flowing water appeared beside him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions bounced all the purple long swords away. This was the orange equipment that the Tianren player was carrying. The orange equipment of this Tianren player is similar to that of other Tianren players. The orange equipment he wears has a strong defensive effect and can dissolve the negative effects of purple. The only difference is that the Tianren player killed by Gu Shi last time was wearing a cloak, while the Tianren player in front of him is wearing a ring. A ring with a strong water attribute defense shield. When the Tianren player is attacked, a water ball-like defense shield will appear beside him to protect him from harm. At the same time, this water ball has the effects of dispelling and detoxification. It can solve all the problems encountered by the Tianren player protected by the water ball. It's like now that 30 purple long swords are flying over, but they didn't hit the Tianren player at all, and they were all bounced away. After the purple long swords flew away, the Tianren player finally breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't expect that he would encounter such an attack. Fortunately, all the long swords released by Gu Shi were of purple quality, and there was no way to break the defense. If he encountered an orange quality long sword, his orange ring would not be able to stop it. Just as the celestial player was rejoicing, the 3 orange-clad guards appeared behind the celestial player. Chapter 2149 Killing the Tianren player. The Tianren player felt that something was wrong behind him at the first moment, but it was too late. Unlike the Tianren player, the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices did not study the characteristics of the orange-clad equipment at all. On the contrary, everything he had was on this orange-clad equipment. Without the orange-clad equipment, he would not even have the chance to get up. So even if it was the same orange-clad equipment, the effects played by the 2 of them were different. Not to mention that the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices were still in a sneak attack state. When he appeared behind the Tianren player, the 8 branch feet transformed from spears pierced the defensive water shield of the Tianren player. At this time, the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices activated the unified piercing effect of the alienated withered foot thorns. This effect is the most interesting effect of the alienated withered foot thorns. The 8 alienated withered foot thorns can activate a battle formation. This battle formation has no other function, which is to destroy the defense of the orange-clad equipment. Normally, the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices would never have such an opportunity to destroy the defensive effect of the orange-clad equipment at will. Now it is just right to use it to sneak attack the Tianren player. The Tianren player usually believed too much in his orange suit. He thought his orange suit was indestructible. As long as the water ball was there, he would be fine. As long as the water ball was on, he could ignore everything. As a result, he suffered a great loss in this regard. As soon as the unified thorn effect was activated, 8 alienated withered foot thorns pierced into his body like needles piercing tofu. Then the 3 sacrifices of the orange suit guard did not give the Tianren player any chance. After the alienated withered foot thorns pierced, they pulled out directly. The tearing effect was activated, and the Tianren player was torn into 8 pieces on the spot. Marshall Kyle failed. You have killed the player Marshall Kyle, level 18. You get 2,988 experience points. Marshall Kyle is sending a death message. Confirm the cause of Marshall Kyle's death. Marshall Kyle died in the PvP challenge, because Marshall Kyle took the initiative to attack. The killing rules are reasonable, and there are no exceptions. Marshall Kyle's death confirmed. No abnormalities. Marshall Kyle's identity erased. As the Orange Guard 3 sacrifices completed this attack, Gu Shi also heard such a prompt sound in his ears. At this time, Gu Shi did not pay attention to the dead Marshall Kyle in front of him, but turned his head to look in other directions. Although he could not see it at this time, the information brought back by Ming Ling Hua and Feng clearly told Gu Shi that the remaining 5 Tianren players had obviously paused. This means that they also heard the corresponding prompt sound, telling them that their companions had died in the PvP process. It seems that we have to move faster. Gu Shi understood that as this news spread, the other 5 Tianren players would definitely be more careful. As long as one more Tianren player died, the remaining 4 would find a way to escape instead of staying here. So Gu Shi's plan must begin. 3 sacrifices. You deal with it. According to the original plan, I will go first, Gu Shi said while pointing to the ground. The 3 sacrifices of the Orange Guard nodded their heads and dragged Marshal Kyle's body underground. Among them, Marshal Kyle's arm with an orange ring was the focus of attention. After dragging the body underground, the 3 sacrifices of the Orange Guard quickly went to the magic circle arranged by Gu Shi. The Tianren player and the orange suit in his hand were the biggest sacrifices arranged this time. And there must be no problems here. At this time, Gu Shi appeared at the edge of the battlefield through the Polaris positioning transmission method. There is also a Tianren player here. This Tianren player is the most cunning one among the 6 Tianren players. He shouted the slogans the loudest, and he also gave the most advice and talked the most. But when the real fight started, he was also the one who rushed to the back. If Gu Shi hadn't asked his men to divide the strangeness and didn't kill Marshal Kyle directly, then this Tianren player would have touched Gu Shi at the last moment. This shows how far this Tianren player is from Gu Shi. Now he was in a state without strange guidance, and it would take at least an hour to get to the position where Gu Shi was at the beginning. It was convenient for him to leave the main battlefield from this position. After all, he didn't have much time to enter the main battlefield. After hearing the news of Marshal Kyle's death, this Tianren player immediately looked for a way to leave. It was a pity that he didn't know that Gu Shi had arranged 6 polar star positioning in this main battlefield, so he could get there in the first place. So Gu Shi didn't go near the Tianren players who were closer to him, but set his sights on the Tianren player who was about to retreat. After Gu Shi appeared, he immediately observed the surrounding situation. The location of this Tianren player is still some distance away from the key point arranged by Gu Shi. The most important thing is that the direction he is preparing to retreat is wrong. If Gu Shi rushes out now, the reaction of this Tianren player will definitely be to run away from another direction. So Gu Shi glanced at the location of this Tianren player and whispered, "New Ninetail, can you influence the opponent's mind?" Hee. Sir, do you want to use mind magic now? The Orange Guard New Ninetail appeared behind Gu Shi. No, I am immune to mind magic. I just don't want my mind to be affected by others. But how can I miss such a useful trick of mind magic? Gu Shi is a necromancer. But it does not mean that Gu Shi will not be tempted by other spells. You can use hypnosis or mind guidance. But that guy's mind is tightly closed, and he is very cautious. Normal mind influence is useless to him. If he has some thoughts that are different from his usual ones, he will react by himself. So, sir, how do you want to deal with him? I plan to go around him and attack him from behind, so that they can escape to this position. You can affect his perception of direction and make him nervous. Don't let him find out that he is escaping to the wrong place. Gu Shi talked about his plan. Okay, I know what to do. Orange Guard New Ninetail understood Gu Shi's idea as soon as he heard it. It turned out that it was not direct hypnosis. Then this matter is much simpler. It's just a piece of cake. Orange Guard New Ninetail disappeared in front of Gu Shi with a flash. Gu Shi also released the 2-legged flying dragon, ready to go around the sky behind the Tianren player. Then use some means to scare this Tianren player to the position where Gu Shi is currently located by the pole star. Chapter 2150 Cautious Tianren Player. Groot Albert is a very cautious Tianren player. He usually pretends to be very strong and likes to rush to the front in battle. But he knows that he believes that he can win easily when he rushes to the front in battle. This time, Groot is the one who made the most effort and shouted the most fiercely when he wanted to attack Gu Shi. But after arriving at the battlefield, Groot was also the first to find that Gu Shi was not such an easy Tianren to deal with. So he retreated directly to the back of the battlefield. If other companions succeeded, he would follow. If a companion died in battle, or found something wrong, he would turn back immediately. At this moment, he clearly felt that the situation was not right. So he moved in the direction of the mark he left at the beginning. However, after walking a distance, Groot clearly felt that the situation was not right. The wind seemed to blow from where he was going. As one of the Tianren players with the strongest observation ability, Groot had long discovered that Gu Shi mastered a very powerful air magic. The strong wind blowing on the battlefield now is obviously very strange. It can be guessed that Gu Shi is using this strong wind to judge the situation on the battlefield. This method surprised Groot. You know, they have been setting up here for so many years, and they have not changed their ideas about the world of lightlessness in front of them. every night in the wild. They can only see 2 meters away. They have never thought of using some means to observe the situation nearby at night. At most, they just make some sound so that people who are on the road at night will not bump into them. Only Gushi would come up with such a method and use it on the battlefield. Although it is not certain how much range this breeze can affect, Groot can clearly feel that the wind is blowing from the front. That is to say, Gushi is in the front position. Why come to me? A thought flashed through Groot's mind, and he turned around and ran in another direction at the first time. But after running a few steps, more than a dozen purple swords flew towards Groot. Unlike Marshal Kyle, who was just killed, Groot is timid and cautious, so his orange outfit focuses more on defense, escape and evasion. It was a pair of orange quality silver shoes. When he found that the purple sword was flying towards him, Groot stepped on his feet and rushed in another direction. Gushi released the flying sword but couldn't catch up with Groot, who wanted to escape. At the same time, layers of silver scales appeared around Groot. It is obvious that this pair of silver shoes has the same effect as the starry sky in the starry sky dome. Some scales will appear every period of time, and there is no upper limit to the number of these scales. As long as the user is still wearing this pair of silver shoes, this silver scale will increase. When defense is needed, the silver scales can be released for defense. With Groot's personality, even if he wears silver shoes, he will not take the initiative to die. So these silver scales will only increase and become stronger. Gushi himself has mastered several such layered routines. Whether it is the starry sky dome or the time torrent, they are all similar processing ideas. Gushi is very clear that once this thing accumulates over time and takes shape, it will be very troublesome to break it. Before these silver scales are consumed, no attack can hurt him. Gushi doesn't know how many years Groot has kept these silver scales. If he wants to interrupt this thing, Gushi must find another way. Bone Sky Curtain. Gushi released his magic at the first time. A large number of bone fragments hit the silver scales heavily like a storm. As the Bone Sky Curtain was activated, Gushi saw Groot's arrangement clearly. Even a knowledgeable person like Gushi had to say one word when facing the scene in front of him. Crazy. The silver scales around Groot were not just 10,000 or 20,000 pieces, but tens of millions of pieces stacked up layer by layer. If these scales had not accumulated for 20 to 30 years, there would be no way to have so many silver scales. And it is impossible to destroy all the accumulation of 20 to 30 years in a short time. But there is no suitable means to bypass the defense of these scales. Various ideas flashed through Gushi's mind quickly. This kind of scale is used to defend against various frontal attacks. So can it defend against curses? If it can defend against curses, then can it defend against buff magic? Various ways of dealing with it flashed through Gushi's mind quickly. This is the difference between Gushi and these Tianran players. Tianran players have been protected by orange equipment since childhood, and there are people to guide them in the first 20 levels. They usually take the orthodox route. When encountering a problem, he would only consider whether his combat power is insufficient. He never thought that there are ways to circumvent many things. For example, wind and poison. If it doesn't work, Gushi can use red equipment to break orange equipment. Facing the situation in front of him, Gushi was just shocked. But he did not lose confidence. Some of the methods he mastered flashed through Gushi's mind quickly. He soon had an idea. He raised the secret sword staff and pointed at Groot. Dimensional Gate. A powerful battlefield magic that can move a unit from one position on the battlefield to another. This is a relatively advanced spell of the air system, which can only be learned at the level of the air master. If you want to play this trick well, you need to have a deeper understanding of the Dimensional Gate. Magic Mirror. There is a 40% chance that the magic attack on the body will be rebounded to the enemy. This is also a relatively advanced spell of the air system, which can only be learned by the air master. Gushi first placed a magic mirror on Groot. This is a buffing magic, so the silver scales around Groot will not stop it. When this magic fell, Groot, who was always cautious, felt something was wrong. What is the purpose of adding buffing magic to yourself? It is obvious that there is a conspiracy behind this. No. This magic must be dealt with. So Groot immediately added a dispelling magic to himself. This magic can dispel all the magic effects on himself. And Gushi was waiting for this opportunity. When Groot used the dispelling magic on himself, the dimensional door happened to be put on Groot. Normally, the dimensional door can only be used on oneself and one's own people. There is no way to move the enemy's troops on the battlefield. Gushi put the dimensional door here to wait for Groot's dispelling magic. The dimensional door is also a part that can be dispelled. But now Groot is wearing a magic mirror. This is the key to Gushi's move. Chapter 2151 The Magician Plays with His Brain. Dimensional Gate. This can distinguish between enemies and friends. And if you do not enter at a normal speed, when the dimensional gate is closed, the magic that may hurt or kill people will be judged as attack magic when encountering the magic mirror. And it can be rebounded. Gushi caught the time when the dimensional gate fell just right. Just when Groot used the dispersal method. As soon as the dispersal method was used, the effect of the magic mirror on Groot disappeared. The balanced dimensional gate has not yet flown back to Gushi, and it has lost the support of magic power. The dimensional gate scattered around Groot. Although the dimensional gate scattered, the rebound effect of the magic mirror is still there. In other words, 40% of the dimensional gates that scattered this time were counted on Groot. For the scales around Groot, this is their own people. This can be regarded as Groot wanting to escape and using the dimensional gate. So, this situation can be understood. Groot sent away all the scales around him. As for where to send them, Gushi didn't think about it when he made the move. Of course, it only took a moment for his silver shoes to return the scales. But Gushi wanted this moment of opportunity. When the scales around Groot disappeared, the purple sword flew out again and pierced Groot. This was the first time Groot was injured since the start of the game. This stimulated Groot. The orange guard Xinjoe, who had been hiding on the side, also made a move at this time. Mind magic has a kind of silent effect. At this time, Groot had only one thought in his mind. That is, to run. Use all his strength to escape. Because this was Groot's idea. Groot didn't find anything wrong. He immediately activated the ability of the silver shoes to run and fled in one direction. Forgetting the silver scales at all, Gushi knew that he couldn't let Groot idle at this time. And couldn't let him remember that he still had this trick. So Gushi used lightning, purple long sword, and other means to chase him from behind. Groot had no time to stop. And the orange guard New Nine-Tailed Fox also guided the opponent's mind, so that Groot only thought about escaping, without any other thoughts. This really drove this always cautious guy to the position arranged by Gushi. Just when Groot was in position, Gushi also smiled. Start. The purple long sword that was originally chasing slowly from behind suddenly increased its speed, just in time to drive Groot to the designated position, pulling the ground to crack open. Groot, although he reacted quickly, wanted to jump out of the big pit, but everything was too late. The purple long sword pierced his body from top to bottom, and at the same time Gushi's secret realm sword staff had hit him. Evil slash. But Gushi didn't believe that people like Groot didn't have some means of defense or life-saving. So the black feather arrows. The ghost flower trigger. Last time when Gushi fought the red-clad dead man in death, he only used 2 red clothes to attack. Groot in front of him was very face-saving. But Gushi did not make a wrong choice. Because when the ghost flower trigger was activated, Gushi noticed that Groot took out one purple equipment after another for self-protection. Some had super strong defense. Some were immune to instant death. And some quickly replenished blood. It can be said that the T-honored players did a good job in how to save their lives. But Gushi really didn't have much time this time. He had to kill Groot in the shortest time. Otherwise, after Groot's silver scales came back, it would take a lot of time to kill him. So Gushi launched more attacks. As long as Gushi could think of a way, all of them were used. If it weren't for the fact that the location Gushi chose was not suitable for explosion, Gushi wanted to put a few nuclear bomb machine guns in it. Finally, with a whoosh, a black feather arrow shattered all the purple light on Groot's body and pierced into his forehead. Groot Albert failed. You have killed the player Groot Albert, level 18. You get 4,556 experience points. Groot Albert is sending a death message. Confirm the cause of Groot Albert's death. Groot Albert died in the PvP challenge. Because it was Groot Albert who took the initiative to attack. The killing rules are reasonable, and there are no exceptions. Groot Albert's death is confirmed. There is no abnormality. Groot Albert's identity is erased. The killing was successful. Gushi smiled and stepped on Groot's body. The pit sank again, and the soil was blown by the strong wind and buried Groot. At the same time, a group of liches that had been hiding nearby quickly came out and surrounded Groot, who had just been buried, to deal with him. When the lich appeared, Gushi nodded with relief. The second node was processed. At this time, as the second node was arranged, the situation on the battlefield in front of him changed slightly. A heavy energy surged on the ground. At this time, the undead under Gushi seemed to have received an order and began to attack the weird around him with all their strength. If their attacks had a little rhythm before, now their attacks were completely crazy attacks. As long as they found the existence of weird, they would try their best to kill the weird in front of them without any hesitation. This is actually the effect of the big formation arranged by Gushi. Gushi led the Tianren players here and spent so much time choosing such a place in order to use the Tianren players and the orange equipment in their hands as the formation base, and use the weird as nutrients and energy to activate the big formation he arranged. When the big formation has only one formation base, naturally nothing can be seen. But with the second formation base in place, the effect of the big formation has been activated. Now Gushi needs to set up other arrays. Gushi can hear the prompt sound, so other Tianren players can naturally hear it. They can still say that the death of a Tianren player is an accident, but the death of Groot, the most famous and cautious player among the Tianren players, cannot be said to be an accident. This is clearly Gushi's calculation of him. He used himself as bait to lure them over, and then separated them through various means to deal with them. The four living Tianren players quickly contacted each other at the first time. The situation is not right. We must gather together. Only by joining forces can we survive. That's right. Join forces. Send a signal. Don't worry about the darkness. Let's get close together. Okay. I send the signal. The signal will be, what do you think about the destruction of the third epoch? Chapter 2152. The Tianren players who want to escape. After hearing this, all the Tianren players shut up. They all heard that this was said by Gushi. That is to say, Gushi not only knew where they were and heard their conversation, but also had everything under control. All four Tianren players were frightened. What about gathering together and then fighting out? No problem. They want to escape now. The Tianren players believed that gathering together was what Gushi wanted. Escape separately was their most suitable choice. Gushi was alone, and at most, he could add the undead troops in his hands. If they escaped separately, Gushi could only choose one person to chase. Even if Gushi was fast, he could only kill two Tianren players at most. They didn't believe that Gushi could still make a big buckle and kill everyone here in seconds. So, all the Tianren players had no idea of gathering together again. They all confirmed their positions, fully activated the effects of their orange equipment, and turned around to escape. And their actions naturally fell into Gushi's eyes. What Gushi wanted was for them to run separately. Two of the four players were just near the location where Gushi chose to set up the formation. Two were relatively far away, but they were also near the location where the formation base was set up. As long as they were properly guided, these four Tianren players would run to the location arranged by Gushi. As for their idea of grouping together at the beginning, it was what Gushi didn't want to see the most. Of course, Gushi was not afraid of them. But after they grouped together, Gushi wanted to transport the corpses and orange equipment to the formation base, which would take some time. This is a more troublesome thing. So Gushi simply chose to scare the Tianren players. As a result, these four Tianren players really had something wrong in their hearts. Before Gushi made a move, they were scared and ran around. At this time, Gushi specially guided their direction of advance. 30 purple long swords, with the help of the nether spirit flower and the wind, appeared behind the Tianren players. These purple long swords are in order to strengthen the negative effects. So the power is not very good. But it is precisely because of this reason. The purple long sword dealt a greater blow to the Tianren players. Tianren players all knew that the purple long sword was driving them to a certain place. But they didn't dare to gamble. If they won the bet, it would be fine. If they accidentally lost the bet, they would lose their lives. They could only rely on the defense of the orange suits and their own various means to escape first. As for the weird things they invited, I'm sorry. Now the Tianren players can't control them at all. However, no matter how much the Tianren players run, they are still under Gushi's control. As long as the Tianren players arrive, the ghost flower will affect their fate, and the black feather arrow will fall from the sky and hit them hard. Tianren players have a lot of life-saving things on them, but the Griffin Black Throne is red, and it only takes 4 hits to hit a level 60 enemy. Is there any Tianren player who dares to stand up and say that his level is above level 20? If they didn't have life-saving things on them, when the black feather arrow fell, it would actually be their death. Gushi's main point is multi-line combat, good control, and quick victory. Kill as many as you can. A Tianren player had fewer life-saving items on him. And coupled with the suddenness of the black feather arrow, he had no way to dodge, and was nailed to the spot in the first place. Gu Shi had no time to pay attention to this Tianren player at this time. When the reminder sounded again, the surviving Tianren players were going crazy. They used their strongest means just to rush out of here. Gu Shi now had no time to pay attention to the corpses of the players. Now Gu Shi was too late to block people. The corpses had to be dealt with by his subordinates. At this time, all of Gu Shi's subordinates were released. Orange Guard, the new nine-tailed fox, used mental means to affect a Tianren player, making it impossible for him to escape the locked range. Orange Guard, the three sacrifices, attacked another Tianren player who was near the array base. However, this time, because there was no Gu Shi to attract the attention of the Tianren player, the three sacrifices of the orange-clad guard could only be regarded as a semi-sneak attack, destroying the effect of the opponent's orange suit. But the opponent had a lot of life-saving items on him, and there was no way to stop this Tianren player for a while. Gu Shi himself targeted the last Tianren player. This Tianren player was the one who rushed the farthest among the 6 Tianren players, and also ran the fastest. Gu Shi could fully feel that this Tianren player was also taking the route of air-based spells, and he was still flying in the sky at the beginning. When he found out that something was not right, he used portals and dimensional gates directly, and the active one was to leave quickly. Gu Shi used air spells and the power of the Sky King to chase him, but found that his air spell level was higher than his. But his operation was not as flexible as his. As for Gu Shi's method of using wind to sense the enemy's location, it was also discovered by the opponent. The opponent controlled the wind and hid himself in the darkness. If Gu Shi had not arranged the Nether Spirit Flower in advance, he might have really missed him. Now it's different. If the wind can't control the opponent, then Gu Shi will use the Nether Spirit Flower. The Nether Spirit petals carried by the wind did not attract the attention of this Tianren player. After all, the petals of the Nether Spirit Flower are too small, and the Tianren player really didn't expect that Gu Shi would master the red suit. And it was this kind of very special red suit. The Tianren player didn't care much about the petals blown by the wind. What he didn't know was that he had been locked by the Nether Spirit Flower at this time. Even if he controlled the wind, he couldn't hide himself. But he thought he understood Gu Shi's method. Seeing that Gu Shi was still there, the Tianren player wanted to leave this ghost place as soon as possible. So he chose the large teleportation technique that could go farther. In the Tianren player's estimation, as long as the large teleportation technique was successfully activated, he could leave the battlefield in front of him. After tomorrow morning, he would look back to see the situation. If other Tianren players died in the battle, he would spread the news and let the families of those players come to deal with it. Of course, this matter must be reported to the officials of the Tianren tribe to arrange inspections to deal with Gu Shi. But he didn't expect that Gu Shi had been waiting for him to use the large teleportation technique. When the Tianren player activated the large teleportation technique, Gu Shi activated the Nether Spirit Flower that was attached to him. Fate chooses. Come back to me. Chapter 2153 Kill All. It's been a long time since I used the Destiny choice. When this move was used, Gu Shi felt a little sad. He didn't use the Destiny choice. Not because Gu Shi didn't like this move, nor because Gu Shi didn't improve it, but because Gu Shi was more rigorous in handling it now. After all, the more you know, the more timid you become. Gu Shi knew very well how terrible fate was. And now he could manipulate this terrible power. Great teleportation. A little deviation in direction. A little deviation in angle. Start. The Tianren player didn't expect that someone could actually make a move in terms of fate. Just by adjusting the angle. The location that the Tianren player located was wrong. Location underground. This kind of mistake will not be made by any mage who has learned the dimensional gate and teleportation. After all, everyone was reminded when they started learning that this spell can be slow, but not messy. It doesn't matter if it's a little slow. After all, your teleportation is already many times faster than others. But if you mess up, you are gambling with your life. It's okay to send it to the wrong place, but it's fatal to send only some parts. When Gu Shi mastered the skill of Polaris, he studied the teleportation for a period of time and learned many things in it. This is why Gu Shi could use the dimensional gate to deceive Groot before. This is why Gu Shi could use the fate choice to let this Tianren player die. The Tianren player himself may not have thought that his teleportation would be located in the wrong place. When he came out of the teleportation gate, he stepped directly into it. The moment he stepped in, The Tianren player felt as if his body was constantly squeezed by something. Then a skull face appeared in front of him. The skull face thought about it with some doubts, and finally raised his knife and chopped off the head of the Tianren player, who was stuck in the ground. The reason why the Tianren player died so easily was not because he ran out of life-saving props, but because he happened to meet Shirley. As the commander-in-chief of the evil demon skeleton soldiers, and one of the few epic-level people under Gu Shi, Shirley must participate in such a battle. The evil demon skeleton soldiers themselves are quite violent. With a combination of orange equipment and various purple equipment, they can kill demigods. The Tianren player in front of him was stuck in the ground, with only his head exposed. How could Shirley let go of such a good thing? After seeing a head appear on the ground, he was just confused for a moment, raised his hand, and killed the Tianren player with a knife. In this way, the fourth Tianren player also died in the ground, although the place where he died was more than 100 meters away from the array base selected by Gu Shi. But in such a large battlefield, a distance of more than 100 meters is actually not far. Gu Shi is not the kind of array base that is accurate to a few meters away. So when this Tianren player fell, the fourth array base had been completed. The large array arranged by Gu Shi in front of him was almost completed. The remaining two Tianren players, and the weirdos, who were fighting here had no chance to escape. At this time, a fog had risen on the battlefield. Even in the dark, this fog was so conspicuous. At this time, Gu Shi could even understand why the white fog could represent the day against the darkness. The experience of the last two Tianren players was not so good. In the fog, their vision was compressed again. Most importantly, their other senses were also compressed. They could only see a range of about 1 meter around them. And the same was true for sound and other situations. The only thing that was not affected was the power of their minds. But these two Tianren players had nothing to do with mind magic. They didn't have a strong mind. Soon one of them was led to the designated location by the orange guard Xingjiawei. He kept spitting there. The situation of the other Tianren player was not so good. His orange suit was restrained by the 3 sacrifices of the orange guard. And those purple suits could not stop the attack of the 3 sacrifices of the orange guard. He was about to be beaten to death. At this time, Gu Shi also rushed over. When he saw the situation here, he raised his hand and shot an arrow without saying a word. The battle had already reached this point, and Gu Shi didn't need to think about anything else. The black feather arrow must be used with all his strength. After this arrow went down, the Tianren player only heard a swoosh. Then he couldn't hear anything. When there was no orange defense, and the purple equipment and life-saving means were almost destroyed, the black feather arrow was invincible. Before, Gu Shi didn't take the initiative to use the black feather arrow. That was just to see the quality of the Tianren people. In addition, there was no way to take care of all the Tianren people at the same time. So he gave them a way out, and let them delay for so long. It was different now. Gu Shi's arrangement was almost complete. Then, there were some things that didn't need to be hidden. The black feather arrows were used directly, and one arrow killed a kid. The Tianren player was killed on the spot. The 3 sacrifices of the orange guard were already familiar with all the procedures here. When the Tianren player was killed, he dragged the body of the Tianren player into the underground and sent it to the designated location together with the orange suit that he had destroyed. Taking this opportunity, Gu Shi had the opportunity to turn around and run to the orange guard Xingjiawei. This Tianren player was the last one among the 6 Tianren players. At the same time, he was also the one with relatively complete equipment. After all, the orange guard Xingjiawei used the power of the mind, which did not cause him much damage, nor did it consume the protective effect of his orange and purple suits. When Gu Shi came over, the orange guard Xingjiawei quickly explained the current situation. After listening to everything, Gu Shi couldn't help but shook his head. Look at the 3 sacrifices. They have killed 2 enemies, but you didn't kill any of them. Sir, think about it. What about the mind? This is not how mind magic works. The orange guard Xingjiawei was also muttering there, but Gu Shi just complained and didn't say anything else. After all, the orange guard Xingjiawei had helped him a lot. Now there is only this last Tianren player left. Gu Shi didn't need to worry about this again. So Gu Shi glanced at the Tianren player, who was still confused there, and pointed his finger in that direction. Whoosh! Bard Gar failed in the battle. You have killed the player Bard Gar, level 19. You get 5,113 experience points. Bard Gar is sending a death message. confirming the cause of Bartgar's death. Bartgar died in a PvP challenge. Because Bartgar took the initiative to attack. The killing rules are reasonable, and there are no exceptions. Bartgar's death is confirmed. There is no abnormality. Bartgar's identity is erased. Chapter 2154 Special Arrangement. Sea of Sin. With the death of the last Tianan player, Gu Shi no longer focused on the Tianan players. The battle on the battlefield has not ended yet. But for Gu Shi, everything is no longer important. The 6 Tianan players' bodies, plus the orange equipment they brought with them, were all buried in the designated location. There, Gu Shi also buried some of the orange quality weird essence he had just obtained. Also there, Gu Shi also poured a lot of blood. And the liches were performing the blood sacrifice secret ceremony and peeling ceremony. Gu Shi had no intention of occupying these 6 orange equipment. The reason why he used the blood sacrifice secret ceremony and peeling was that Gu Shi wanted to create a time difference. Gu Shi needed these orange equipment to serve as the foundation of the magic circle. As for who the orange equipment belonged to, Gu Shi really didn't care that much. Because as long as the arrangement in front of him was completed, everything here would be his. After the 6 Tianan players' bodies and orange equipment were in place, the battlefield also began to change, and a blood-colored liquid like mucus flowed out from the ground. At the same time, the remaining amount of the original liquid of transformation in Gu Shi's hand was also poured out and poured into the blood-colored liquid. In Gu Shi's eyes, if the original liquid of transformation was gone, it could be refined again. If the opportunity in front of him was missed, it would be really missed. After the original liquid of transformation fell, the monsters in the battle were like crazy, constantly attacking Gu Shi's men. They could all feel that the blood mixed with the original liquid of transformation had a strong damaging effect on them. At this time, the monsters all wanted to escape, but everything was too late. It can be said that when the last celestial player died in battle, they could not escape. At this time, Gu Shi kept moving on the battlefield with the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu Emperor to make the final adjustments to the battlefield layout. At the same time, the effect of the Yellow Spring Road had begun to fall on the battlefield. Gu Shi made such a big move this time. It was definitely not just to add a scenery to the Yellow Spring Road. What Gu Shi was doing was the Sea of Sin, or the Sea of Suffering, recorded in the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu Emperor. The handbook of the Lord of Fengdu only mentioned this point. After all, this thing is not the main style of the Lord of Fengdu. It is okay to have it on the Yellow Spring Road. Or not. No one said that if you don't have the Sea of Bitterness on your own Yellow Spring Road, you can't become the Lord of Fengdu. The reason why Gu Shi arranged it here is, on the one hand, because the battlefield in front of him happened to collide with the appearance of the Tianan player. And on the other hand, Gu Shi just happened to have a need. Because it is recorded in the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu that floating in the Sea of Sin can wash away all troubles. Of course, this is just a statement in the description. The real effect here is that the Sea of Sin is an expanded and enhanced version of the blood sacrifice mystery ritual. All bound things can be unbound by soaking in it. This includes, but is not limited to orange equipment, as well as weirdness, arms, cities, etc., or red equipment whose owner has died but was stopped. It can be said that it was the last information that moved Gu Shi. He made such a choice based on the idea that he had just found such a suitable opportunity. The Sea of Sin that Gu Shi arranged at this time was only the most basic one. The normal standard actually requires 36 corpses with orange clothes as the array base, 9 different kinds of Huangquan River water, a large amount of blood and corpses arranged in designated places, and the injection of Yin Qi to complete it. Gu Shi's current arrangement can only be regarded as a monkey version of the monkey version, let alone the sea. With this size and this arrangement, it is already quite remarkable to be able to form a lake. However, Gu Shi handled it very seriously, because he found that the lightless world in front of him had an advantage. That is, the weird power here was extremely powerful. It just so happened that Gu Shi had the big killer against weirdness, the original liquid of transformation, in his hand. As long as Gu Shi kept putting weirdness into this Sea of Sin, then the Sea of Sin would still have the possibility of becoming bigger. In addition, the orange equipment that is lacking now is not impossible to make up for later. So there is obviously such an opportunity in front of him, and Gu Shi naturally has to take advantage of it. After pouring the original liquid of transformation and handling the final arrangement details, Gu Shi once again released a large number of liches and death incarnations. thanks to the two skills of Dead Witch Core and Death Core that I learned before. My breathing speed is much faster now. As soon as the liches came out, they stepped into the battlefield on the blood and began to mobilize and harmonize the Yin Qi, and injected the Yin Qi into the blood. The Death Incarnations were all Death Incarnations Titans. As soon as they appeared, they quickly controlled the ground veins that had been interrupted. They did not intend to reconnect the ground veins, but let the ground veins maintain a state of death. This is the most difficult method. If Gu Shi had no experience in death battle, he might not even want to think about it. But after communicating with death and death, Gu Shi understood a truth. Everything in the world will die. Death is the end and the beginning. There is no reason why people will die, but the earth will not. So the Death Incarnation Titan keeps the earth veins in a dead state. With the help of the Lich and the Death Incarnation, the current adjustment has become much smoother. Gu Shi has more time to deal with the unformed Sea of Evil in front of him. It is necessary to transport the Sea of Evil back to his own Huangquan Road. Otherwise, why would Gu Shi spend so much effort here? But now is not the best time to move into Huangquan Road. Once moved into Huangquan Road, the Sea of Evil will be as big as it was when it was moved. At present, the Sea of Evil needs to be kept here. It would be best if there were some weird or orange-clad celestial players coming to die every day, so that the area of the Sea of Evil can be expanded rapidly. Of course, it is not the right time yet. This battlefield is not the Sea of Evil tonight. All the weird here cannot leave. As Gu Shi joined the battle, the attack speed of Gu Shi's undead troops increased significantly. And no matter what level of existence those weirds are, they are all affected by the Sea of Evil arranged by Gu Shi. Not only can they not fully exert their combat power, but even their bodies are slowly melting in the blood. As time passed, the weirds invited or brought by the Tianan players, with a number of more than 100,000, were all killed in the blood. Every time a weird is killed, the blood here will obviously increase by a few points. Especially those high-level weirds in the second tier. Their deaths in battle can often increase the height of the blood by 1 to 2 centimeters. As the last weird fell, the blood on the battlefield was already more than 1 meter deep. Gu Shi and his men were all soaked in the blood, watching the sky slowly change from darkness to white fog. It's dawn! Chapter 2155 The Harvest After the War. As the white mist rose, Gu Shi, wearing a monocle, could slowly see everything around him. At this time, Gu Shi had seen that the battlefield location he had chosen before was already full of a bloody red liquid. In the liquid, some twisted heads would float up from time to time. The undead troops and liches under Gu Shi were all standing in the blood, holding their weapons and looking in Gu Shi's direction. Yellow Spring Road. Gu Shi released the Yellow Spring Road as soon as possible. No matter what the current harvest was, he had to put his own mark on the Sea of Sin in front of him. Under Gu Shi's operation, the ground in Gu Shi's mirror underground palace began to change. Just near the layered space next to the apple forest, a similar lake began to appear. At the same time, the Book of Life and Death also popped up in front of Gu Shi. The Sea of Evils has settled in Huangquan Road. The Sea of Evils is growing and has not been completely moved in. It covers an area of 6.38 square kilometers. At the end of the Huangquan Road fork, it can attract weirdness and the undead to automatically enter the sea. All the weirdness and undead that enter the Sea of Evils will have all their memories and identities washed away and become ownerless. At the same time, all the items put into the Sea of Evils will also be washed away and become ownerless, including but not limited to orange quality. At the same time, before the 36 orange equipment are replenished, the Sea of Evils will not be able to wash away the binding of red equipment. Note, before putting red equipment in, please check whether its owner has died. In addition, the growth area of the Sea of Evils needs to be guarded and managed by Yin Cha. It's done. Gu Shi glanced at the record in the Book of Life and Death and nodded with satisfaction. This matter is finally done. It depends on Gu Shi next. Except for the Dead Witch Core and the Death Core, all troops will withdraw from the water, move troops, and bring things over. Under Gu Shi's command, his undead moved quickly. Except for the Lich and the Death Incarnation Titan, the other undead troops quickly climbed out of the blood. They were all covered in blood, but no undead would care about it. At this time, all their attention was on their own weapons and equipment. As long as the undead were stained with blood, whether they were soldiers, heroes, or dump trucks, they were all strengthened. The level of soldiers and heroes increased by at least 1 to 3 levels. And the dump trucks were even more amazing. These dump trucks stained with blood. No matter how they were designed and arranged before. Now all have one large, medium and small plot each. In other words, the dump trucks participating in the battle this time successfully broke through the upper limit of dump trucks. This is a special case. But it is good news for Gushi. Since the advent of dump trucks in recent years, humans have been researching and developing dump trucks. They have been studying how to make dump trucks have more plots and buildings while consuming the same amount of energy. But after trying, they found that 3 large, medium and small plots are already the limit of dump trucks. If more buildings are added, the consumption will increase exponentially, which is not worth the loss. It is quite unexpected that Gushi's dump truck can have one more large, medium and small plot. But Gushi soon figured out the reason. Among the weirds who died in the Sea of Evil, several are consciousness collections similar to the Forest of Devouring People. Their bodies were transformed into the Sea of Evil, which just affected the dump truck. Gushi did not expect that weirdness has such an effect. It seems that it is a wise choice to put the Sea of Evil in the world of lost light to let it grow. When Gushi checked the situation of the Sea of Evil, the transport troops under Gushi had also been driven out of the city of Yaldovi. Looking at the things brought by the transport troops, Gushi couldn't help but smile bitterly. This can be said to be a rare time for Gushi to spit out things. The transport troops brought a large amount of weird essence, wood with weird properties, and various materials collected during this period. Gushi originally planned to use these materials to build fortresses, or upgrade the level of buildings in the city. Now there is no way. All these materials have been thrown into the Sea of Transformation and Evil, becoming part of the Sea of Transformation and Evil. After all, the growth of the Sea of Transformation and Evil now still needs the support of Gushi. Of course, Gushi himself is not idle. The liches are fine. They are still in the Sea of Transformation and Evil, injecting Chi into the blood. This is a long-term job. It is impossible to stop before the Sea of Transformation and Evil completes the formal cycle. The Titans, the incarnation of death, are adjusting the nearby ground veins and guiding the nearby river water to flow into the Sea of Transformation and Evil. This is what they must do now. After all, if the Sea of Evil is to be expanded, it is impossible to rely only on the original liquid of evil and the blood water transformed by the strange. If it really depends on that, even if all the strange in the whole world of lost light are killed, it will not be able to be so big. Only by introducing normal river water can the Sea of Evil be expanded again. These also require time and energy. However, for a Sea of Evil, Gushi feels that this investment of time and energy is nothing. As long as Gushi can use the Sea of Evil to unbind a red suit, then all this is profitable. Even if the red suit is not unbound, the orange suit can also be used. Gushi knows very well that after he fights against the Celestials, as long as he kills a Celestial player, he will grab an orange suit. It depends on the blood sacrifice secret ritual to strip and erase the binding information on the orange suit. And it is unknown how long it will take. It is better to use the Sea of Evil. As long as you soak in the sea, you can get the orange suit in a few days. And there is no need for any ceremony, and there is no limit. How could Gushi miss such a good thing? In Gushi's mind, he should first get himself a set of orange equipment. After all, he now has 2 red equipment in his hands. But he still only has 3 or 4 orange equipment. And the remaining equipment is mostly purple equipment. How bad is this? Besides, his death hand also needs orange equipment. And his contracted undead and contracted puppets also need orange equipment. The gap in orange equipment is huge. The Celestials, who have an orange equipment for everyone, and even rookies below level 20 have orange equipment to protect themselves, naturally became Gushi's target. Isn't this the 3rd era of the Celestials? Gushi has a plan in his mind. First to set up a city in this lost light world, and then to spread the news of the lost light world through the relationship with the Celestial Patrol, as the 3rd era world with the name and surname of the Celestials. I believe many Celestials players will come to take a look. Gushi doesn't ask for much. It's enough for half of the Celestials players to die here. For Gushi, this is a Celestial capture plan. But this plan definitely cannot use Gushi's identity. Gushi needs to wear a vest. Or, the Joshu tribe that was driven into the depths of the game? Chapter 2156 7 Months of Harvest. It has been 7 months since the last time he defeated the Tianren players and obtained the Huaguanya High. In these 7 months, Gushi has lived a very fulfilling life every day. At first, He would go out to fight the weirdness during the day, and teleport back to Hwaguinyahai at night, or attract Tianren players through the channels of Tianren Patrol. Facts have proved that Gu Shi's calculations are effective. The name of the Tianren tribe, the Third Age, represents the safety officially recognized by the Tianren tribe. In addition, the Tianren players themselves have orange equipment, and the Lost Light world in front of them is not a very strong game world. So Tianren players are also willing to come here, and sometimes even come here in a team. Let Gu Shi have more choices when hunting Tianren players. During this period, Gu Shi has put at least 15 corpses of Tianren players with orange equipment into Hwaguinyahai. As for the Tianren players before they died, all they got was information that they died in PvP challenges. Even if the Tianren tribe went to check, they could not find Gu Shi's existence. In the end, they could only see the octopus-headed player. As for whether they can find the Joshu tribe, or whether there is any record of the Joshu tribe in the eyes of the Tianren tribe, it is not clear. Maybe the Joshu tribe is just an insignificant record in the history of the Tianren tribe, such as the extermination of dozens of tribes, etc. Anyway, this effectively ensures that the Tianren tribe will not discover Gu Shi's arrangement. At least the current Tianren tribe has not focused on this. And the Lost Light world is still a third-era game controlled by the Tianren tribe. When there is no Tianren tribe to deal with, Gu Shi can do a lot of things. The powerful weirdness in various places, especially the special weirdness that Gu Shi needs to find, the arrangement methods in various cities, the twisted weird species and weird essence, and even the weird orange equipment, etc. These are all collected and found by Gu Shi. At the same time, in the Hwaguinyahai, there are also tasks such as the injection of Yin Qi, the positioning of the Yellow Spring Road, and the guidance of rivers and water every day. It can be said that Gu Shi is busy every day. Of course, such busyness also brings great benefits to Gu Shi. In terms of progress related to the red outfit, Gu Shi obtained 2 orange weird props, infinitely growing weird hair, and mouth that deception becomes reality. Gu Shi has experimented with these 2 weird props, and infinitely growing weird hair can be used as the hair of the goddess of harvest. Mouth that deception becomes reality can be used as the lips of the goddess of love. In other words, now the first seal of the red outfit, the head of all goddesses, is still 2 pieces of orange quality equipment away from being unsealed. This progress is unimaginable in Gu Shi's eyes. Before, Gu Shi thought that it would take at least a few years to slowly search for suitable equipment. Now it is different. With such progress and search ideas, Gu Shi believes that when he leaves the world of Lost Light, he will definitely be able to remove the first seal of the head of all goddesses. Of course, this is not only a manifestation of Gu Shi's further progress towards the 3 red outfits. In these 7 months, Gu Shi's temporary task, the Broken Magic Wand, has finally made a step forward. With the support of various strange materials in the Lost Light world, Gu Shi finally completed the collection and production of the staff body, staff head, staff tail and energy gems. Now he just needs to go back to the Yin City and find a suitable place to combine the magic staff and put it there for warming. As for why it is not combined in the Lost Light world, it is because 1/5 of the materials of the magic staff in front of him are strange materials from the Lost Light world. If it is combined here again, the magic staff will be affected by the strange power. Only when it is combined and warmed in a place with enough Yin Qi, the magic staff finally made will be the magic staff of the necromancer. At the same time, Gu Shi also collected the materials needed for the 2 red clothes of the Emperor of Fengdu from the Lost Light world. It's just that because the collection has just started, everything is still in the beginning. But this is already a key step for Gu Shi. As for other red clothes, there are not too many clues. But Gu Shi believes that the Lost Light world is a treasure land, and staying here for a long time can get many good things. As for the twisted orange equipment, orange weird essence and other aspects, Gu Shi also gained a lot. Because the twisted orange equipment is either used as the foundation or as materials in the weird sea. So Gu Shi is really not picky about the twisted orange equipment. As long as there is it, it's fine. Anyway, I will take whatever there is in the weird sea. Similar to the weird sea, there is Gu Shi's death hand. If the twisted orange equipment and weird props are not suitable for equipment, they can definitely be used to suppress. Anyway, Gu Shi's Ghost Dragon Prison and White Bone Lightning Prison can suppress at least 10 weird things with corresponding attributes. The twisted orange suit is also considered a strange item, so it is reasonable to suppress it. So in these 7 months, the Orange Suit Foundation in the Sea of Evil has met the standard, and is now moving towards 72 pieces, or even 108 pieces. As for Gushi's death hands, the Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison suppressed a 2nd tier strange, an orange suit that was twisted to the point of being unequipable, and an orange quality strange object. The White Bone Lighting Ghost Prison suppressed a 2nd tier strange, 2 twisted orange suits, and 2 orange quality strange objects. The Ghost Prison Soul Suppression has been fully suppressed. Now the White Bone Lighting Ghost Prison has begun to build a suppression throne. As long as the suppression throne is built, the right hand strengthening altar can be built, and then the strengthening of the White Bone Lighting Ghost Prison will be completed. If this is not called a full harvest, then there is nothing to call it a harvest. It is the real orange suits needed by the 2 death hands. Because the orange suits here are twisted and weird. Gushi has never found a suitable one. Gushi did not blame the Lost Light world for this. After all, this is the situation in this world. The celestial beings deceived by Gushi were mostly rookies, and the orange equipment around them was not what they needed for their own profession or talent. The orange equipment they had was for defense. This was different from the needs of the Hand of Death. So Gushi naturally did not equip the Hand of Death. However, the Orange Guard 3 sacrifices got a big bargain this time. There was a pair of strange daggers in the twisted orange equipment. One was poisonous, the other was space-destroying. And the most important thing was that the dagger itself was extremely weird. Gushi himself looked down on it, and finally gave it to the Orange Guard 3 sacrifices, which increased the strength of the Orange Guard 3 sacrifices from the original 30% to the current 60%. This combat power was immediately improved. From this point, it can be seen that the twisted orange equipment is just a little weird, but the combat power is actually not weak. It just depends on whether the player is willing to use this weird thing. Gushi has already thought about it. If there are a lot of twisted orange equipment, he will find a way to sell it in the depths of the game. It may not fetch a high price in the real world, but it may not fetch a high price in the deep game. Then you could exchange it for some resources in the deep game, and you may even find some clues to the red suit. Chapter 2157 The Biggest Gain on Huangquan Road. Apart from the parts related to red and orange equipment, Gushi also gained other things in the Lost Light world. It was as if Huangquan Road had gained a lot of advantages in these 7 months. As long as Gushi found something good, he would really move into Huangquan Road. If the territory type weirdness did not have some characteristics, it might be directly ignored. But as long as the territory had some weird style, then sorry. This territory composed of weirdness belonged to Huangquan Road. These were much more than orange equipment. But in these 7 months, Gushi moved things into Huangquan Road at a speed of collecting 1 Huangquan Road scenery every 3 to 5 days. Such as the active volcano magma area, the real ice and bone breaking area, the assimilation area that could assimilate people and weirdness into soil, etc. These gains greatly enriched the scenery of the forks of Huangquan Road. Other undead will no longer be so bored when passing through Huangquan Road. Of course, in addition to these, Gushi also put other things into Huangquan Road. For example, the weirdness of weatherization. When this thing appeared, Gushi was really scared. Although this kind of weirdness of weatherization is reasonable. Think about it. The raindrops under the sky and underground are all weird. Anyway, Gushi really spent some time to fight these weirdness of weatherization. Finally, there were 3 weirdness of weatherization captured by Gushi. They were crystal snow, a kind of snowflakes rising from the ground. After being touched by crystal snow, whether it is a person or an object, it will immediately turn into an ice sculpture. And then under the influence of the strong wind of crystal snow, it will be slowly polished into white powder, and finally merged into the crystal snow. Because there is no sun in the world of lightlessness, crystal snow will not be melted in the sky. This also caused the volume of crystal snow to become larger and larger. And from time to time, it would automatically separate and become several crystal snow clouds. Gushi encountered the crystal snow layer in this situation. After thinking of several ways, and even calling out the Ghost Dragon Squad, Gushi killed the crystal snow cloud he met, and finally captured it in the Yellow Spring Road, making it a weather weirdness for moving snow on the Yellow Spring Road. In order to make this crystal snow cloud obedient, Gushi even gave it the identity of a ghost messenger. Heat wave, a rare mixture of climate and concept weirdness. He gave people the feeling of dark wisdom. But he didn't have his own body. Even without a complete body, he just stood there. and it would give people the feeling of standing in the middle of the desert. The most speechless thing is that because of the high temperature, he would make people feel a little lost, and sometimes even hallucinate. This is really a double mixture of climate and concept weirdness. In order to deal with him, Gushi thought of many ways, and finally killed this guy without a body. Then his body part, the origin part, and the undead troops transformed by double death were all concentrated on the Yellow Spring Road, forming a heat wave weather. Because heat wave is Gushi's undead, he is much more obedient than Jing Shui. When Gushi does not ask him to take action, he will only stay in the magma or other high-temperature locations, and will not take the initiative to attack. However, when Gushi has a request, he can appear in various locations at the first time. He is the most obedient and most belligerent of the three weather-changing weirdnesses under Gushi. The last weather-changing weirdness has a very special source. He is darkness, which is actually a part of the darkness that affects the entire light-lost world. Normally, darkness cannot be killed or captured, because in the eyes of some people, darkness is the most powerful weirdness in this world, and it is darkness that swallowed the sun. In fact, Gushi only understood it after taking down this part of darkness. It was actually the sea, and the one under the sea that swallowed the sun. That is a unique existence. Darkness is just a weirdness that is slowly generated because of the loss of the sun and the lack of light. He belongs to the more unique existence in the second tier. As long as the sun does not appear, he will always exist. Other weird things can't be killed because there is no way to deal with them. And darkness can't be killed because there are people behind them. The darkness that Gushi caught actually came from the Sea of Evil. This is because after a long period of strengthening, the Sea of Evil gradually has its own light. And there will no longer be the negative effect of only being able to see about 2 meters away in the dark. It's like white fog represents daytime. Gushi's Sea of Evil has now controlled the light of an area. So the darkness in this area will naturally take the initiative to meet the challenge from the Sea of Evil. This battle is Gushi's home battle. Moreover, Gushi sent out troops that could fight in the dark. Even so, Gushi fought all night, and only killed the darkness when the white fog was about to form the next day, and turned him into the climate of the Yellow Spring Road. Unlike the heat wave, after the darkness entered the Yellow Spring Road, it directly turned the sky of the Yellow Spring Road into pure black. After that, the darkness has been located above the Yellow Spring Road. Such darkness is a good thing for Gushi. After all, it is the underworld. Why do you make it sunny and bright, and look down on the serious style of the necromancer? At least you have to make the Yellow Spring Road a little scary. The darkness that was killed by Gushi and turned into an undead was also quite satisfied with his task. Before, he was only the darkness of one area. Now he is the darkness of the entire Yellow Spring Road. Although it can't let everyone see only about 2 meters around him like before. But the range of the Yellow Spring Road is large. Originally, he was only the darkness within the range of the Weird Sea. But the whole Weird Sea can be placed on the Yellow Spring Road. Add to that the layers of space. How big a territory that is. Gushi didn't know what the darkness was thinking. The darkness only developed itself. In his mind, as long as he could completely integrate the Yellow Spring Road in front of him, he would be able to fight against the darkness of the world of lightlessness. For this plan, the darkness really helped Gushi when he needed it. For example, he helped Gushi to build a dark field that only he and his undead could see, and no one else could see. Another example was helping Gushi change the weather outside, turning the battlefield from white fog to night, etc. Anyway, he wanted to let Gushi know that he was quite useful. As long as he took him with him, he could help Gushi do many things. Gushi was also quite satisfied with such enthusiasm. It can be said that these three types of weather gave Gushi the means to change the climate of the battlefield before the city of Aridov had reached level 24. For Gushi, this was the biggest gain on the Yellow Spring Road. Chapter 2158 Strengthening of Heroes and Troops. In addition to the gains on the Yellow Springs Road, Gushi's cities, heroes, and troops have also gained a lot. In each city, because a large amount of strange materials were sent in, the speed of urban development has obviously increased a lot. Catherine is particularly happy because she is in charge of a large amount of materials. There are some materials that are not used in the city of Aridov, which can be taken out for trading. This is very beneficial to Catherine's growth. As a contracted undead in charge of trade under Gushi, Catherine has increased her level by at least 7 levels in just a few months. It can be said that Catherine's current situation is already far ahead of others, and has become the vanguard of the contracted undead in Gushi's hands. As for the speed of improvement of Gushi's heroes and troops, it is even more obvious. At least 1 or 2 major battles every day are a great test for Gushi's heroes and troops. Every day, countless heroes and troops die and resurrect in battles with strange things. Every hero and soldier who went into battle was promoted in the process of dying and resurrecting. Apart from other things, their level promotion speed was not slow at all. After 7 months of war, the standard of Gushi's main force has been raised to above level 18, and the level of regular forces has reached about level 15. All those below level 10 are miscellaneous troops and cannon fodder troops. As for the troops around level 7, they don't even have the opportunity to be organized. They must raise their level to level 10 in Gushi's city through barracks or various tasks before they can be organized accordingly. At the same time, because of the continuous wars, the number of undead troops and heroes who have been added through double death has also increased significantly. There are directly more than 1 million undead above level 15 who can be incorporated into regular troops. As for the undead above level 18, who can be incorporated into the main force, there are nearly 100,000. There is also a group of about 8,000 level 20 elites. It can be said that the data in front of Gushi made one thing clear to him. That is, it is better for the necromancer to participate in the war. Only by fighting continuously can the troops under the necromancer be continuously increased. How can the advantages of the necromancer be reflected if the troops are trained only by the buildings in the city? These main forces, regular and miscellaneous troops, are all arranged according to Gushi's requirements. They have a leader to manage every 1,000 people, and according to their own situation, there will be mud trucks or other support. At the same time, their equipment is all arranged according to the progress of the city. All weapons and equipment of the main force are all blue quality plus 7 equipment, and all regular troops are blue quality plus 5 level. Miscellaneous and cannon fodder troops will be given the opportunity to change clothes with green quality plus 3 according to the situation. As for the weaker troops, they have to find a way by themselves. After all, the blacksmiths under Gushi are too busy to change their clothes for them. But even so, it is enough for Gushi's heroes and troops. The level of each unit is upgraded. The equipment is upgraded. The troops are reorganized, and the combat effectiveness is improved. It can be said that these few months have directly made up for the time lost by Gushi in the Yin City. Even Gushi's subordinates have a hero whose level has exceeded 20, becoming Gushi's first Halo hero. The reason for this term is that the hero's halo is not only for himself, but also the troops he leads will be affected by the hero's combat halo. In other words, the troops led by the Halo hero, even if the level is less than 20, can be regarded as quasi-20 level soldiers. It can be said that the appearance of this Halo hero will change the ranking of Gushi's heroes. It will squeeze out several key heroes under Gushi. Even the leaders have been affected. Since the appearance of the Halo hero, several leaders under Gushi have also actively participated in the battle. They all want to see if they can become the first leader under Gushi to pass level 20. As for the existence of several epics, although they did not participate, they also worked very hard. For example, Wei, who changed his temper and reported his situation to Gushi every day, such as what kind of weird he killed, where he met weird that could be recruited, etc. Shirley was just the opposite. He would follow Gushi every day. As long as there was a battle, he would definitely be the first to participate. For him, leading the troops to participate in the battle and working hard to improve the combat level of his evil demon skeleton soldiers was the most important thing. Other things are not important to him. There is no need to dwell on them too much. Gushi doesn't care about epic ideas at all. In Gushi's eyes, they have their own personalities. Gushi still focuses on heroes. Gushi, who has experienced many wars, knows that in many cases, he cannot personally control every node of the battlefield. If this can be done, Gushi will not need to come up with a command hall. At present, Gushi not only needs to improve the level of heroes, but also the level of leaders. Only in this way can he have a better grasp of the battlefield. It can be said that this time, Gushi is on the right track. In addition to cities, heroes and soldiers, Gushi also got many different things. Although not every player will record their experimental results there, but most players always carry some things around. The Tianren players naturally carry more promotion books, as well as ideas and production methods for orange equipment. Players of other races have more brain holes. But no matter what, these materials are quite useful to Gushi. Even if it is not useful now, it may be useful someday. So every time after killing a player, Gushi would always find all the information that can be found around the player and send it directly to the magic area for Eve to deal with. Sometimes Eve couldn't handle it, and she would call Yenryu for help. Sometimes when she encountered more outstanding information, Eve would ask Luna to build a separate library to store these information and conduct research through the laboratory. It can be said that in just these few months, the scientific research progress in the magic area has improved by an unknown amount. Gushi believes that after this year, he can grow to a very high level in all aspects. Chapter 2159 Human Recruitment Order. As the white mist rose, Gushi first looked at the intelligence that had just been sent. Then Gushi prepared to use the positioning of the pole star to teleport to the location he arrived at last night to continue the next journey. This time, he has locked the location of the Nine Heavens Ghost. He wants to capture or kill this Nine Heavens Ghost. After all, the Nine Heavens Ghost is the superior of the several climate ghosts under Gushi. His existence is obviously higher than other climate ghosts. As long as he is captured, it will be much easier to deal with the ghost god electric grid. But just when Gushi was about to set off, a relatively rare messenger flew in front of Gushi. Looking at this messenger in front of him, Gushi frowned. The messenger in front of him was a human with wings, about 1 meter tall. After appearing here, he first glanced at Gushi, and then floated in front of Gushi. "Hello, Mr. Gushi. This is a confidential letter. Please prove your identity first." Gushi thought for a moment, then reached out and took out a flower petal of the spirit and handed it to the messenger. Gushi also knew that this kind of messenger was a special messenger for members of the Power Council. There seemed to be a red dress on the back. What this actually said was that no matter where the members of the Human Power Council were now, even in the depths of the game, the messenger could deliver the letter to them at the first time. After Gushi proved his identity, the messenger took out the letter that had been hidden on his body. On the front of the letter was a small flame pattern with countless stars in it. This was the symbol of the Human Power Council. It seemed that this letter was specially sent by the Power Council. Gushi opened the letter and found that it was actually a recruitment order. The general idea was that humans were fighting in a certain star field and happened to encounter an undead force. It was not yet confirmed whether the other party was a player force or some other force, but the other party was on the undead route. Generally speaking, when encountering such a situation, the human army will call a group of necromancers to deal with it. But in this battle, after the necromancers went there, they not only failed to defeat the enemy, but also lost their own undead troops. So the human strength meeting here wanted to transfer a big undead leader who mastered the red suit to calm the situation. This letter was originally sent to the 3-star regions of Yiming Realm, Ghost Realm and Huangquan Realm. But there are some problems. There are only 2 red suits for the undead in Ghost Realm and Huangquan Realm. It is a thing to calm the situation. If it is transferred away, do we still need to protect their safety? Originally, the situation in Yiming Realm, that is, Yinzadu, was better. There are 6 red suits, and even if they are required to be red suits of the undead system, 3 can be taken out. But the problem now is that Mr. Feng is preparing to split the nest, and it is not known at what stage it is now. Teacher Jun was reborn because of the double red suit incident, and his current level has not risen. Gong Lingyu and Principal Lu, 1 or 2 red suits are not considered undead. After all the calculations, only Gushi can be used now. So the Power Council hopes that Gushi can get to the designated location in the shortest time and cooperate with the players who have already gone there to fight. This action is considered a human conscription, no matter where the players are or what they have to do. As long as they receive the order, they need to set off immediately. After reading the conscription order in his hand, Gushi knew that he had to go this time. The conscription order clearly stated that a red dress of the undead system was needed to keep the scene. And now, only Gushi can leave. Gushi did not think of refusing the human conscription. He got so many benefits from the human side, so he would not betray the human. After holding the conscription order in his hand and thinking for a while, Gushi turned around and said to the messenger, "I will return to the Yin City now. How will I go next? Let's put aside the battle in the world of Lost Light for the time being. The battle on the human side is the key. The messenger is just a messenger. How can he know how Gushi will go?" In response to Gushi's question, the messenger could only flap his wings and disappear in front of Gushi just as he appeared. Watching the messenger leave, Gushi was speechless. But he had already taken over this matter. Then, he couldn't drag it on here any longer. After considering the current situation, Gu Shi decisively contacted Wei Hu. Brother, what happened? When Wei Hu was contacted through his mind, he was somewhat surprised. He didn't know what was going on with Gu Shi, and why he contacted him directly so early in the morning. Wei Hu, I need to leave the Lost Light world now. But I have invested a lot in this Lost Light world. And most importantly, there are many good things in this world that I haven't taken yet. I am a little worried about leaving like this. When I leave, I will place the Sleeping Beauty Castle near the Sea of Wonderful Evil. You take your troops to operate in the Lost Light world. You must know who my targets are. I don't care what method you use. You must make my plan go on. Don't let all your arrangements go to waste when I leave. When Wei Hu heard this, he knew that he had to accept such an important task. How can the epic level be stronger than the leader level? While Wei Hu agreed, he also asked Gu Shi for the corresponding details. Gu Shi told him about the hunting of weirdos. At present, there was the 9 heavens weirdos that had not been defeated yet, the Waitian electric grid that had to be dealt with, and some news that had just been received, saying that there were dragon-shaped weirdos somewhere. Gu Shi told him all about these. As for the matter of the third era of Tianren, Gu Shi did not say much. It was not because he was afraid that Wei Hu would ruin things, but that Tianren had a lot of ways to save his life. Wei Hu only had one orange outfit in his hand. Although he had a lot of troops, his burst power was not that strong, so he could not kill the Tianren players in the first place. If Tianren played, if the family escaped, it would definitely affect Gu Shi's future plans. So Gu Shi simply didn't tell Wei Hu about the trap of the third epic, and just let Wei Hu hunt the few weirds he had set. In Gu Shi's view, as long as Wei Hu could kill or capture these weirds, it would be a gain. Even if those specific weirds were not killed, Wei Hu's existence could provide enough new materials for the Weird Sea. It would not stop the growth of the Weird Sea. This is what Gu Shi wants to do most now. After explaining all the details, Gu Shi reselected the troops and mobilized the troops scattered in the Lost Light world. After sorting out for 4 or 5 hours, Gu Shi took the initiative to come to the exit point of the Lost Light world and chose to exit the game. Chapter 2160 Conscription Insider. After returning to Yin City, Gu Shi immediately went to Hades University to find Gongling Yu. After receiving the conscription order, it is a normal reaction to find the teacher immediately. Gongling Yu was also a little surprised to see Gu Shi, who had been in the game for 7 months, suddenly rushed back. Why are you back? Mr. Feng's preparations are not yet completed. He is still in Yin City. I encountered a human conscription. It seems that they asked the red dress user. Now I am the only one free. Gu Shi explained the situation. Gongling Yu reacted as soon as he heard it. Oh, you are talking about the Lilia Star region. They also asked me before, and asked about the situation of the demon sword in detail, and finally said that I was not suitable. I didn't expect them to find you. Teacher, do you know the news over there? What happened? I am still confused now. Because Gu Shi stayed in the Lost Light world for too long. He didn't know the situation outside for a while. But this is also very normal. This is the situation of players. They disappear from time to time. And when they come back, they find that 1 or 2 years have passed. Gu Shi mainly rushes to Gongling Yu when he returns to Yin City. If he rests for a day or 2, he will gradually become familiar with the situation here. Of course, there is also the reason that the messenger cannot bring so much information. After all, Gongling Yu has a special person to explain, and Gu Shi can only arrange a messenger to deliver the letter. And there is no way to explain the situation in detail. At least the situation in the Lilia Star region cannot be explained to the public for the time being. Otherwise it will definitely cause big problems. Gongling Yu explained the relationship here, and then told Gu Shi about the situation in the Lilia Star region. The Lilia Star region is considered to be a relatively early star region of mankind. It is located in the southwest of the human territory. It is mainly based on the druid profession, and there are elves living in the star region. The normal population, players, is about 10 million. The other population is about 300 million. In addition, there is the largest unicorn breeding farm in mankind, and a fairly good dragon breeding base. The main industries are export of special wood, herbs, and furs, and the game direction is mostly forest-oriented, together with another star field that is rich in elf archers. It is called the Elf Double Territory. It is the main star field for human players to become elves. As for why humans want to become elves, Gu Shi did not ask. After all, elves are closer to human appetite than undead. Right? Because the Lilia star field is considered to be a relatively early star field of humans. Their location is relatively close to the core position of humans, not near the edge of human territory. Usually, there is only one red-clad user guarding the Lilia star field. And this time, no one knows what happened. The Lilia star field is disappearing in the star field at the speed of one city after another. After the incident, the human military and senior officials immediately sent people to support. But they found that the Lilia star field had become a state where they could only enter, but not leave. Players who enter the Lilia star region will not be able to leave the Lilia star region. Nor can they enter or exit the game. They can only wait there and disappear into the air with the Lilia star region, and finally disappear without a trace. Even the red suit users are the same. Once they enter, there is no way to get out. The only good news is that the red suit users can find a way to send some news out. The news they sent is that the missing elves and human players are still safe, but they are trapped in a strange fog. In the fog, they can see everything in the outside world, but they have no way to contact it. And everything is decaying at an extremely high speed. Even the red suit users can't keep them safe for long. The most important thing is that food and water are the two things that are most easily corrupted, no matter how well they are protected. Their number is getting smaller and smaller, and the food produced in the fog cannot be eaten. The only way is to rely on the outside world to continuously transport food into the Lilia star region. But this is not a solution. You must know that the fog in the Lilia star region is expanding faster and faster, and more cities are disappearing. Sometimes, the transport teams that deliver food and water will disappear directly. Now, except for the military, who are still working hard to maintain the delivery of food. Other forces dare not run into it anymore. Fortunately, after encountering such things, humans are always quite united. In order to rescue the humans in the Lilia star field, the entire human top leadership took action. Various means are being used and tested on the Lilia star field. Some people thought of directly setting up a teleportation array to evacuate the players who have not been affected in the Lilia star field first. Then use the teleportation array to send out the human players trapped in the fog. However, they soon discovered that the teleportation array did not work either. The Lilia star field had become an isolated island. The teleportation array was the first to be affected. As soon as the teleportation array was built, it would be engulfed by the fog, and even cause the fog to expand. After trying several times, the human leaders did not do this experiment again, but only evacuated the human players who were not affected temporarily in the Lilia star field. After evacuating some humans from the Lilia star field, the human leaders thought of many ways to rescue other human players trapped in the fog. They simply used the method of fighting with humans to deal with everything in front of them. Players of various professions were arranged to enter the fog, and through their own means, they tried to evacuate themselves. I have to admit that there are really some human players with strong imaginations. After entering the fog area of the Lilia star field, a necromancer really found a way to break the deadlock. This necromancer also learned about the Death City. He used the Death City to rescue some human players in the Lilia star field. And through the method of the Death City, these human players were sent out. This situation made the human leaders very happy. They recruited many necromancer players who controlled the Death City to rescue people. In order to ensure the safety of these necromancers, they also mobilized 2 red suit holders from the nearby star field to protect them. At the beginning, the retreat was normal, but when they were halfway through the retreat, they were attacked. The attackers were a kind of undead army. At this time, the mastermind behind the Lilia star field finally revealed its true face. It was an unknown undead force, and it was unknown when and how long it had been lurking in the Lilia star field. It was also unknown why they were here. But one thing is certain. The other party has been arranging this time for many years. There must be something behind them. In order to prevent the Lilia star field from becoming a frontline battlefield for the invasion of the undead, the human leaders hope that the holders of the undead red suit will take action to suppress everything in front of them. Chapter 2161 set off immediately. Looking at Gushi thinking seriously about the situation behind the Lilia star region. The look in his eyes became more and more confused. And Gong Lingyu shook his head. I knew I shouldn't tell you so complicated. With your current level, there are too many twists and turns in these conspiracies. You can only see the part now. And you can't see all kinds of things from the overall perspective. In addition, I don't have the first-hand information at hand. Telling you so much will make you confused. In fact, you only need to know one thing. The Lilia star region is occupied by enemy undead. We need a necromancer with red clothes to go there to calm the situation. Gu Shi finally came back to his senses from his chaotic thoughts. Gong Lingyu words also made him feel at ease. And he realized that he had really thought too much just now. He didn't need to consider so many things. As long as he knew that the Lilia Star region was going to fight the undead this time. At this time, Gu Shi asked seriously, "Teacher, what attitude do you think I should take to deal with this matter this time? I am very pleased that you were able to receive the call and rush back as soon as possible this time. As a member of the human race, you should take responsibility when encountering things. The main force of the battle this time should not be you. There are several level 60 players with red equipment on the high-level side, who are already on the way. I guess the purpose of their asking you to go there should be to borrow your ghost flower to form a home advantage. After all, you also know the situation of the undead. And the home advantage is very important. Now the Lilia Star field is all the enemy's home field. Now the few red-equipped players who have gone there can only protect themselves, but can't find a way to deal with the enemy." Gu Shi didn't quite understand the twists and turns behind the incident. But when it comes to the matter of the necromancer, Gu Shi's mind reacted immediately. Undead Scourge Array? Infinite resurrection tactics? There are thousands of ways to talk about the necromancer. But on the battlefield, the most core are these two methods. The main point is to ignore everything and kill all enemies with your life. Gu Shi has figured out the situation over there at this time. The Lilia Star region is probably the home of the enemy's undead. Even if there are undead mages going there, they can't snatch people from this main battle area. And how can they snatch people this time? They can't kill all the players in the Lilia Star region and turn them into undead and bring them out. Arranging an undead mage who has mastered the red suit of undead to go there and take the home advantage is the most correct choice. If it weren't for Teacher June's recent reincarnation and his current level below level 10, it would definitely be Teacher June who would go there. After all, the way of the earth is the best choice for snatching the home position of the undead. Gu Shi raised his head and glanced at Gong Lingyu. And then he noticed Gong Lingyu's eyes. "Okay, I got it. I will take this battle seriously." Seeing Gu Shi so serious, Gong Lingyu also patted Gu Shi on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. This time it's a battle for all mankind. You're brothers and I will support you." "Thank you, teacher. You call me teacher. How can I not help you?" At this time, Gong Lingyu seemed to have received some signals. She listened carefully, and then turned to look at Gu Shi. "The military is coming. It seems that they are also a little anxious. Do you have anything to prepare? If not, I will call them over." Gu Shi was silent for a while. He wanted to bring some books with him at first, so as not to miss the classes during this period. But think about it. With such a big thing in front of him, I am afraid that he will not have time to bring any textbooks. As for self-study, what can be better than a red-quality handbook of the Lord of Fengdu, and an orange-clad guard who follows him? Origin of the Undead. Let's replenish some resources. Although I believe the military will definitely give enough resources, they may not have things for the undead soldiers. If we replenish them there, I'm afraid it will affect the battle. I want some resources for the undead soldiers. Gong Lingyu knew the strength of Gu Shi's troops. Compared with Gong Lingyu main force, Gu Shi's troops were still too weak. And the Lilia Star field they were going to was not a game world. There was no level limit there. Their Gu Shi would definitely encounter high-level troops. Even semi-god level troops. Although Gong Lingyu believed that the military would definitely not let Gu Shi appear on the main battlefield. But after leading Gu Shi for so many years, Gong Lingyu would not be unaware of Gu Shi's ambitions. He had been suppressing some thoughts in his heart. Fighting has always been what Gu Shi wanted. It's just that for some reasons, he has been studying in Yin City. During this period, Gu Shi has been suppressing his warlike nature. Now on the battlefield, Gu Shi has some powerful demigod-level troops at his disposal. It is impossible to stop him from sending troops. Gong Lingyu knows Gu Shi better than the military. "Okay, I go and mobilize the supplies now. You take some first, and I find a way to send the rest to the Lilia Star region." Gu Shi nodded, and just as he nodded, several human military players had already walked into Gong Lingyu courtyard. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that these human military players were all very strong, and the leader was at level 60. He was holding a box in his hand, and it felt like when he sent Pandora's box. After seeing Gu Shi, they first took out a photo to confirm Gu Shi's face. Then they asked Gu Shi to confirm his identity. Then, they took out the key and took out several documents from the box. "Mr. Gu, this is the official document of this conscription order. This is the current situation statement of the Lilia Star region. This is a list of tasks specifically for you. And the task requirements. This is the supplies and rewards for you. Do you think you need anything else? Gu Shi flipped through the documents in his hand and said casually while scanning the text on it, "You have prepared everything before I come back?" "Yes, Mr. Gu. Because time is urgent. The Lilia Star region has been unable to support it. We all follow the highest standards. I hope Mr. Gu can be faster." Gu Shi did not delay any more time. While looking at the documents in his hand, he walked in front of several military players. "Let's go! I can still check this on the way. Mr. Gu, don't you want to sign the contract first? Don't worry. I will come back from the game. Which means that I have agreed to this conscription. As for the rest, it's just some details. Didn't you say you were in a hurry? Then let's go now." Chapter 2162 Temporary Camp on the Front Line. What is the fastest way to move across star regions? It must be a portal without a doubt. Although Mr. June did not participate in this operation. As the first human player with double red equipment, he is still willing to provide some convenience for humans. When Gu Shi followed the military out of Hades University, a portal to the Lilia Star region was ready. Gong Lingyu also rushed out at this time and forced a package of things to Gu Shi. "Take this first. I will find a way to send the other things to your city." Gu Shi took the package that could be stuffed in his hand, was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. You don't need to look at Gu Shi to know what this big package of things is. Gong Lingyu can get these things in a short time, which is already Gong Lingyu great ability. After all, he only said a few words to the military and left Gong Lingyu courtyard. Counting the time of rushing, there are really not a few minutes for Gong Lingyu to mobilize supplies. After putting away all the supplies, Gu Shi followed the military players into the portal prepared by Mr. June. This portal was a direct portal, and everything was arranged. The moment he stepped into the portal, Gu Shi felt that the environment in front of him had obviously changed. The concentration of Yin Qi around him increased rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, the concentration of Yin Qi here has exceeded the level that normal people can accept. Gu Shi was fine as a necromancer. He only felt a little cold at most with such a concentration of Yin Qi in front of him. But ordinary people can't do it. In the eyes of ordinary players, white mist has risen here. Things around are decaying rapidly. And some ghosts are floating in the sky. Living in such a place, as an ordinary player, it must be uncomfortable. "Mr. Gu, please go this way." While Gu Shi was still looking at the surrounding situation, the military player who brought him here immediately led Gu Shi to a direction. Gu Shi looked in the direction pointed by the military, and found that many players were setting up temporary camps at that location. The wood used to build the camp is obviously high-end wood with blue to purple quality. Some of these woods exude a strong aura of death, while others exude a strong vitality. This is our frontline command center, and it is also the closest safe zone to the mist area of the Lilia Star field. All players will gather here and make arrangements according to their respective situations. Don't worry. After knowing the enemy's situation, the military leaders have already transferred the corresponding materials. The ghost deadwood is used outside the camp. You should know this thing. Yes, it is an ordinary wood species that grows in the dead world and lives by absorbing death. Gu Shi is quite familiar with the various materials needed by the necromancer. The wood used inside the camp is elven logs and holy light combs. Gu Shi heard it and heard it. Elven logs are branches that the elves bring down from the world tree, and they are grown with the elves' special magic and potions. This kind of wood has extremely strong vitality, and is the best material for making wooden puppets. Few people would use this kind of elven wood for building materials. Holy light comb is a rare mutant tree species. Before the tree is cut down, no one will know which tree accidentally absorbed too much sunlight and became full of abnormal light attributes. Then it is activated in some way to change the light attribute into holy light attribute. And then this material is produced. This material is generally used to make altars in churches. And of course some people use it to make weapons and equipment such as holy light. In particular, the arrows made do not need arrowheads, which is very useful for dealing with vampires. Gu Shi is of course relatively familiar with this material that can restrain the undead. When he heard that it was these two materials, Gu Shi understood that before calling him, the military must have asked other necromancers, and it was impossible to keep delaying time and waiting for him. Sure enough, when entering the camp, Gu Shi noticed many unique techniques of necromancers on the gate of the camp. For example, The string of inconspicuous small decorations at the gate is the unique mark of a certain type of necromancer. This mark is somewhat similar to the effect of the Death Lord, except that the Death Lord directly subdues all the ownerless undead. The mark in front of us is to tell those ownerless undead that there are friends here. Please don't come to trouble us. Although such a method may not necessarily subdue the undead, it can definitely prevent some free undead from sneaking in. There is also black mud on the ground. Gushi knows without looking that it is also a method of the necromancer. After all, there is such mud in Gushi's Aridavi city. It is used to raise corpses, and also has the effect of preventing undead from sneaking in from underground. But the black mud in front of him was obviously much stronger than that in Yaladovi city. It was obvious that the necromancer behind him should be specialized in this route. There were also tents in the middle of the camp, all made of werewolf or behemoth skins. Although I don't know whose idea it was, it is obvious that this is to use the strong blood to repel the approach of the undead. Just a glance at the situation in the camp, Gushi had a rough guess about the information here. There are at least 3 powerful necromancers in the camp in front of him. They dared to put forward such opinions, which proved that they were quite confident in their own way of handling. Gushi estimated that in the past, their level was at least above level 45, and they might even be necromancers of level 60. Just as Gushi was guessing everything in front of him, the military player leading the way in front also opened the door of a tent. Mr. Gu. This is it. Gushi sorted out the contracts and agreements that he had read along the way, signed his name at the end, and handed it to the military player leading the way. Thank you for leading the way. Shall I go in now? Of course. The commander is waiting for you inside. Gushi nodded, took the reward that should belong to him in the box, tidied his clothes, and stepped into the tent. As soon as he entered the tent, Gushi smelled a strong smell of blood. Gushi looked up and found that the behemoth skin used to make the tent was still stained with blood. It was obvious that this thing had just been peeled off from the behemoth beast and had not been processed yet. Then Gushi saw a man standing in the middle of the tent. He was wearing a military uniform, and a long sword was stuck on the ground beside him. When he saw Gushi, his eyes lit up. You are the breath of the undead. Right. Welcome to your arrival. I am the deputy commander of the Southern Corps, and the commander-in-chief of this operation. C-Tan. Of course. You can also call me the final destruction of all things. Chapter 2163. The situation is not optimistic. Deputy commander? Oh! The mascot in the Legion. The holder of the red suit. Gushi understood what C-Tan was like when he heard C-Tan's self-introduction. Generally speaking, the power of the human legion is in the hands of the commander, and they are also the real commanders recognized and appointed by the Power Council. However, not everyone has a red suit, and the several major legions of mankind must have red suits to suppress. The human high-level officials will not give you enough power just because you have a red suit. But they can't let all the red suits be ordinary soldiers. So the position of deputy commander is used as a mascot. As long as the holder of the red suit is willing to sit in the major legions, he can get a position of deputy commander. Of course, the military also has its own final insistence. That is, the deputy commander belongs to the deputy commander, and the military rank should still be determined according to the level and performance. The rank of C-Tan in front of him is obviously a lieutenant colonel, and the level is about 45 or above, but not 60. He will become the deputy commander. No need to ask. He is the mascot holding the red suit. But C-Tan definitely wants more than just this. After all, there are only more than 1,000 red suit holders in the entire human world. C-Tan is willing to join the military, so he must have ambitions. This time, what happened in the Lilia Star region is an opportunity for C-Tan. He wants to prove to people that in addition to holding the red suit and golden scale sword, he also has strong command capabilities. He is a natural paladin, and he can eventually be promoted to the kind of paladin who can become an archangel. After knowing C-Tan's situation, Gushi immediately said, "Hello, Commander." As expected, when C-Tan heard Gushi's words, he laughed. "Mr. Gu, I think you should have learned about the situation in the Lilia Star region on the way here. We may not be able to let you rest. We need your ability to transform the Lilia Star region into our home field." As C-Tan said, he dragged Gushi to a map. This map is the most detailed map of the Lilia Star region. Unlike the Yiming region, the Lilia Star region is a standard galaxy-type star region. It consists of 2 official stars and 9 main planets. One of the 2 stars is the official sun, which is present in all standard galaxy-like star fields. At the same time, it will not be drawn on the map, but a sun symbol will be used to indicate where the light comes from. The other star is rather strange. This star is drawn in detail on the map, and a headless corpse is huddled up on it. And among the 9 main planets, 5 are circling around this star. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. What is this? A special existence in the Lilia Star region. When the first group of people from the Lilia Star region discovered this place, there was only this corpse circling with the star. They didn't know where the corpse came from. The only thing they knew was that when they came here, the corpse had been dead for many years and had turned into a rock-like existence. The people of the Lilia Star region didn't want to survive here at first. Their target was a nearby star region. But when they passed by here, they found that even if the corpse was dead, it still had a strong vitality. And this vitality was exactly what they needed to find. So they planted the plants they brought on the corpse that had turned into a rock. According to their plan, they just rested here for a while, and then set off again. But they didn't expect that the plants they planted would actually wrap up the corpse and emit a special vitality to the outside. Vitality. After their research, they found that this vitality has a different meaning for the world tree seeds they carry. So the people of the Lilia Star region temporarily changed their minds and set their goal here, and planted the first world tree on the corpse. After that, they used various means to attract other planets. Or through the means of the world tree, they built new planets. Finally, from the original planets without any planets, it slowly became what it is now. 9 planets, 3 that completely revolve around the sun, 5 that completely revolve around the corpse, and the remaining 1, which is where we are now, will circle back and forth around the sun and corpse of the Lilia Star region. It is for this reason that our current location is the outermost of the Lilia Star region, and it is also a place that is not affected by the undead. C-Tan explained the situation of the Lilia Star region map in front of him to Gu Shi in detail. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that the map showed 9 planets on the surface. But as long as he pointed his finger on it, the map of the planet would unfold. The final map will detail the situation of every city on the planet. At the same time, because this is a military map, there will be mountains, rivers, roads, and even some wells, windmills or water wheels. It can be seen that if you enter the Lilia Star field with this map in front of you, you will never get lost. It's just a pity that many places on the map in front of you are marked with missing, disappeared or unexplored changes. It is obvious that the situation that happened in the Lilia Star field before cannot be explored by the outside world. After reading the map, Gu Shi's eyes shifted to their current location. On the map, this planet is marked as Ikatina, which is used as the entrance and exit and airport of the Lilia Star field. Starfield level trains will only stop here, and players will transfer here later. At the same time, this is also the distribution center of Lilia Star field materials. A large amount of materials from other planets will be concentrated here for transportation and sale. Now 1/10 of the places here have been marked as lost or disappeared. It is obvious that the situation in the entire Lilia Star region is quite bad. What do you need me to do now? After reading the map, Gu Shi looked up at C-Tan. Commander, what do you need me to do? It seems that you are ready. We don't have that much time. What you see now is our last intelligence an hour ago. Except for Ecatna, where we are now. 6 of the other 8 planets in the Lilia Star region have been 100% occupied. The remaining 2 have also been occupied by more than 50%. The most speechless thing is that because the incident happened suddenly, none of the management of the Lilia Star region escaped. This makes our understanding of the Lilia Star region only remain on paper. We don't know how this change came about, nor do we know what it will become in the end. So we don't have that much time to consider the details one by one. What I need now is to ensure the integrity of Ecatna. There can be undead here, but it must be our home ground. Chapter 2164C of Ghostly Flowers. Guarantee that the entire planet is the home of human players? Gu Shi was silent for a moment, but finally nodded his head for this request. C-Tan also stepped forward and patted Gu Shi on the shoulder and said, I know this situation is very difficult, but we must have a home now. Otherwise, we will all be cleared out, and no one can save the Lilia Star region. If you have any ideas, just say it directly. As long as I can find something, I can find it. My only requirement is that it must be fast. Gu Shi wanted to ask, if I turn this place into the home of human undead, what about the original style? But Gushi turned his head and thought about it. And he knew that he didn't need to ask anything more. There is nothing to ask at all. If Ikot can't take down the star, the entire Lilia star region will be gone. No one cares about the style of a planet. In addition, Gushi looked up at the situation here. Even if the Lilia star region was rescued, I am afraid it will not be able to return to its original style. I need a lot of nutrients. Nutrients for plants. I know there must be a lot of nutrients here in the Lilia star region. Only when there are enough nutrients can I control the speed quickly. After hearing Gushi's request, Citan said immediately, "No problem. I will arrange people to deal with it now." With a clear goal, Citan's actions were obviously faster. Under his command, all the players and troops on Echatna were mobilized. A large amount of things that can provide nutrients for plants were collected. I have to admit that what Gushi said was right. In the Lilia star region, there is nothing else. But there are plenty of nutrients for plants. Soon a lot of fertilizers and fertile soil were found. When Gushi explained it clearly to Citan, a player came to report the situation. "Commander, the latest batch of nutrients has been delivered." Before Citan spoke, Gushi couldn't help but say, "So fast?" Yes. Gushi only said a few words. And the things he wanted were delivered? This speed is faster than Gushi's transport troops. However, Gushi was willing to believe in the power of humans. He walked out of the tent and found that a large pile of black soil had been piled up outside the human camp. More soil was on the way. "How is it?" Citan asked. "This place is relatively close, and it can be transported here immediately. If it is not enough, there must be more later. Deal with it first, and we will talk about the later things slowly. Now is not the time to talk about this. The dark spirit flowers are rising." Gushi also knew that time was tight, and it was not the time to think so much. Gushi flew up at the first time and landed in the soil. At the same time, a large number of dark spirit petals began to float out of Gushi's hands. After these dark spirit petals fell to the ground, they quickly turned into seeds and grew new dark spirit flowers. Under the strong wind, these newly grown dark spirit flowers began to float outward. At first, the growth rate of the dark spirit flowers was relatively slow. But as more and more dark spirit petals fell, the growth rate of these dark spirit flowers increased by unknown times. Just a turn of the head, the soil and fertilizer sent over were covered with ghost flowers. Gushi's face was quite solemn at this time. "It's still not enough. I need a lot of energy," Gushi said as he took out a red crystal and threw it on the ground. Citan was staring at it with his eyes wide open. Citan knew very well what this red crystal was. After all, he was also a master of red clothes. What Gushi took out was the time to warm up the red clothes. And it was also the energy used by the red clothes. The reward that the military gave Gushi to come to the scene before included this kind of thing. Now seeing that Gushi didn't say anything and just threw the things out, Citan knew that Gushi was really going all out this time. "I have this. I have someone take it out right away." Before Citan finished speaking, the ghost flower that absorbed the time to warm up the red clothes exerted all its power for the first time. A large number of blue and white petals flew out in front of everyone. At this time, Gushi could no longer feel his own existence. And at this time, he seemed to have become a petal in the ghost flower. All the ghost flowers flew in all directions, flying faster when there was wind and slower when there was no wind. But no matter what, after flying a certain distance, the ghost flowers would find a place where no ghost flowers were planted and fall down, and quickly grow new ghost flowers. At this time, a player in his 40s walked out near the altar. This player was wearing a black robe and holding a long staff made of white bones in his hand. In the eyes of the skull on the staff, there was a faint blue flame flashing. After coming out, the player asked Citan, "Commander, what's going on? Why can't I feel the Yin Chi? The owner of the nether flower has come. He is helping us regain the home advantage." Citan explained the situation here. The black-robed player thought for a moment. "I've never heard of the ghost flower. He probably got the ghost flower a few years ago. But he's still a student, attending Hades University. So he never held a red outfit show. Judging from his situation, he should be thinking of holding a red outfit show after reaching level 20. But he is quite famous in our military. It's not because of his ghost flower, but because he proposed several different career paths. And the dump truck that our military is now vigorously promoting was the first one he discovered. Don't you want to use the idea of the dump truck to build your mobile graveyard for the undead? When you have time, you can ask him. He's a professional at this. It's not a mobile graveyard for the undead. Mine has a special name. Called the graveyard magic. I plan to develop a new profession with this thing. If the necromancer doesn't raise corpses himself. What kind of necromancer is he? The black-robed man was unhappy when he heard it. C-Tan didn't have time to argue with him, but looked at Gu Shi. He was still a little worried at this time, wondering if Gu Shi could make it. At this moment, Gu Shi finally had a different reaction. Transformation to the underworld. C-Tan didn't feel anything at this time, but the man in black robe could clearly feel that the Yin Qi that was constantly strengthening around him seemed to pause. Then the Yin Qi seemed to have a master, and no longer rejected the human necromancer. C-Tan might not feel anything, but the man in black robe had a clear feeling. He looked up at Gu Shi, then fell to the ground like a madman, scratched the ground, and his eyes lit up when he looked at the soil. Chapter 2165 Roots in the core of the planet. Oh my god! It's the breath of the underworld. And it belongs to our underworld. The man in black robes lay on the ground, felt it carefully, and then he was unwilling to move. This feeling is really good, even if this is not his own underworld. It is not like before. Rejecting his power. Can you imagine what it feels like to be rejected by Yin Qi as a necromancer? It's like a fish being rejected by water. Of course, Gu Shi didn't hear all this at this time. If he heard it, he would know that the man in black robes in front of him was taking the route of a Western necromancer. If it was an Eastern necromancer, the word they used would not be the underworld, but the underworld. This point was not very noticeable at the beginning, but as the level of the necromancer increased, their route became clear, and the classification became more and more strict. The underworld or the underworld became the key. Of course, Gu Shi didn't need to care about these now. At this time, Gu Shi felt like a huge spider, weaving a web with the underworld flower. This net is wrapping up the entire planet. This is something that Gu Shi had never felt or achieved before. He had never thought that he would be able to achieve this with the Nether Spirit Flower one day. You should know that the Nether Spirit Flower he arranged in the Mirror Underground Palace took several years to arrange. Even the Nether Spirit Flower arrangement on the Yellow Spring Road took Gu Shi a full year and 7 months. But he still could not completely control the entire Yellow Spring Road. Now he covered the entire planet with Nether Spirit Flowers in just a few minutes. Of course, he would have this strange feeling. It was precisely because of this feeling that Gu Shi could not pay attention to anything else for the time being, until Gu Shi discovered that there was something like a root in the core of the planet. At this time, Gu Shi remembered that C-Tan had mentioned the situation in the Lilia star region before. It seemed that some of the planets were moved from other nearby star regions, and some were planted from the seeds of the world tree. It was unknown which of the two situations the planet Ikat was in, and it was unknown whether the roots at the core of the planet were arranged by humans or the enemy. Gu Shi opened his eyes and turned to look at C-Tan. From the words of the man in black robe, C-Tan knew that Gu Shi's action was correct. Gu Shi had already controlled the situation. So now Gu Shi turned around. Was it because of insufficient energy? This is actually possible. You know, Gu Shi is only level 16 now. Although he has the red Nether Spirit Flower, he has been in school these days and has not improved his level. Insufficient mana or energy. This is a possible thing. So C-Tan asked, Mr. Gu, do you need magic potions or other energy sources? Commander, do you have detailed information about Echatna? I found a root under Echatna, and I'm not sure where it came from. Whether it was arranged by our own people or the enemy. Root? I see. Damn it. All the high-level officials of the Lilia Star region have gone in, and no one knows the details. Mr. Gu, do you have any way to investigate the situation of the root? Gu Shi shook his head helplessly. He also wanted to investigate clearly. After all, the root was too conspicuous, and Gu Shi found that the root was wrong at the first time. But Gu Shi couldn't judge it, and couldn't destroy it. If it was the enemy's arrangement, it would be fine, and it would be destroyed by force. But if it was the original arrangement of the Lilia Star region, the situation would be different. Maybe once the root was broken, Echatna would be gone. Fortunately, the nearby military players also heard the conversation between Gu Shi and them. When C-Tan didn't give orders, they would also think about getting things done. The things in front of them were not difficult. What they needed to do was actually to find the earliest information about Echatna and determine whether anyone had planted roots or something. If yes, find a way to figure out what the roots were. If not, it would be even simpler. It must be the enemy's arrangement. Just tell Gushi to destroy it. So the military quickly took action, and used various means to find the corresponding information. At this time, C-10 also reacted. He knew that he was now the commander, and could not just wait for orders without giving them. So C-10 looked at Gushi. Mr. Gu, have you controlled Echatna now? No. I just controlled the surface. Originally, I thought that controlling the surface would be enough. But I didn't expect that there would be such an obvious route in the core position of the underground planet. The most important thing is that the roots are connected to the void. This should be the source of energy. But I am not sure what the essence of energy is now. Mr. Gu. In fact, we have achieved this step. At least now Echatna has completely returned. And we don't have to worry about being swallowed by the enemy's undead. The black-robed man said at the side. Gushi looked up at the black-robed man. When he came out just now, Gushi was busy with his own things and didn't see him. Who is this? Oh, he is Ding Boxian, a level 60 necromancer. And one of the 3 necromancer consultants I specially invited this time. C-10 quickly introduced the current situation to Gushi. Gushi glanced at the man in black robe. Although C-10 only introduced his most basic profession, Gushi could still see that the corpse-raising land in front of him was Ding Boyan's idea. But his situation was obviously not the eastern route. What a strange situation. Could it be that the western necromancer also talked about corpse-raising? It doesn't make sense. Gushi shook his head and said to Ding Boyan, Hello, Mr. Ding. I also want to let it go. But the situation in front of me is obviously wrong. If it were other planets, I might let this be. But now Echatna is our last nail in the Lilia Star region. If this place is gone, if we want to enter the Lilia Star region again, the time and energy we have to spend will not grow exponentially, but hundreds or thousands of times. So in this regard, we would rather delay it a little longer, but ensure that the last planet is completely in our hands. Yes, that's the reason. Mr. Gu, don't worry. I have arranged for someone to search. I believe there will be results soon. How is your current situation? Do you want some magic potion or something? Chapter 2166, Alternative Necromancer. In fact, this time he used the yin-yang transformation of the nether flower to cover the entire planet. Even with the assistance of the nether flower and Gushi's temporary unlimited mana, his spirit could not hold up. But now Gushi also understood that it was not the time for him to fall. He forced himself to hold on, and shook his head seriously. I'm fine. I can still hold on. If it doesn't work, I upgrade to the next level, and I can always get through it. C-10 was stunned for a moment by Gushi's reaction. And then he reacted. Gushi's level is only 16. Even if he needs to advance to the dungeon when he reaches level 20, which cannot be achieved now, there are still 3 upgrade opportunities before that. Unlike them, either they have not accumulated enough experience, or their levels have reached the top, and there is no chance to upgrade. How could they think of using upgrades to restore their status? Okay. As long as you are happy, C-10 said with a smile. After confirming that Gushi would be fine, C-10 ignored Gushi. Although the most critical problem of the core root of the planet has not been solved, other aspects are no longer a problem. C-10 wants to take this opportunity to clear all the enemies on Echatna and turn Echatna into the main base for advancement. This matter is also very important. They have been planning a counterattack before. It's just that the Lilia Star field has been affected, and nowhere is their home field. When the battle starts, C-10 is also under great pressure. Although there is still the last key problem that has not been solved. It is no longer the home field of the enemy undead. The situation is changing in a good direction. If C-10 can't seize this opportunity, he doesn't have to consider the subsequent battles. Anyway, C-10 now has only one idea: to send the troops out first and take down several occupied or swallowed places on Echatna. Ding Boxian, who was standing aside, knew what C-10 wanted to do at a glance. He stood up quickly. Commander, are we going to fight? I brought a lot of powerful troops. Gushi also realized what C-10 wanted to do. Gushi was about to tell C-10 that he also had several powerful troops available. Unexpectedly, C-10 turned around and entered the tent. Then a scene that surprised Gushi happened. Outside the tent, a large number of things like light pillars were erected. One after another, orders were passed along these light pillars. Gushi just took a look and realized that these light pillars had the ability to calculate and analyze, just like a Sanshin stone mirror. It seems that the command hall has a modified version, and was arranged by the military as soon as possible. But think about it. This is actually very reasonable. When the command hall was made, the military was the first to react and confirm the status of the command hall. The military will never miss anything that can be used to strengthen combat effectiveness. It's a pity that because of Gu Shi's momentary mistake, the command hall has no gate. Otherwise, Gu Shi would have to at least set up a command hall and arrange his troops. Gu Shi thought while pressing his forehead. When he was talking to C-10 just now, Gu Shi didn't feel anything. Now he already felt that his head was getting more and more uncomfortable. That was the feeling when his mental power was about to be drained. When Gu Shi was sleeping in the beauty castle, he kept finding time to release the death incarnation. And he was in this situation at that time. Now, Gu Shi has plenty of mana to release the death incarnation. And he hasn't encountered the feeling of his mental power being drained for a long time. This time, it was really uncomfortable for Gu Shi. Is your mental power insufficient? At this time, a voice sounded nearby. Gu Shi turned his head to the direction where the voice came from, and found that a man in a white robe was standing by. This man looked to be in his 40s. But he had a big beard. A black beard and a white robe. Plus a pure white wooden staff. Making him look like a wizard of the Holy Light system. But Gu Shi turned around and felt something was wrong. This man had a similar aura. This was another necromancer. And a high-level necromancer. Gu Shi looked again, and found that the white robe on the necromancer looked like linen. But in fact it had a faint smell of blood and a not too heavy energy. It seemed that everything was hidden by him. Gu Shi recalled the arrangement when he just entered this camp. If Ding Boyan in the black robe had arranged the corpse-raising ground on the ground before, then the one who made the tent with the animal skins that had just been peeled off was the one in front of him. Don't look at the white robe he wears. He has a really dark heart. This is a necromancer who follows the route of living sacrifice. A serious necromancer usually won't follow this route. After all, there are so many enemies in the game. There is no need to use various torture methods to increase the resentment of the undead. If you think your undead is weak, then take it to battle. Or just raise the corpse to strengthen it. But this kind of necromancer who follows the direction of blood sacrifice is a group of lunatics. They really torture to death in order to activate all the resentment. Gu Shi felt a little scared when he saw this kind of necromancer. But the man in white robe didn't notice Gu Shi's eyes. Or maybe he saw it, but didn't take it to heart. He just said there, your mental power is still too weak. And you don't seem to have a way to stimulate it. If you continue like this, although your mental power will not be damaged, you will inevitably be in a coma for a few days after the whole planet is arranged like this. Gu Shi thought for a while and said immediately, I know. I usually nourish my mental power. But this time, the matter is really too big. But don't worry. I can hold on. The white-robed man glanced at Gu Shi and was about to say something, when another necromancer in a red robe appeared from nearby. This necromancer is different from the previous two. His red robe is obviously stained with blood, and he is hanging a lot of weird decorations on his body. It is obvious that each decoration has a different function. It seems that this is the necromancer who arranged the decorations in front of the camp to suppress ghosts. I don't know where the military found these monsters. The previous Ding Boxian was better. At least, he was a normal necromancer. The two in front of him are already considered the alternative among the necromancers. I really don't know what benefit their existence will bring to the current battle. Chapter 2167 Red Dress in the Star Chain Ceremony. Fortunately, the emotional intelligence of the red-robed necromancer is much higher than that of the white-robed necromancer. Seeing Gu Shi's reaction, he knew what Gu Shi was thinking. We are just consultants, mainly playing a supporting role. The real necromancers who can fight have already entered the enemy area. By the way, this is for you. I made it myself. It will make you feel better. As the red-robed necromancer said this, he took out a string of decorations from his body and handed them to Gu Shi. Soul-broken decoration. Blue decorations made from special undead fragments can strengthen 10% of mental power and relieve headaches and other problems caused by a large amount of mental power consumption. Note: soul-broken decoration is a decoration made from the undead. The higher the level and number of undead put into it, the better the effect. The reason why it is only blue quality is because purple will cause negative effects. Looking at this information, Gu Shi understood that this is the specialty of the red-robed necromancer. It seems that my guess was correct. The red-robed necromancer in front of me is the soul-breaking ghost master. They are different from normal necromancers. No matter how strange the route taken by normal necromancers is, they will have some undead under their command that can be used for fighting. But the soul-breaking Ghost Master is different. All their undead are made into this kind of decorations. They are considered craftsmen among necromancers. They usually fight with various decorations. However, the route taken by the soul-breaking Ghost Master is strange. But their things are really strong among necromancers. Except for the red equipment that they do not make. They can make other equipment as long as there are enough undead. At this moment, the red-robed necromancer saw Gu Shi's problem at a glance. He did not give him expensive things, but directly gave him what Gu Shi needed most now. Thank you. Gu Shi hung the soul-breaking decoration on his waist. And then he closed his eyes, and really felt that his head didn't hurt so much. At about this time, military intelligence personnel had also brought relevant information about the Lilia Star region and Ecatna. This intelligence stated that all planets in the Lilia Star region, whether they were moved in or built, would undergo a ceremony. Star Chain Ceremony. Star Chain Ceremony is actually a relatively common ceremony, mostly used in some artificial star regions. It mainly involves attracting planets from the outside world, and certain means must be used to process them so that the planets can run according to the layout of the star region. Although this situation sounds simple, in fact, if there is no means such as the Star Chain Ceremony, you add a planet to a star system that has been running for who knows how many years. Apart from other things, even if there are no other planets in the star, it may not be handled safely. Not to mention that sometimes the newly added ones are orbiting 2 or 3 stars. Without a certain ceremony, it is impossible for the planet to run as planned. So all the planets in the Lilia Star region have actually all gone through the Star Chain Ceremony. According to the situation of the Star Chain Ceremony, all the planets have a certain connection with the corpse. However, the information in front of him is not very useful to Gu Shi, because Gu Shi is not sure which side the route belongs to. Do you want to gamble? Gu Shi hesitated. At this time, C-Tan also got the news and rushed out. Mr. Gu, what is the situation now? According to the message just sent, the route may be left by the Star Chain Ceremony. How do we deal with it now? Cut it off or leave it? Or assimilate it directly? C-Tan thought about it, and did not make a decision immediately, but asked seriously, can you assimilate this route? As long as the opponent's power does not exceed the red quality, it can be done. Gu Shi is relatively experienced in dealing with this. After all, there are many such routes on his Yellow Spring Road. Although the level and quality are not as high as the one in front of him, there is still a basis for dealing with it. C-Tan said seriously, then assimilate it directly. It will take me about 8 hours to completely clear Ecatna. Mr. Gu, I hope you can get the routes done by then. Let Ecatna become our home. Hearing C-Tan's serious words, Gu Shi also looked serious. Commander, please rest assured, I will take care of everything. After saying this, Gu Shi started to act. After the direction has been determined, there is no need to consider anything else. The Nether Spirit Flower can sense the roots in the core of the planet, which means that the Nether Spirit Flower has already come into contact with this thing. All Gu Shi has to do now is to graft the Nether Spirit Flower onto the roots. Then, through the means of the Nether Spirit Flower, assimilate the roots in front of you. The energy required for this kind of thing is no less than using the Nether Spirit Flower to occupy the entire Ecatna star in a short period of time. Gu Shi took a deep breath and let himself float up. At the same time, he closed his eyes and began to control the growth of the Nether Spirit Flower underground. This time, Gu Shi used the Nether Spirit Flowers grown on the entire Ecatna star. It felt like a spider directly closing its web and wrapping the entangled things tighter. However, just when Gu Shi contacted the roots in front of him through the Nether Spirit Flower, a look suddenly flashed in his eyes. That look was pure red, and Gu Shi saw a star field behind that look. Gu Shi understood that this was the origin of the red dress star field number 3 on the human side. Its function is to help humans cut and stabilize different star fields. His status is equivalent to Shinhua, and he is one of the more important red dresses of humans. When this look came over, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to see the power of the star domain origin means that this root of Ecatna still belongs to one of us. So Gu Shi quickly passed on the situation here through the Nether Spirit Flower. Gu Shi understood that as long as he contacted the star domain origin, he could get some help. Sure enough, as the Nether Spirit Flower transmitted the information to the star domain origin, it caused a reaction from the star domain origin. Soon a star map was sent to Gu Shi's mind. This star map is somewhat similar to the Lilia star domain map that Gu Shi had seen before. However, Gushi could see that the two blue and red grids similar to human blood vessels were the focus of the star map. This was the star domain origin, telling Gushi how all the planets in the Lilia star domain were bound to the two stars. If Gushi wanted to take down everything in front of him by assimilating the roots, he could start from this aspect. Chapter 2168. With the help of star domain origin, Gushi became much bolder in his actions. He manipulated the nether spirit flower to constantly occupy the root part, and slowly replaced the roots inside the Akatna star with those of the nether spirit flower. But soon Gushi discovered that he could do more than that. The roots? No. The star chain has actually connected to all the planets in the Lilia star domain. Even if these planets are occupied by the undead, nothing has changed. It is obvious that the treatment of star domain origin is beyond the imagination of normal people. He actually doesn't care whether these star domains are controlled by humans. He cares whether the operation of the star domain is complete. So whether it is occupied by humans, elves, or undead, does it have any direct relationship with him? Gushi only took a glance and understood the situation here. At the same time, Gushi also understood what he had to do now. No matter what the attitude of the power left by star domain origin was, Gushi accepted the military's call. Then he had to work for the military. Gushi decisively opened his eyes and raised his hand, and the reward box given to him by the military flew to Gushi's side. Gushi hooked his foot and opened the box, which contained some red suit warming time. This is what Gushi saw on the contract. This time, the military gave quite a lot of rewards, including 300 years of red suit warming time. Originally, Gushi planned to use this red suit warming time on the magic wand or the sword of the stargazer. But now, the ghost flower needs energy. Gushi grabbed these warming times and muttered in his heart, the military will definitely make up for this part of the resources. Gushi had just finished speaking when the 300 years of red suit warming time in his hand melted like ice and snow, turning into red liquid and injecting into the gloves of Gushi's hands. At this time, Gushi also understood that his mental strength was actually still a little insufficient. So he did not use his own power, but borrowed the power brought by the time of nurturing the red suit, injected it into the roots, and then followed the foundation laid by the origin of the star field to send his ghost flower to all other planets in the Lilia star field. Gushi even sent the ghost flower to the two stars in the Lilia star field. This time, Gushi did not let the ghost flower bloom on the surface of the planet, but connected it to the planet through the star chain. Gushi understood that the star Akkad had not been completely dealt with at the moment. Even if he attacked other planets at this time, he could not guarantee that there would be enough troops to attack. On the contrary, it was most appropriate for Gushi to occupy the passage to other planets at this time and prevent other planets from running away. Only by taking this opportunity to stop other planets first, the subsequent battle would be possible. Gushi believed that C-Tan would definitely understand the situation at hand. At this time, Gushi did not even intend to ask more questions, and controlled the ghost flower to hit the core position of other planets. Gushi's actions of operating the nether spirit flower were nothing to outsiders. After all, the people surrounding the periphery had no way to communicate with the origin of the star field through the nether spirit flower like Gushi did. There was no way to see the situation of the entire Lilia star field. They could only see that Gushi's actions became a little exaggerated there. He even kept taking out the red crystals from the box and using them. The two necromancers who were watching here, although they did not master the red equipment, they were still military consultants. Some basic knowledge reserves were still there. They could all see that the red crystals used by Gushi were the time for nurturing red equipment. Each piece represented more than 10 or 20 years of time gone. What was Gushi doing? It shouldn't be so difficult to take down an Akkad star. At this moment, the time for nurturing red equipment in Gushi's hands was also used up. And Gushi raised his hands to the sky. Nether spirit flower see starry sky link. After Gushi said this, he fell down directly. However, as Gushi fell, everyone saw countless ghost flowers spreading outward with Gushi as the center, as if they wanted to form a sea of stars. But the ghost flowers only floated a distance and disappeared in front of everyone. The necromancers who saw this situation immediately felt something was wrong. One of them stepped forward to support Gushi, and the other ran into a nearby tent to call C-Tan. Gushi was their hope for this battle. Not long after arriving, Gushi had already solved the home field problem of Akatna star. If Gushi fell here, I don't know how to fight the next battle. When C-Tan heard that the situation outside was not right, he was so scared that he put down his work and rushed out of the tent. At this time, The red-robed necromancer was helping Gu Shi hang parts on him. Seeing C-Tan coming out, the red-robed necromancer said, "Commander." His mental power was exhausted all of a sudden, so he fell down. "Just take a rest." Hearing this, C-Tan finally felt relieved. He also knew that Gu Shi came out of the game and rushed here without taking a rest. And as soon as he arrived here, he directly dealt with the entire Akatna star. Such mental power consumption is really too great. As a result, after turning the entire Akatna star into the home of human undead, he had to deal with the core of the planet again. This is almost a non-stop rotation, without stopping. Not to mention Gu Shi. Even if a high-level player comes here, he will be too tired to bear it. Although Gu Shi said before that he could restore his mental power through means such as upgrading, but direct upgrading is not omnipotent. At the moment, it is clear that there is no time to upgrade, and the mental power has been exhausted. C-Tan was somewhat helpless. Help him in, and let him have a good sleep. "No, Commander. I feel something is wrong." His movements before he fell down were quite strange. He used up all the 300 years of warming time. Hearing this, C-Tan also saw the box that Gu Shi had placed aside. The other rewards in the box were still there, but the red crystals that were originally placed at the bottom of the box were all gone. C-Tan wanted to say that these were all rewards for Gu Shi. Gu Shi could use them however he wanted, and no one else could control it. But he always felt that something was wrong here. C-Tan turned his head and looked at the white-robed necromancer and asked, "Zhou Qi, do you have any way to wake Mr. Gu up? We need to determine what is happening in front of us." "Okay, but you have to ask Lu Bian to help me. My technique is somewhat stimulating. Don't hurt anyone." Chapter 2169 Gu Shi's Efforts. The red-robed necromancer didn't say much when he heard this, and took out a bunch of things and hung them on Gu Shi's body. As these things were hung up, the white-robed necromancer Zhou Qi also took out a dagger. The weapons in Zhou Qi's hands all looked full of positive energy. But after his weapons were pulled out, everyone felt a chill. Putting the dagger between Gu Shi's eyebrows, Gu Shi's eyes couldn't help but turn twice. "Wake up! Wake up!" Seeing this, Zhou Qi hurriedly called C-Tan over. At this time, Gu Shi could no longer feel the situation outside. But he still said, "Commander, I have connected to all the planets in the Lilia star field, and the entrance is there. Don't let anyone take the passage away." After Gu Shi finished this sentence, Gu Shi really closed his eyes and fell asleep directly. When C-Tan heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. As the commander-in-chief of the battle in the Lilia star region, he certainly understood what Gu Shi meant. This was something Gu Shi did that he had not expected. C-Tan glanced at the land not far away that was already covered with dark spirit flowers. Hesitant and confused, he wanted to ask Gu Shi, but found that Gu Shi was really asleep. After thinking about it, C-Tan stepped forward and inserted the long sword he brought with him into the dark spirit flower. Then he turned to Zhou Qi and said, "Find a way to protect Mr. Gu and get the best potion for him to use. I will apply for warming time. I will talk about the rest when I come back." After saying that, C-Tan turned around and went out. This time he really had to find someone to help him. And Gu Shi slept very well. When he woke up, he found that his mind was clear. It seemed that his mental strength had increased by many times. Gu Shi pressed his forehead and did not find that he had been transformed by someone. He lifted the quilt and stood up with some doubt, but heard the sound of ding-dong. Gu Shi looked down and found that a large number of broken soul ornaments were falling from him. It can be seen that these were the ones that the red-robed necromancer Lu Bian put on him to save his life after he fell asleep. It seems that the previous situation really scared them. However, Gu Shi would not regret his choice. If he had not connected all the star chains of the planets in the Lilia star region in one go, he would not have such a good opportunity when he came back again. At that time, they would have to spend more time and energy to find the missing planets through the star chain. Unlike now, Gu Shi took all the planets in one go. Even if these planets in the Lilia star region have fallen into the hands of the enemy, the core star chain is under the control of the human military. So the autonomy has obviously expanded a lot. At least the initiative is now back in the hands of the military for the first time. Of course, the military is not the kind of existence that listens to one side. After C-Tan reported the situation, the military actually took corresponding actions in the shortest time. The military had no way to invite the big guy, Star Domain Origin, but they could still call out a few players who mastered the star movement or star chain rituals. In just a few hours, relevant experts rushed over and proved everything Gu Shi said. Gu Shi used the Nether Spirit Flower to forcibly connect all the star chains of the planets in the Lilia star domain. In other words, the appearance of Gu Shi directly changed the situation on the battlefield. This time, the human side had a much greater chance of winning. In this way, the military was quite happy. They had been worried that if this battle continued, the Lilia star domain would be directly destroyed, or it would become the enemy's military base. You have to know that the Lilia star domain itself is in the heart of the human territory. From here, no matter where they fight, it is the core star domain of mankind. It can be said that in order to prevent the worst from happening, humans have mobilized all the troops that can be mobilized to nearby star domains. Gu Shi's move avoided the possibility of the matter escalating. Once the military is happy, it is quite easy to talk to. Didn't Gu Shi fall asleep because of a problem with his mental power? Then find a way to replenish Gu Shi's mental power. When Gu Shi fell asleep, an orange equipment used to strengthen his mental power was delivered to his place, and it could be bound as soon as Gu Shi woke up. At the same time, the time Gu Shi spent on the red suit to keep the star chain has been replenished, and even doubled and delivered to Gu Shi. In addition, the military also stated that after the mission is over, Gu Shi must be given more benefits. If Gu Shi is willing to join the military, regardless of his rank, he will be directly promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel. If he does not want to join the military warehouse can be opened to Gu Shi for 3 days, and Gu Shi can buy any item from it at a fair price as long as it is not a red suit. This is the greatest kindness of the military to Gu Shi. Of course, Gu Shi, who just woke up, didn't know all this. At this time, he was looking at the situation around him, and then he pushed open the door of the tent and walked out. Outside the tent was a busy camp. A large amount of supplies were being gathered and transported to a location. Gu Shi looked over there and found that various players were using their abilities to build a fairly large portal. The portal in front of him was about the same size as the Dark Gate, which was a large portal that was at least more than 100 meters high and at least 60 to 70 meters wide. As long as there was enough energy, hundreds of people could enter the portal at the same time and be transported to another location. In other words, it would only take about a minute for a force of about 10,000 people to pass through here. Such a super large portal is actually small in the capabilities of the military. The military actually has something called a star gate, which allows the military's main starships to teleport between star fields. It can even be used to teleport asteroids or interstellar fortresses. So the portal that can be passed by hundreds of people is actually a small portal. The reason why it is not made bigger is that the area occupied by the Nether Flower Sea and Starry Sky link that Gu Shi had previously arranged is only this large. If the portal is arranged too large, it will not be able to connect to other planets that have disappeared or lost their home effect. In order to ensure that Gu Shi's efforts will not be in vain, the final portal can only be made this large. Fortunately, the current progress of the portal that can enter hundreds of people in a batch is already quite good. At least Gu Shi's efforts have not been in vain. Right? Chapter 2170 Military Rewards. Mr. Gu, are you awake? When Gu Shi was looking at the portal, a voice came from behind. Gu Shi looked back and found that it was Zhou Qi, the white-robed necromancer. Although Gu Shi fell asleep directly after completing the Sea of Flowers, but Gu Shi was still somewhat aware of some of the outside world. Gu Shi could still feel Zhou Qi's efforts to save him at that time. Yes, I'm awake. Thank you so much before. How is the situation now? That's what I should do. I have to admit that Mr. Gu, you are this. Zhou Qi raised a thumbs up and said to Gu Shi, as soon as you arrived, you solved a lot of troubles. The current battle situation is under our control. That's good. Gu Shi was also relieved when he heard it. He was still worried that he fell asleep and didn't know whether the things behind were done. At this time, Zhou Qi also began to explain the current situation. Because Echatna star has regained its home advantage, the military's necromancer easily occupied Echatna completely. Within a few hours, the enemy undead in Echatna had been cleared. Although it would take quite a long time to change from the undead state back to the ecological environment that the elves and druids like. But it is better than being occupied by others. Now the military has begun to consolidate its control over Echatna on the one hand. And on the other hand, it is also building a portal and preparing to start the plan to take back the Lilia star field. According to the military's existing plan, Gu Shi and his team need to take over the entire Lilia star field planet by planet. At the same time, There are 2 stars in the void outside the Lilia star field, and a major cleanup is required, especially the corpse stars in the 2 stars, which are the focus of the cleanup. Before the source of the enemy is found, the military has positioned all the problems to clear all the dangers that will affect human society. This time, Gu Shi and his team's mission is to take back the Lilia star field. As for the mastermind behind this incident, others will deal with it. Although the goal has been determined, Gu Shi understands that it is not so easy to achieve this. Previously, Gu Shi participated in the star chain of the Lilia star domain with some of the power left by the origin of the star domain. Gu Shi saw very clearly that a large part of the starting points of the star chain of the Lilia star domain were on the corpse stars. There is an 80% possibility that the problem in the current situation lies here. Before the corpse star is dealt with, it will be difficult for the Lilia star domain to return to its original state. But if the corpse star is destroyed or dealt with, the Lilia star domain will have nothing to attract the attention of those druids. If this battle continues, the Lilia star domain will probably be destroyed. Gu Shi thought about it while talking to Zhou Qi about the war in the Lilia star domain. At this time, C10 also heard the news that Gu Shi had woken up, and he rushed over with a few men. Mr. Gu, you're awake. That's great. Although I'm a little anxious, I still have to ask you for help in some situations. Commander, please speak. Gu Shi stood up straight when he heard it. I think you already know that we have taken down Acadna. But the battles on other planets still have the same problem. We have enough troops and enough necromancers. But other planets are not our home ground. Before we control the home advantage, even if we invest a large force, we can't take down those planets. These planets are as troublesome as the underworld. The dead enemies will soon become new undead. So we still need the home advantage. Commander, don't worry. Didn't I come here for this? When will we set off? Gu Shi said immediately when he heard it. He understood what C10 meant. This is to hope that he can make more efforts, but worried that his mental strength can't support it. Seeing that Gu Shi agreed so readily, C10 also said quickly, don't worry. We have specially invited 2 auxiliary players to help you strengthen your mental power. In addition, the military sent an orange equipment to strengthen the mental power and protect it from damage. In addition, we have magic circle experts and other experts on standby. As long as you have any ideas, we can realize them immediately. We can guarantee that things like the previous ones will not happen again. Gu Shi wanted to say something, but C10 directly sent a box over. The box was not closed tightly, and Gu Shi could see the orange light coming out of the box without opening it. This clearly told Gu Shi that there was an orange equipment in the box. At the same time, Gu Shi also felt the breath of time. That was the time for the red equipment to be nurtured. I just don't know how long this time will be. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it is definitely more than the reward given to Gu Shi before. Gu Shi was not polite either. He knew what kind of attitude the military would like. After opening the box and looking inside, Gu Shi found that most of the box was red crystals. A very ordinary looking ring was placed in the red crystal. This ring seemed to be made of wood, and it looked like a ring made of branches. Dots of green light were radiating from the ring. Obviously, this was a rare healing equipment. Holy Spirit Tree Ring Orange. Ring. Unbound. After equipping, Intelligence plus 10. Perception plus 10. Charm plus 10. Mana increased by 50. Equipment requirements, Intelligence 10. Constitution 20. Special 1, Gift of Nature. Automatically treat and restore nearby with 3 times the intelligence every second. And check everyone in the affected range every 5 seconds. Automatically clearing a negative effect and debuff. Special 2, Breeze Through the Leaves. Automatically dispels a negative effect or debuff for the decorator every 10 seconds. When the vitality is above 50%, the Breeze Through the Leaves effect will become a strong breeze through the leaves, and the dispelled negative effect or debuff cannot be activated again within 15 minutes. Special 3, Moonlight Blessing. Automatically bless the user with a Moonlight Blessing. The user's mental power is increased by 200%, and the mental influence range is increased by 200%. Under the moonlight, this effect will be increased by 2 to 3 times, and it is guaranteed that the user will not be damaged due to the exhaustion of mental power. Special 4, Forest Shelter. Located in the forest or in the plants, it can be automatically affected by the breath of nearby trees and generate a protective shield equivalent to the user's vitality. Explanation 1. The forest is the best shelter, and the better shelter than the forest is the forest under the moonlight. Explanation 2. when the wind blows through the woods. It is the sound of nature. Chapter 2171 Military Preparations. Just by looking at the properties of the ring in front of him, Gu Shi understood the sincerity of the military. In order to prevent Gu Shi from being affected by insufficient mental power, the military directly took out such a ring. In this Holy Spirit tree ring, except for the third moonlight blessing, which strengthens mental power and protects mental power from being affected, the remaining three are all restoring life, or dealing with negative effects and debuffs. Although the first and second are somewhat similar, but Gu Shi can clearly see that the first one is aimed at the curse and negative effects brought by the enemy on the battlefield, and can also be targeted at nearby troops. The second one is aimed at the negative effects brought by purple equipment. With this one, it can almost be guaranteed that even if the whole body is purple, there will be no negative effects. The last one is used to increase life. From the last one, as long as Gu Shi is in the forest, he will not be killed directly. But Gu Shi always has a feeling that the properties of the Holy Spirit tree ring in front of him seem to be selected for the characteristics of the Lilia star region in front of him. Gu Shi reached out and took the Holy Spirit tree ring and put it on his finger. Gu Shi had just given the fox eye ring to the orange guard Xingjiawei, and now he didn't have any suitable rings on his hand. The Holy Spirit tree ring came at the right time. After the Holy Spirit tree ring was bound to him, Gu Shi turned to Si Tan and said, "We can set off. Just get ready. I have prepared 2 combat teams for you. One to assist you and one to protect you." Si Tan quickly set his arrangements. "You are the main planet. Please follow our rhythm." Okay. Gu Shi didn't know how the military was cooperating. In this case, he should just follow the command. Soon Gu Shi saw what the military had taken out. When looking at the steel chariot in front of him that was 30 meters wide, Gu Shi was speechless. This wouldn't be the legendary land cruiser. The military would also conduct research on this kind of thing? What do they think? Seeing Gu Shi's confusion, Si Tan explained to Gu Shi, "This is the land transportation and combat system that the military studied before the appearance of the dump truck. You can see that the quality of this thing is still very good. It's just a little small, and can only carry more than 100 people at a time. No matter in terms of moving speed or various functions, it can't be compared with the dump truck." So after the dump truck was equipped to each legion, this kind of land cruiser became obsolete. This is the best among the land cruisers. Everything inside has been modified. It has enhanced magic effects and the function of spiritual release. You can go up directly. I will open the transmission channel for you. When you get there, you can take action to deal with the home field problem. That? Gu Shi waited for Si Tan to finish everything before hesitating to ask. "Mr. Gu, if you have any other requirements, you can directly put them forward. As long as we can do it, we will complete it in the shortest time." Si Tan directly stated the attitude of the military. "Then I just want to ask, can I send troops to fight by myself?" Si Tan blinked at Gu Shi's request. This is really hard to answer. You know, for this battle, the military really transferred a large number of necromancers from different places. The level of these necromancers is over 45. Maybe not all of them are masters who control the City of Death, but the level of their undead troops is also comparable to their own necromancers. Although Gu Shi controls the ghost flower, his level is really not strong. In this case, you can imagine what level of strength Gu Shi's undead troops have. I really don't know if this kind of undead will play any good role on the battlefield. Looking at Si Tan's embarrassment, Gu Shi didn't force it anymore. It doesn't matter if the undead troops are not used. When the ghost flower turns the battlefield into the main field, Gu Shi will also participate in the battle. And these people don't understand what the ghost flower planet represents. The ghost flower is not only beautiful, but also can be used for yin and yang conversion. The ghost flower is also lethal. Gu Shi is bound to participate in this battle. The kindness of the red-dressed boss is not so easy to refuse. Seeing Gu Shi board the land cruiser, Si Tan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He also understood Gu Shi's thoughts, but he also had to consider the overall situation. On the one hand, Gu Shi's own level made him somewhat embarrassed. He had to command the overall battle, and could not watch Gu Shi mess around. After joining Gu Shi's undead army, who would he listen to for the command? Gu Shi is a big boss in red suits, and he is also a big boss in red suits. This time is his chance to prove himself. He can't just let it go. On the other hand, he hopes that Gu Shi can focus all his energy on the home field conversion. After all, the home field conversion is the key to this battle. if Gushi's attention is all on his troops, who will come to convert the home field. After all, when Gushi's troops are sent out and the battle starts, should Gushi pay attention to where his men are and what the situation is like? So, even if he is a bad guy, C-Tan has to suppress Gushi's idea. After getting on the land cruiser with the box, Gushi saw two troops composed of players. These two-player troops are 5-person teams, but one is a standard combat team, which has a main tank, a main nurse, a main C, a panacea, and a deputy C. Their levels are not much different, and each of them has 2 orange equipment. From the badges on them, it can be seen that they belong to the kind of military combat team that has fought together since childhood, grown together, and cooperated very well. They are the main defenders of this battle. Their main task is to protect Gushi's safety and prevent anyone from approaching Gushi when Gushi is on the main field of the planet. The other team is obviously a temporary team. This team includes 5 of the most classic auxiliary professions such as priests, shamans, and druids. They were drawn from various military teams and temporarily put together. This can also be seen from the badges on them. Their biggest role is to provide support for Gushi when Gushi is on the main field of the planet. Ensure that Gushi will not have the same situation as last time. After a planet is converted, Gushi fell asleep directly. In addition, there are only 10 crew members on the land cruiser, who are mainly responsible for driving the land cruiser. They have received orders that when the land cruiser attacks this time, they are not allowed to fire. All energy must be used on movement and defense to ensure that Gushi arrives at the designated location safely. Chapter 2172 Druid Cemetery. After boarding the land cruiser, Gushi set off immediately. At this time, all the troops that were transferring stopped at the portal and made way for Gushi's land cruiser. Gushi had never experienced such a thing before. He sat on the land cruiser and didn't know what to say. At this time, the captain of the land cruiser also noticed Gushi's expression and said there, "Mr. Gu, you have to get used to all this. In the army, everything is based on the mission as the priority. Your current mission is the most priority mission, and others will make way for you." Gushi then realized that he was not in the game at the moment, but in the real world, completing the military's mission. Some ideas must be changed. So Gushi nodded and said, "I see. Where are we going next?" "Sukeliusa. Let me see. The 7th gate after entering the portal. Sukeliusa is the planet farthest from Ecatna, and the closest to the Corpse Star. The forest coverage here reaches 96%, and the population occupancy rate is only 1.31%. The captain of the land cruiser immediately told what he knew. Gushi was speechless when he heard such a high forest coverage rate. After entering such a forest, if there is no guide or something, it is difficult to move forward. Shouldn't such a difficult planet be put last? Why would they prioritize this planet? Gushi asked directly about the unclear places in front of him. The captain laughed when he heard it. "Mr. Gu, you don't know that the Sukeliusa star in front of you is actually the cemetery of the entire Lilia star field. Doesn't the Lilia star field produce druids? The players here have a habit of choosing a tree seed when they are born. Usually, they soak in a liquid mixed with their own amniotic fluid and blood. When they grow up, they will inject mana into the tree seed on their birthdays. In this way, this tree seed will slowly represent the identity of this player. When the player is fine, the tree seed is just a tree seed. But as long as the player dies in battle, the tree seed will automatically take root and sprout and begin to grow automatically. This, when the player dies in the game, their family will know that the player is in trouble. At this time, they will have 2 choices. If the player dies in the game, their family will send the tree seeds to Sukeliusa star and let them grow naturally. If the player dies in the real world, their family will plant the seeds in the player's body. Let the seeds absorb everything from the player, and then plant the grown saplings around them, or send them to Sukeliusa star. Anyway, Sukeliusa star is the druid's graveyard. If this place is taken away by the enemy, the consequences will be disastrous. Gushi heard it. Okay. He already understood the situation here. For other players, Sukeliusa star is definitely not the first to fight. But in the current situation, facing the undead enemies, Sukeliusa star must be the first to be taken. Otherwise, if the enemy occupies this place, it will not take long before this place becomes a source of troops for the undead. There is a forest coverage rate of more than 96% here. Just think about it, and you can know how many druid players have been buried here over the years. even if some druids' bodies were not collected in the game. But the tree species are connected with the druids themselves, which can ensure that a magic undead can be summoned under each tree here. Think about what the most terrifying attack of the necromancer is. That is an existence that is more powerful than the skeleton's one sword slash. The poisonous fog sea of corpse witches. Tens of millions of corpse witches release poisonous fog in one direction at the same time. No matter how strong the poisonous fog is, the first blow can kill many powerful beings. If Sukaliasha is not taken down, even if other planets are taken down, the subsequent battles will be quite difficult. I understand. Gushi just whispered. The captain of the land cruiser didn't say anything more at this time. The land cruiser opened outward and drove to the designated portal entrance and exit. The next moment, Gushi felt the dampness coming towards him. Good guy. He just arrived at Sukaliasha, and this planet taught him a lesson. It wasn't raining, but Gushi's clothes were soaked. Water dripped from Gushi's body and fell on the deck of the land cruiser. The steel land cruiser began to rust immediately, and some mechanical parts that were still working were no longer working. Something is wrong, the captain of the land cruiser said loudly. He ordered his men to find a way to repair the land cruiser. He also understood that it didn't matter if he died here. But if Gushi died here, it would be a big deal. But at this time, Gushi stood up immediately. As he walked forward, a large amount of Inchi surged under his feet. Gushi didn't do much. Just released the Naiha bridge and dragged the land cruiser to the Naiha bridge. One end of the Naiha bridge is the enemy's territory, and the other end is Gushi's underworld Huangquan. As for the Naiha bridge, Gushi believed that no one could rush up. But now that Gushi has become the lord of the underworld, after releasing the Naiha bridge, he is not alone. Gushi used his own Huangquan road at the first time. This is a forest in front of him, and it is a forest with such high humidity. If you want to deal with such a place, the desert is naturally the best choice. Although Gushi is not the kind of death god behind the mummy, in the world of Lost Light, Gushi has really taken down any good environment and scenery. Gushi also collected deserts. After judging the current situation, Gushi immediately pointed his hand upward. Huangquan Road. Desert section. Under Gushi's operation, a large amount of yellow sand quickly poured out from the vicinity of Naiha Bridge and rushed towards the nearby trees. Although he knew that these trees were likely to be the graves of druids, Gushi didn't care at all. In Gushi's opinion, there were so many trees here, and it wouldn't matter if some were lost. Now we need to gain a firm foothold. In addition to releasing the desert environment, Heat Wave, one of the 3 climate undead under Gushi, also appeared behind Gushi immediately. Although Heat Wave is a climate type undead, he actually already had a body when he became an undead. It's just that his body is more ghostly than a ghost. Other ghosts are only translucent, but he is directly transparent. Only when he moves, there will be a wave in the air caused by the rising heat wave. Chapter 2173 The Mastermind, The Buried Bone Cult. As soon as the heat wave appeared, a large amount of water vapor surged out of the nearby forest. The white steam rose, giving people the feeling of entering a sauna. Feeling the hot air coming towards him, Gushi also pressed his forehead. He felt that he had made the wrong choice. In this environment, he should have released the snow crystal. But after the heat wave came out, it rushed out enthusiastically. Gushi couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Just turning his head, the nearby woods also rose with white mist like water vapor. Even the heat wave was still rushing towards the distance. The captain of the land cruiser was speechless. Mr. Gu, what is this? The undead of the climate type can change the climate on the spot. But it seems a bit too much. It's okay. It won't affect our handling of the present. When Gushi spoke, the rising water vapor had risen to the sky. When it encountered cold air and was blown by the wind, it began to turn into heavy rain and fell down. Although Gushi had seen heavy rain in the game before, but this was the first time that Gushi had to fight in the rain. Fortunately, my nether spirit flower will not be affected by the heavy rain, Gushi said calmly. Then Gushi raised his hand, and a large number of nether spirit flower seeds flew out. At the same time, several city gates behind Gushi were opened. Many undead rushed out. Seeing Gushi's actions, the combat team protecting Gushi hurried forward to stop him. Mr. Gu, I know you are a necromancer and have enough power in your hands. But at this time, please don't mess around. We need to concentrate on our tasks. Gushi shook his head. I don't mean to let them join the battle. This is a transport unit. When Gushi spoke, Everyone also saw that the undead troops coming out of the city gate were pushing carts or carrying things in their hands. These things were bags of nether spirit flower seeds. These were the tasks that Gu Shi arranged before he fell asleep. After all, Gu Shi also understood that it was so tiring for him to control a Cadna and turn it into his home field, in addition to his weak mental power. Another reason was that the ghost flower gloves had to control the seed generation on one side and the transformation of the entire planet on the other. Multi-line operation at the same time would consume Gu Shi's mental power exponentially. Before he fell, Gu Shi had already thought about how to deal with the lack of mental power. He also knew that he could not complete the home field conversion of a planet, so he fell asleep for a while. At the same time, he did not know that the military would give him orange equipment to strengthen his mental power. So at that time, Gu Shi had only one idea, which was to use the ghost flower seeds in Yaladowai City. This was a successful case that Gu Shi had experimented with before. When Gu Shi was fighting Huangquan Road, he paved Huangquan Road with this kind of ghost flower seeds that were planted. In the past few months, although most of the ghost flower seeds planted in the magic planting area of Yaladowai City were transported to Huangquan Road, a batch of ghost flower seeds were still left behind. After all, Gu Shi also needs to store some spare supplies. And Eve also needs some seeds of the ghost flower for experiments. This time, Gu Shi took out all the ghost flower seeds that were stored. Looking at the seeds that were moved out by the undead porters, Gu Shi said lightly, "This mission is really a bit of a disadvantage. And I have to invest resources myself." The captain of the land cruiser said as soon as he heard it, "If you need anything, you can tell the commander, and anything can be transferred to you. It's useless. What I need is the seeds of the ghost flower. This is a special material for red clothes, and there is no way to collect it for the time being," Gu Shi finally explained. And then he pushed the ghost flower seeds piled in front of him outward. A strong wind blew from behind Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi borrowed the power of the Griffin Black Throne and used the wind to push the seeds of the ghost flower to every corner of Sukalia Shastar. Among these seeds, there are naturally official seeds of the ghost flower. However, because there are ordinary seeds in it, Gu Shi does not need to devote most of his energy to the changes and generation of the seeds of the nether spirit flower. He can have more energy to control the seeds of the nether spirit flower to fall to every corner of Sukalia Shastar. When Gu Shi planted the nether spirit flower, the undead on Sukalia Shastar also felt it. After all, the environment has changed so much, and a large number of seeds fell from the sky. Anyone who is not brainless can feel that something is wrong. Just as Citan judged, the undead, who invaded the Lilia Star region this time also focused their attention on Sukalia Shastar. However, the reason they paid attention here was not what Citan and others thought. It is because this is the cemetery of the Druids, and because the Sakaliusa star is relatively close to the Corpse star. This is actually the fundamental reason for the incident in the Lilia star field this time. Using a corpse to act as the most critical star in the entire star field. Then you have to bear the backlash from the corpse. Although the corpse in front of you is full of vitality and suitable for planting the world tree, but no one knows what else is hidden in the corpse. Although the Lilia star field has always been the territory of the Druids, some people have slowly turned to the undead behind the scenes. A cult has always been popular in the Lilia star field. It is a cult that calls itself the Buried Bone Cult. They have always believed that they have been guided by the residual consciousness in the corpse star and have realized a key. They want to revive the corpse that has lost its head. They want to change the attributes of the Lilia star field. As for who is behind this cult, that is no longer available. The only thing we know is that before the problem occurred, some of the high-level officials in the Lilia star field were actually believers of the Buried Bone religion. The most important core location of the Buried Bone religion is actually Sukalia Shastar. They chose this place for a reason. On the one hand, it is naturally because it is closest to the corpse star. On the other hand, it is because there are few people here. Sukalia Shastar, which is almost entirely forest, has a total population of only a few people. Even if they encounter some troubles, they just need to hide in the forest, and no one will notice their existence. When the military came this time, they also thought that it would be like before. The military would deal with the affairs of other planets first, and then deal with the difficult Sukalia Shastar in front of them. But they never expected that Gu Shi would come here in the first place, and released a large number of ghost flowers. Although they didn't know what the seeds of the ghost flowers were, they instinctively felt that this thing was incompatible with the environment of Sukalia Shastar. When Gushi used the wind to blow the ghost flower seeds to every corner of Tsukalisha Star, the people left behind by the buried bone religion moved their hands. Chapter 2174 The Power of the Dead Druid. Gushi had no idea about the unusual movement of the bone burial cult. At this time, his attention was still on the wind. Although Gushi was now using air spells equivalent to level 40. Although he now had unlimited mana and enough mental strength, he really couldn't blow the strong wind all over the planet in a short time. You have to know that the speed of the wind is not very fast. If you want to blow all over the planet in a short time, the wind force must be at least level 20. This level of wind force is underestimated by calling it a typhoon. Don't say whether Gushi can release it at ordinary times. Even if he releases it, the wind force will become smaller and smaller in this forest. So Gushi can only use some air spells to assist the wind force. Now Gushi is busy with this matter. How can he pay attention to some small details on this planet? As for the troops sent by the altar, they want to know what happened to Tsukalisha Star. But this is not their home ground now, and they only have 20 people in total. When they came, they were ordered by the altar to keep an eye on Gushi and not let him focus on other things. In this case, how could they have the energy to look at the world? At most, they would observe if there were any problems nearby. And if someone wanted to attack Gushi, they would protect him. For this reason, neither Gushi nor these troops noticed the unusual movement of the buried bone cult. Gushi could feel that the seeds of the nether spirit flower he released seemed to have fallen into the cement. It can be felt. But it seems that there is always a layer of separation. This situation made Gushi pay attention to it. As a red dress, the seeds automatically generated by the nether spirit flower will not have such problems. But this time, Gushi mixed a large number of seeds after the second generation into the seeds. All these seeds were planted in Gushi's death city. Could it be because of this aspect? Gushi was somewhat worried. Just as Gushi was about to release the official seeds of the netherworld flower, the atmosphere of the Tsukalisha Star in front of him changed significantly. This change made Gushi's eyes light up. Then he turned to his men and said, "Open all the pockets for me, and pour out all the seeds of the netherworld flower." It turned out that Gushi felt that the heat wave caused the climate change. The heat wave could be used as a climate-type weirdness from the Lost Light Doomsday. And it had a certain understanding of the climate. At least he knew his own situation. After the heat wave came out and waved around, it discovered Gushi's actions. Gushi wanted to use the wind to send the seeds of the netherworld flower out. But Gushi's wind could not control such a large range. At least it did not blow directly to the right place. At this time, the heat wave was useful. He turned himself into hot air and rose into the air. Just like when he first came here, he directly rose up water vapor. In the process of rising, he would definitely encounter air of different temperatures. This formed the wind. And it was really connected to the wind of the entire planet. Gushi immediately understood what Relon was doing. So Gushi ordered his undead porters to pour out all the seeds of the ghost flower. As the seeds of the ghost flower were poured out, the strong wind dragged the ghost flower into the air like a big hand. At this time, Gushi could also put some of his thoughts aside and open air spells such as the dimensional gate in the sky. Seeing the situation in front of him, the 5 players who were responsible for assisting also reacted. The druid among them said, "Do you think he has planned everything a long time ago? Don't ask too much. We just need to do our own things. Get ready quickly. I think he is going to use a big move." While they were talking, Gushi also used the dimensional gate and other means to throw out the seeds. Because a large number of ghost flower seeds were gathered together and blown away by the wind. So the feeling of being soaked in cement before was gone. Gushi could clearly feel that the seeds of the ghost flower were sent to different corners of this planet. However, this time the seeds of the ghost flower fell from the sky. And not all of them fell to the ground. Some of the seeds of the ghost flower fell on the leaves of the trees. And the trees on the Tsukalisha planet are all graves of dead druids. When the seeds of the ghost flower fell, they also aroused the marks left by some druids. When Gushi did not make a move, some of the seeds of the ghost flower actually sprouted. Gushi naturally felt this situation. He shook his head helplessly. He thought things would be relatively simple. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at Tsukalisha, there would be such and such problems. It seems that he still thought things were too simple. Fortunately, the current situation is still going smoothly. Although the seeds of the nether spirit flower were not delivered to every corner, they have covered most of Tsukalisha. Now is not the time to drag this matter. Gushi estimated the location and time of the nether spirit flower falling. and opened the box beside him as soon as possible. Seeing Gushi's actions, everyone on the land cruiser became nervous. Everyone understood that Gushi was just preparing just now. Now Gushi is about to start. They followed here just to protect Gushi at this moment. So the combat team quickly took their positions. Some wearing armor, and some holding weapons. The 5 auxiliary teams surrounded Gushi and gave him various different buffs. Gushi had no time to pay attention to them. At this time, Gushi was thinking about this action in his mind, because he had the seeds of the ghost flower planted by himself. This time Gushi needed to process them in 3 different steps. He didn't need to consume the warming time like before, and fully activate the ghost flower gloves to control the effect. For this reason, the warming time required for the first time was not that much. It seems that there will be profit this time. When Gushi picked up a handful of warming time, such a thought flashed through his mind. But soon all his energy was focused on the ghost flower gloves. By injecting warming time, Gushi said calmly, the ghost flower is blooming. The next moment, there were also ghost flower seeds on this Sukalyasha planet. Whether it was transformed by the ghost flower gloves or the ghost flower seeds that Gushi transported from the city of Aridov, all were affected by the ghost flower gloves and grew and bloomed rapidly. At this time, Gushi also felt the power of the dead druids on Sukalyasha for the first time. Plants grow faster. Chapter 2175 Enemy Appearance. So strong. Could this be the power of the red suit? When Gushi made his move, the 5 players who were assisting him also started talking. At first, they didn't quite understand why Gushi sent out those seeds. They didn't know what these seeds were used for. But as the ghost flowers bloomed and withered, everyone was stunned. Gushi's movements were quite slow when he arranged them before. But now the ghost flowers are changing very quickly. In almost a blink of an eye, the places around them were all the newly grown ghost flowers. And more ghost flower petals are constantly falling, and constantly turning into seeds to regenerate new ghost flowers. But only Gushi himself knows that only half of this situation is the power of his ghost flowers. The other part comes from the power of the druids. Or it can be said that the breath that the druids automatically emit after their death has formed a special aura here. Not only ghost flowers, but other seeds that fall on Sukalyasha will also encounter such things. It's just that Gushi's ghost flower is relatively special. Under the effect of the red suit, the speed of the ghost flower from seed to bloom is quite fast, coupled with the influence of the power of the druids. This will become what we see now. But the others don't know all this. They still think it's Gushi's ability. Thinking about Gushi's level and profession, the druid in the auxiliary team said, red suit is red suit. Just because of a piece of red suit, the 16th level necromancer is more powerful than our druids above level 50. Just when the others wanted to speak, Gushi suddenly raised his head. Don't talk anymore. There are enemies coming. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of things like cannonballs flew towards him nearby. The main tank of the combat team shouted immediately when he saw this situation. Take action. Then he bent his body downward and rushed towards the flying things. This main tank is a very serious warrior tank. The kind with a heavy shield in his hand. His charge just happened to knock down some things that looked like cannonballs. The remaining part wanted to fly forward for a distance, but it hit a shield wall. After these cannonball-like things fell to the ground, everyone realized that these were actually a group of players who had been lurking here for who knows how many years. However, they looked obviously different from normal humans. Their skin had turned into light golden bark, and they were obviously taller than normal humans. There was a lot of green moss on their hair and faces. Just now, they curled themselves up and rushed out of the woods. When the combat team stopped these people, Gushi's attention was also diverted. Gushi took a look and found it very interesting. These players had the shadows of humans, undead and tree people, as well as the shadows of druids. I don't know how they did it. Could they be players of other races? But what were they thinking? How could they have the courage to run out and provoke humans? While Gushi was still wondering, these weird players had already taken action. They stabbed their hands into the ground, and a large number of golden spikes stabbed out from the ground, heading towards the land cruiser where Gushi was standing. At first, the golden spikes stabbed out from the ground were not very high. At most, they looked like bamboo shoots. But the situation was not right later. These spikes actually stabbed out from the ground like pillars. And it was clear that they wanted to overturn the land cruiser. When the players in the battle team saw it, they hurried forward to stop it. The two sides fought together. As they fought, Gushi also understood the strength of the enemy. After all, Everyone stepped on 2 battle halos. At the same time, Gushi noticed a situation. The battle halos of the 5-person battle team were obviously selected after careful consideration. Each player has 2 battle halos. One to strengthen his own profession, and the other to cooperate with the team in battle. This fighting style is not something Gushi has seen before. I think this should be a feature of the military. Gushi really wanted to slap his head at this time. He always felt that there seemed to be some problems with his transformation of the undead troops. But he didn't understand where the problem was. Now it seems that it should be the tacit understanding during combat, and the choice during non-combat. At least Gushi's subordinates did not cooperate with such a well-coordinated combat team. And the coordination between large troops did not reach this level. It seems that after this mission is over, Gushi will go to the military to ask for some methods of coordinated training. Although teacher Gongling Yu also has some, Gushi always feels that it seems like a wild way, and is not professional. If the military can have such information, it will definitely be good for Gushi's future growth. While several thoughts flashed through his mind, Gushi's hands did not stop. After seeing the enemy being stopped by the combat team, Gushi focused on the second step of the change. Underworld Flower C. Yin and Yang transformation. Under Gushi's operation, the aura of any location where the underworld flower bloomed changed. It became a state of the underworld that can be controlled by human necromancers. As the owners of Sakaliasha, how could the players not feel such a transformation? They just felt that they seemed to be unable to control their own power. This situation made these players nervous. A player propped up his hands on the ground, and a large number of golden roots wrapped around him. Then the roots combined on his body, turning him into a huge wooden bear that was more than 2 meters tall when lying down. Roar! After turning into a bear, the player roared at Gushi. The sound was obviously not very loud, but it attracted Gushi's attention. The ability of the druid. As a necromancer, Gushi didn't know much about the abilities of druids. He only knew that there was a kind of wild druid among druids that could transform itself into a bear, a leopard, or a tank or an assassin. Anyway, it could adapt to various combat environments. As long as they turned into corresponding creatures, they would have corresponding abilities. The roar just now was a provocation to Gushi. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that the provocation was quite successful. At least Gushi's attention had been attracted by him. If Gushi was the boss being beaten, then the DPS should have been on the field by now. Thinking of this, Gushi turned his head and looked behind him. At this time, a fishy wind blew towards Gushi, and a big lion made of wood pounced on Gushi head-on. I don't know if it was for beauty or something else, but the mane of this lion was actually made of ghost flowers. Chapter 2176 The Fate of Corpse Stars. Fool. The Nether Spirit Flower Attraction. Gushi did not release the orange guards or the equipment holders under his command. He just raised his finger, and the Nether Spirit Flower on the lion's neck exploded, blowing the lion's head away. After killing the lion, Gushi turned his head and looked at the battle not far away. The combat team was fighting the enemy there. Is the military's combat team at this level? Gushi secretly complained in his heart, and finally put away his thoughts and shifted all his attention to the Nether Spirit Flower. After all, there is only one step left from Gushi's plan. When Gushi came here, he had already considered what to do. First, place the seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower, and let the Nether Spirit Flower fall to every position on the planet. Even if it can't fall to every corner, there must be a rough range. The next step is the normal yin and yang conversion. And first determine your own territory. Finally, it is to use Gushi's control over the territory converted from the Nether Spirit Flower, and then radiate the Nether Spirit Flower to the outside, turning the entire planet into Gushi's home ground. The previous 2 steps have been completed, and now it is the last step. Gushi has no time to care about these. After focusing on the Nether Spirit Flower again, Gushi felt that he had returned to the situation when he was on Akatna. The Nether Spirit Flower and the entire planet are about to merge into one. And Gushi can also use the position of the Nether Spirit Flower to see the entire planet being wrapped by the Nether Spirit Flower and feel everything inside the planet. At this step, Gushi really had no reaction to the outside world. Before that, Gushi had released his own equipment holder, the Orange Guard, early. If he was not riding in a land cruiser, Gushi would definitely release the Evil Coffin Guard. He would even release his main force for something. But now, he is more willing to believe in the military's combat team. At this time, Gushi devoted himself to the situation on Sakaliusa. just like patching, filling every wrong place in Sakalia's star. It is for this reason that she can see every arrangement in Sakalia's star clearly. For example, the various magic circles and various traces of sacrificial rituals on Sakalia's star cannot be hidden from Gushi's eyes. Gushi found that there are many special arrangements underground in Sakalia's star. Those arrangements do not seem to have been left over in the past few years, but seem to have experienced hundreds of years of wind and rain. It seems that the problem of Lilia star region has appeared here. Gushi remembered the location of those arrangements while cutting off the energy of these arrangements. Gushi did not care what these arrangements were for. Anyway, Gushi just had to erase all the things arranged here. While dealing with these things, the ghost flower grew rapidly again, and Gushi's processing speed for Sakalia's star was getting faster and faster. In about an hour, everything on Sakalia's star would become the home of the necromancer. Then Gushi could prepare and go to the next planet. But at this moment, Gushi's eyes suddenly blurred. The fate choice of the spirit flower was activated automatically. This made Gushi a little puzzled. Could it be that there was something that affected his fate in front of him? When the fate choice was activated, Gushi had to be alert. After all, fate is a difficult thing to deal with, especially when the picture popped up by itself. Gushi always needed to figure out what happened. When he saw the picture in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but be stunned. He found that in this picture, there was a giant standing in the void. The body of this giant was made of rock, and dark red magma flowed on the surface of his skin. His hair was golden pine. The beard of this giant was also made of golden vines. He was wearing thick armor. Although Gushi couldn't see the details at this time, he could feel that the armor on the giant in front of him was made of leather armor made of the skin of a giant beast. There were also some waste bags and small pockets made of houses hanging on the leather armor. What's the situation with this guy? At his size? Before Gushi could figure out what was going on, the scene changed again. This giant standing in the void was fighting with another giant in the void. He was beheaded by a knife. The head was kicked away by his opponent, and no one knew where it flew. And his headless body remained in place. And the magma in his body burned his body. The flame attracted the nearby planets and reignited them. Slowly, in the void, a headless corpse curled up like a star appeared. No matter how big the corpse was, Gushi could clearly feel that the corpse was emitting a message. Save me. I can still be saved. Could this be the reason why the Lilia star field has problems? Gushi wanted to look back and rewatch the previous screen, but found that he was exiting the state of destiny selection. He wanted to activate the destiny selection of the ghost flower again, but found that he could not enter the state of destiny screen again. At the same time, a voice kept coming to his ears. Save me. I can still be saved. Nine-tailed fox. Gushi opened his eyes and said decisively, the orange-clad guard, the new nine-tailed fox, appeared beside Gushi. My lord, what's wrong? Your current situation is not right. Am I affected by the mind spell? Gushi immediately told his situation. Yes and no. Orange Guard new nine-tailed fox took a look at Gushi's situation and said decisively, my lord, you are just affected by the obsession after death. The source of the obsession should be a master of mind, or a master of mental power or dreams. However, after his death, he still thought that he could be saved. So the obsession has been radiating outward. This effect is simpler than brainwashing. Even if someone who is not very good at mind magic can use it, as long as the will is firm, it will not have any effect. But my lord, you also know that simple things are not so easy to deal with when they are truly mastered. The person who releases this obsession is very powerful. If my lord can't handle it, I can help you erase this part of the influence. Okay. Gushi was responding, but something flashed through his mind. Wait. Orange Guard new nine-tailed fox looked at Gushi with curiosity. She was a little confused. What was Gushi hesitating at this time? At this time, Gushi ignored the Orange Guard new nine-tailed fox and patted his forehead lightly. Wait a minute. Let me think about it. I always feel like I have forgotten something. Chapter 2177 Memories from the Depths of the Game. Sir, do you need me to help you repair your memory? The Orange Guard Xingwa looked at Gushi racking his brains and was somewhat concerned. She knew too well that there were several sealed places in Gushi's memory. For a master of the mind like her, it was not difficult to remove the seal of memory. Gushi shook his head. There is no need for that. Let me think about it. Let me think about it again. Before Gushi could figure out the situation, 4 or 5 kinds of buff magic fell on him. Mr. Gu, are you okay? She looked around and found that 5 auxiliary players were staring at him. Fearing that he would fall down accidentally, She smiled at them. I'm fine. How is the situation now? Then She shook his head. He knew that his question was a bit silly. It seemed that he was really affected. In this case, he should judge the situation himself. Unexpectedly, the captain of the land cruiser said, the command center has received the news. And the vanguard troops and engineers will be here soon. Huh? She looked at the captain with some doubt. We have brought positioning and detection equipment. The environment of Sekeliusa is suitable for us to fight now. So they have to send troops here first to establish a forward camp to control the situation. Hearing this reason, She was somewhat speechless. But we haven't completely taken over Sekeliusa yet. I know. Mr. Gu, you are not a military man. So your ideas are still those of ordinary players. In the military, there is no such thing as waiting for the environment to adapt to us before taking action. As long as we seize the opportunity or can go, we have to go. Listening to the captain's words, She was silent for a while. Will the commander come over later? I'm afraid not. The commander needs to command the overall situation in the rear. But there will be professional personnel to command here. After the large force arrives, we can go to the next planet. At this time, She stared at the captain. I know you have contact with the rear. Now find a way to help me contact the commander. Let him ask the upper level. And say that I have a new discovery. At first, the captain wanted to persuade She not to change his itinerary. After all, which planet to attack next is all calculated by those staff. But when he heard She say this, the captain's face became solemn. Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. I will report this information immediately. She did not say anything else. And now his attention turned to the battle team fighting in front. Although they only have 5 people, they have controlled the rhythm of the battle at this time. Even if similar strange players appeared nearby again, they did not let these players move forward half a step. What a strong cooperation. She muttered in his heart and closed his eyes again. He still needs to deal with the matter of Sekeliusa Star. He can't forget the important things because of a momentary accidental discovery. When he focused his attention on Sekeliusa Star again, She made a new discovery. The various magic array arrangements he found on Sekeliusa Star before actually have 3 effects. One is amplification. Just like a radio, which can listen to and amplify the sound from the corpse star. The remaining 2 categories are just the opposite. One is to absorb the corpse gas from the corpse star for self-strengthening. The other is to absorb the vitality of the trees on Sekeliusa Star and transmit it to the corpse star. It was obvious that those weird players, who looked like both undead and human, were really attracted by the sound of the corpse star. And they worked very hard to save the corpse star. And the corpse star did not let them work in vain. The various corpse gases in the corpse star were rewards for them. In addition to the original route of the corpse star and some memories left behind, these players became what they are now. This time, the incident in the Lilia star field was not because other races had any ideas about humans, but because the high-level officials of the Lilia star field did it themselves. Shi, who understood this, had no intention of intervening in this matter. He was not sure what the military would judge now. But Shi was sure of one thing. That is, the level of the corpse star was quite high, and its strength was quite strong. His status was only a little bit lower than the giant composed of stars behind the Great King. Behind this kind of unknown strongman, there must be clues about the red suit. At the same time, there are many inheritances about professions or skills. These are all things that Shi cannot handle alone. Instead, if we tell these things to the military and let humans handle them, the situation will be different. The human leaders are crazy about the red suit. They can definitely handle the corpse star in front of them. As the first discovery, that's not right. As the first player to open this matter, Shi will definitely receive attention from all sides. If the military does not give Shi more benefits, the human leaders will not let the military go. Although Shi may not be able to get the red suit from here in the end. But Shi is more than 60% sure to cut off a small piece of the corpse from the corpse star. Maybe it doesn't need to be a big piece, such as the heart. Then Shi can move the heart of the corpse star to his mirror underground palace, and use the heart of the corpse star as the sun in the sky. Or bury the heart in the Yellow Spring Road, and make it the main power on the Yellow Spring Road. Shi quickly recorded the locations of all the magic circles, while radiating his thoughts, and thinking about what will happen next. It feels like a part of the corpse star has been divided into Gu Shi's hands. Gu Shi's face was covered with a smile. He even thought that if he really got this thing under the effect of the corpse star, would his yellow spring road be full of plants? Maybe his ghost flower would be affected, and the color would turn into pure gold. Wait! Pure gold? The hair of the golden pine tree. Gu Shi finally remembered something. He always felt that when he saw the scene of the corpse star's death, something seemed to be forgotten. It turned out to be the story he heard in the eldest sun city. The hotel owner had found a space under the central bell tower of the eldest sun city. There was a human head about 30 meters high enshrined there. And the human head was covered with hair made of golden pine. When Gu Shi was drinking there, his drinking buddies were still saying that the boss was dreaming. Now that I think about it, it was not the boss who was dreaming. And what he saw was very likely true. And it was precisely because of this part of the memory, which could not even be regarded as an image of memory, that Gu Shi activated the effect of fate selection when he received the distress signal from the corpse star and saw the scene when the corpse star died in battle. Chapter 2178 Handover and Retreat. Gu Shi had just sorted out his thoughts when the captain of the land cruiser ran back. Seeing that Gu Shi had closed his eyes again, he hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to go forward and wake Gu Shi up. Fortunately, Gu Shi was doing the final patchwork at this time, and his mental strength was not fully invested. Feeling the arrival of the captain, Gu Shi also opened his eyes. "What's the matter?" The commander sent back a message saying that he had reported your situation and asked when you could handle everything so that he could arrange the time. Gu Shi estimated the time, glanced at the combat team fighting in the distance, and then said, "It will take me another half an hour to finish here. But when will the vanguard arrive? There are some things here that I need to hand over. They have been arranged to come in advance." The captain said immediately. It can be seen that C-Tan also has his own considerations. Gu Shi has already taken the last step here on Sakalia Star, and he must not give up just like that. Finally, we must deal with the things here first, and then arrange for people to come over to take over. So when we received Gu Shi's message, C-Tan had already made arrangements. However, it takes time to transfer people and mobilize troops. The captain sent back the message first, and the follow-up troops have not come so quickly. Gu Shi's estimated time is quite accurate. In about half an hour, Gu Shi completed the full control of Sakalia Star. In the end, Gu Shi also found most of the earth veins of Sakalia Star and the positions of the players who were rushing here. After handling everything, Gu Shi took out a map paper and drew it quickly. Gu Shi's painting clone played a big role at this time. His painting was fast, good, and quite standard. In addition, the pathfinding technique gave Gu Shi sensitivity and memory to the map. It only took him 10 minutes to draw a simple map. Although it is simple, Gu Shi still drew some relatively important parts in detail, and even some explanations. For example, where there is a magic circle underground, where there is an enemy camp, etc. All are marked out. The only difference is that Gu Shi directly ignored the forest of Sakalia Star. He directly drew Sakalia Star as a flat land. There are so many trees here. If Gu Shi uses these trees as reference points or landmarks, even if the tree is quite tall in Gu Shi's previous eyes, it won't work. Instead, Gu Shi used the ghost flower to make some positioning points. As long as the military people come, they can find the corresponding position at the first time. The painting is really good. When Gu Shi put down his pen, a voice came from behind him. This is the frontline commander who has just arrived not long ago. A player above level 50. When he came, Gu Shi was drawing a map, so he didn't pay attention to this matter. But it doesn't mean that Gu Shi didn't know. After all, the current Sakalia Star is not as good as Gu Shi's home ground as the home ground of human necromancers. In the sea of ghost flowers, even a dead person holding a dead red suit can be found by Gu Shi. So how could Gu Shi fail to find a level 50 player? Thank you for the compliment. The map is almost like this. These are the signs of ghost flowers. I have made arrangements in Sakalia Star. As long as the home advantage is not taken away, the ghost flowers in those positions will automatically float up. Normal people can see it at a glance. When Gu Shi spoke, the ghost flowers nearby automatically floated without wind, and a large number of petals floated up by themselves, forming a small tornado composed of ghost flowers. The frontline commander understood what Gu Shi meant at a glance, and he nodded affirmatively, indicating that he had taken note. In the eyes of the frontline commander, This was Gu Shi's real help. After all, in such a place with a forest coverage rate of more than 96%, no matter where you stand, you can see all trees when you look around. The frontline commander is not a botany researcher, nor is he a druid who can use the forest as a back garden. It was impossible for him to cut down all the trees in a short time. So the guidance of the ghost flower was quite useful for the frontline commander. Thank you. With this, I won't get lost here. Do you often get lost? Gu Shi saw that there was still some time, so he communicated with the frontline commander. As for the handover, Gu Shi also explained it in detail, especially the enemy's current position and the magic circle. Gu Shi explained them one by one. The frontline commander looked at the map and nodded seriously. Often? What a joke. I always get lost. Every time I get lost, I encounter this or that. For this, I learned pathfinding skills, but navigation skills are useless. Later, I asked someone to do a divination, and they said it was a matter of metaphysics. It seems that I was born with some kind of curse. If no one leads the way, I will definitely get lost. In fact, I have never believed this situation. If everyone is like you, drawing a map that I can recognize, how can I get lost? Hearing such words, Gu Shi didn't know what to say. He was actually very curious about how the man in front of him became a frontline commander. With his way of getting lost, shouldn't he be directly denied the opportunity to command the troops? But fortunately, Gu Shi and his topic quickly turned to the handover. The frontline commander listened very seriously to what Gu Shi said. At the same time, he took the map drawn by Gu Shi and recorded it carefully. Gu Shi just took a look and had to admit that this man's map-reading skills were quite solid. It seems that he really put a lot of effort into learning. At the same time, he was drawing and giving orders at the same time. Finally, he turned to look at Gu Shi. Okay, I have arranged everything here, and I will have someone bring you the handover documents later. Mr. Gu, I would like to thank you again on behalf of the military. Your every move is support for our military. Don't be so polite. I also came here to accept the mission. So how about it? Can I retreat now? Gu Shi was still concerned about his own affairs. Of course. Xiao Li, are the handover documents ready? Mr. Gu, just sign here. Take this back, and it will prove that you have completely turned Sakalia Star into our home ground and handed it over to our army. In addition, I have asked Xiao Li to record your arrangements and discoveries on Sakalia Star. After returning, all of them can be converted into military merits. You keep this thing first. Chapter 2179 Red Dress. Star Diamond. Returning to Ekatna, Gu Shi found that the camp, which was not too big, had disappeared. The original location of the camp has become a huge airport. Various spaceships are constantly transporting supplies and troops. Some players carrying bags and luggage even jump directly from the spaceship, looking at the things they are holding, the occupations and numbers of the players, and the things they are holding. Gu Shi knew that they were planning to fight a protracted war, although he didn't understand why the military made such a decision. But Gu Shi didn't ask much, but followed the guards guarding the portal to Si Tan's office. At this time, Si Tan was no longer sitting in the animal skin tent, but sitting in an office full of steel and technology. After entering here, you can see a large number of screens constantly changing the battles on Ekatna and several other planets. This has suddenly changed from the primitive era to the cosmic technology era. Seeing Gu Shi, Si Tan immediately stood up to greet him. Mr. Gu, I have heard about your story. You said there is a discovery that I cannot make a decision about? Yes, it is very likely the background of this undead incident. Gu Shi did not hide it at this time and directly stated his purpose. Hearing this, Si Tan's face became solemn. He understood that if he found the location of a large number of enemies, Si Tan could handle it. But if he found the reason behind the sudden situation in the Lilia star field, it would not be something Si Tan could handle, because the human high level and the military high level all need to know what is going on. We need to see whether this undead change will affect other nearby star fields. I have contacted the commander-in-chief of the 4 major legions, the joint guardians of the nearby star field groups, and others. They are all waiting for you. Si Tan talked about his efforts, but finally persuaded him. But their time is relatively tight. In order to find a time to get together, they have turned down many things. The time given to you is not long. You'd better make everything you want to say clear in advance. Si Tan did this for Gu Shi's good, and Gu Shi also knew it. But what he was more concerned about now was not this, but asked, "How do we get there?" "Please ask the big boss in red. Otherwise, do you think we still need to take an airship or something? I tell you, the most convenient way to move between star fields is to teleport. There is no other convenient way to teleport." Gushi heard it. Well, it seems that there are still masters on the human side. It's not just Teacher June who has the ability to teleport. Other big bosses in red also have their own methods. At this time, C-Tan glanced at the time. "Okay, the time I agreed is almost up. You come with me," as C-Tan said. He took Gushi to the back of the office. As he walked to the back, Gushi asked a special question. "Commander, are all your offices in this style?" "No. It's a new style after the command hall came out. We don't have your Sanshin stone mirror, but we have other means to project the screen. If you want, you can take some information away when you go back later." "Ah, newly changed. What was your headquarters like before? What else can it be? Isn't it just a map hanging on the wall?" "Oh, I understand what you mean. You want to ask why my office has changed from primitive style to technological style. Right. I still don't know. The previous primitive style was to prevent the undead from sneaking in. Now Akkad Star is already our territory. The necromancer is staying outside. What do I have to be afraid of? Besides, the technological style is simpler here. What is the most famous thing in the world? Isn't it technology and hard work? Look, you have been out for a short time, and my port and camp have changed." As they talked, they came to the open space behind the office. "Mr. Gu, the power we want to borrow this time is the star diamond number 907. I think you should have heard of this person. I have heard of his advertisement. The starry sky is like a diamond, eternal and unchanging. It is said that as long as you contact him and give him a diamond, you can perform a positioning transmission between star fields. But most people can't contact him." Gushi responded as soon as he heard it. Among the red-dressed bosses of human beings, some are eager to promote themselves every day, while others like to hide themselves. So he knows the situation of some red-dressed bosses. Gushi knows the person who controls the star diamond, and even knows that he does not have his own star field, but has opened a diamond chamber of commerce with the strongest logistics in the world. It's not that we can't contact him, but he is also selective. And the diamond he gave was the cost of contacting him. The cost of transmission is another thing. Only those who are in a hurry will borrow his channel. Usually he is only responsible for the goods of his own diamond chamber of commerce, and rarely opens it to the public. There is no need for C-Tan to say more. For such a big event, the military must have invested in various ways. How could a big boss like Xingzhuan, who directly opened the door to the house, not know about it? We can make a move just by making an appointment. C-Tan took out a diamond and threw it on the ground, then drew out his long sword and pointed it at the diamond. Boss Su of Star Diamond doesn't keep an eye on the teleportation every day, unless you have contacted him before, have used the mark of Star Diamond, or have taken the red suit and released some power. You can attract his attention. Next time you want to use the Star Diamond teleportation service, take the diamond first, then stimulate the power of the red suit, and you can contact him. Look, isn't this done? While talking, a portal composed of starlight appeared in front of Gushi and the others. This portal looked like a huge diamond. No matter where you look, it is the most perfect facet. C-Tan took out a handful of diamonds and gave 3 to Gushi. This time we are not far away, and there is a discount for the military's urgent matters. So only 3 diamonds are needed. Throw the diamonds in before you go in, C-Tan said as he walked into the portal. Gushi didn't say much after seeing it. After C-Tan disappeared, he threw 3 diamonds into the portal and stepped in. The next moment, Gushi felt his eyes blurred. He seemed to see a hill made of countless diamonds. On top of this hill was a fist-sized black diamond. Gushi only took a look at the diamond, and the surroundings darkened. At the same time, a voice came to his ears. Black Diamond Hall. One guest. Chapter 2180 Ancient God Corpse. After appearing in the Black Diamond Hall, Gushi looked up and took a look around. He found that in addition to C-Tan, there were at least 10 middle-aged players standing not far away. From their dress and temperament, it can be seen that they are all high-level military or political figures. However, Gushi did not know any of them. At this time, C-Tan did not introduce these people's ideas to Gushi, but said to Gushi, "We don't have much time. You'd better tell us everything you know in the shortest time." Gushi also understood that this was not the time to be polite. And there were no other outsiders in this black diamond hall. So these people didn't have to pretend to be approachable. Gushi quickly explained to everyone. He first said that when he was dealing with Sakalia Star, he found some arrangements left by the undead on Sakalia Star. Following these arrangements, he found the connection between them and the corpse star. Afterwards, Gushi said very straightforwardly, I borrowed the power of the ghost flower and saw the origin of the corpse star. It was a giant who died in the void. He was sending out a message for help. The Sakalia star, which is closest to the corpse star, is also the place where this information is most easily received. Gushi explained in detail all the scenes he saw, including the appearance of the giant standing in the void, how he died in battle, his head was kicked away after his death, and how his body turned into a corpse star. Gushi spoke very quickly, but he told all the details. If Gushi didn't know how to perform illusions, he might have conjured up the scenes he saw at that time. And the 10 middle-aged players didn't say much. Just listened carefully there. They listened to Gushi's description, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that they all knew what Gushi was talking about. After Gushi explained everything except the head deep in the game, they were silent for a while. Only Citan didn't understand the situation very well, and looked at Gushi speechlessly. He obviously saw that this time, he would have nothing to do with it. The current situation was no longer something he could handle. When would his upgrade plan end? At this moment, one of the 10 players spoke to Gushi. Gu Xiaoyu, we already understand the situation you described. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing this time. This time, thanks to your discovery. Otherwise our strategy in the Lilia Star field would be completely wrong. Your intelligence is very important. On behalf of the military, I promise you that I will give you a satisfactory reward. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Seeing him so anxious, Gushi was also a little confused. Who is this person? He spoke so majestically. At this time, Citan explained to Gushi, that person is the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army, and also the chief of staff of the human military. He has the final say on this matter. Gushi nodded repeatedly. And then he whispered, it seems that this matter is very big. Of course, you are proud this time. Unlike me who finally got a chance to show off. But now I am afraid that I don't have it, Citan said helplessly. But he immediately asked, by the way, aren't you a necromancer? How do you see such a picture? Maybe it's because of the special environment of Sakalia. After all, my ghost flower is half undead and half plant. The situation on Sakalia is somewhat similar. And even the situation on the corpse star is somewhat similar. So I can see such a picture. Half plant and half undead? Citan thought about it seriously, and finally nodded. That's true. It seems that you have already understood your red suit to a very high level. Generally, I was just lucky this time, Gushi explained. Commander, what should we do next? There are still 7 planets that have not been dealt with. Wait for news. This time, an ancient god corpse was discovered. It will be difficult for the Lilia star field to restore its original state. Ancient god corpse? I haven't heard of this. Can you explain it to me? As a necromancer, what kind of corpse has Gushi not heard of? Ancient god corpse. It sounds like a very grand name. If he had known that there was such a corpse, he would definitely find a way to get one. Seeing that Gushi didn't know all this, Citan immediately popularized it to Gushi. The corpse of the ancient god is actually the corpse of the ancient god. You know the ancient god, right? Gushi was silent for a moment. Does the corpse of Fengdu Emperor count? Gushi wanted to ask at first. Does death count? But he always felt that if he said the word death, he would definitely be targeted by death. At the last moment, Gushi changed his words. Citan looked at Gushi with a look that said, are you kidding me? But he found that Gushi really didn't know much about the ancient gods. So he could only explain to Gushi. Do you know how the game world came about? Gushi looked confused. Wait a minute. We seem to be talking about the ancient god corpse and the ancient gods just now. How come you turned around and talked about the game world? However, despite the confusion, Gushi still replied, I don't know. I have never learned where this game came from. I just know that a new game world is generated and captured every day. Let me tell you this. The ancient gods are the source of the game. Every hair and every piece of skin on their bodies will automatically become a game world after falling off. Although this process of change will take a long time. Perhaps decades. or perhaps thousands of years. The source of the game comes from the ancient gods. This is a fact that humans have discovered after many years of research. Gu Shi heard this and thought there was such a thing? What a magical development. Seeing Gu Shi's unbelieving expression, Si Tan wanted to prove something, but he couldn't say it. Fortunately, the remaining senior executives also heard Gu Shi's conversation. One of them said, Gu Xiaoyu, what he said is true. This time you found an ancient god corpse, which is the third ancient god corpse we found. You really helped us a lot. Wait a minute. Let me sort it out. Gu Shi interrupted him. Anyway, Gu Shi also had red equipment in his hands, and even found 2 pieces. He positioned himself very high. He didn't care whether his status was equal to these people. You said that humans actually have 2 ancient god corpses. And you have even studied the ancient god corpses. That corpse star has been in the Lilia star field for so many years. How could you not notice it? Chapter 2181 What? Reward Red Outfit. Hearing this question, the human leader smiled awkwardly. Gu Xiaoyu, you don't know that the ancient gods actually look very similar to the void giants and the space giants. There is even a kind of star giants, who are born on planets, grow in the void, and finally turn into stars after death. This kind of star giant is similar to the corpse star in the Lilia star field. And when the Lilia star field was selecting a site, we humans had not yet obtained the first ancient god corpse, and did not know that there was such a thing as an ancient god corpse. We thought it was just a star giant corpse. After obtaining the ancient god corpse, we also sent people to explore all places like corpse stars. As a result, no ancient god corpse was found. Maybe the technology was not good at that time. Later, the technology was advanced, and the stars similar to corpse stars in the star field occupied in the early days were not explored again. This is our mistake. The human leader explained the situation to Gu Shi. With this explanation, Gu Shi also understood why humans would leave such a large corpse of an ancient god without knowing it. It's rare to see someone explain the situation here. Gu Shi couldn't help but ask. It's like this. I met a giant before. How should I put it? He looked like a giant made of stars. In a void or under the starry sky. He had many pieces of red equipment in his hands. In his eyes, red equipment was like something that he could get at hand. Is this kind of existence an ancient god? Gu Shi described the situation behind the Great Lord in detail. When the human high level heard it, they shook their heads. No, it should be a high level giant of stars, not an ancient god. In fact, the criterion for judging an ancient god is very simple. Whether his cells can form a game. If it can't be formed, then it is not an ancient god. Gu Shi was also speechless after hearing it. Then how did you judge that the corpse star in the Lilia star field this time was the corpse of the ancient god? I didn't see any signs of a new game this time. It's not a new game, but a picture. You know the picture? Gu Shi recalled it seriously when he heard it. But he recalled the scene of the void giant appearing, dying, and then the head being kicked and the body turning into a star. And he didn't find anything wrong. Seeing that Gu Shi was still thinking there, Si Tan reminded him in a low voice. Mr. Gu, do you remember how big the ancient god was at the beginning? And how big it became later? After being reminded like this, Gu Shi remembered that the size of the ancient god at the beginning didn't seem to be too big, and the overall size was only more than 200 meters. If it wasn't standing in the void, most planets could stand on it. But after his death, his body burned, and I don't know what happened, but it slowly grew bigger. It became the size of a normal star. Think about the tallest building on the Earth turning directly into the sun. And you can see how big the gap is. Gu Shi had never encountered such a thing before, so he didn't know, now that he thought about it, how much energy would be needed to turn a headless corpse into such a big star. What was burning when the corpse burned? That was the game world that had not yet taken shape. Seeing that Gu Shi understood, Si Tan said, Do you understand now what you have done? Let me tell you. Humans have only collected 2 ancient god corpses in all these years. The appearance of each ancient god corpse represents at least 200 red equipment. With your achievements, you can definitely apply for a new red equipment. Me? New red equipment? Gu Shi looked unconvinced. Xinhua said that red equipment is forbidden to expand. Teacher Jun spent so much time to get the second red equipment from death. He didn't believe that he could get the second red equipment just because he found such an ancient god corpse. Don't disbelieve me. Do you know that when we first found the ancient corpse, we had no experience. So we missed a lot of things. But the first researcher who found out that this was the ancient corpse was rewarded with a red suit. which was the number 333 sky-splitting claw. Because of his efforts, the fate of mankind has changed. From then on, the source of human red suits and the source of the game world have changed. Gushi nodded when he heard it. If there is such a thing, it is not a big deal to reward a red suit. After all, before knowing the ancient corpse, Gushi knew that the source of red suits was to rob in the game, or to nurture it by himself. According to Citan, humans have mastered the idea of finding red suits from the ancient corpse. And the game world is the same. Gushi is just a player. He has not experienced the process of capturing the game world. But Gushi has experienced the decline of the game world. And the construction of the creation bridge is also related to the capture of the game world. Gushi also knows the difficulty of capturing the game world. But if something like the ancient god corpse is found, it means there is a source of continuous production of game worlds. Even if someone is willing to deal with it, they can customize the appropriate game world they want. Such a person has definitely changed the fate of mankind. No one can say it is wrong to take a red dress. Citan said again, you think that's it? The player who found the second ancient god corpse also got a red suit because of his discovery. Which is the one with number 891. Number 891? What's the name of the equipment? I don't know. After that person got the red suit, he never showed up again. Except for Shinhua. No one knows what number 891 prepared. And no one knows where he went. Some people speculate that he may have benefited from this matter, and wants to find the third ancient god corpse. At this point, Gushi finally understood why Citan said that he would give himself a red suit as a reward this time. There is a precedent for this. But Gushi still doesn't believe that humans will really give him a red suit. At most, they will give him some quasi-red suits that are almost warmed up. Compared to this, Gushi's mind is more on the head of the eldest sun city. The ancient god corpse in front of him represents at least 200 pieces of red suits. So how many can the head of the eldest sun city represent? Gushi's heart moved. He was planning to find an opportunity to go back to the depths of the game to take a look. Let's not talk about other things first. Just the matter of the Genesis Bridge. Gushi had to go back to take a look. After all, he had been away from the depths of the game for many years. According to the progress of the Genesis Bridge, the depths of the game and the real world have been connected now. Why haven't we heard about the movement of the Genesis Bridge yet? Is there something wrong with Genesis? Is there still a chance that the Genesis Bridge can be taken down? Chapter 2182. No. You really give it to me. Citan didn't know that Gushi's mind had drifted far away. He thought Gushi had figured out the truth, and was thinking about what the second red dress he could get was. You should know that the human high-level officials never default on giving rewards. As long as there is a precedent, they will not use this or that excuse to delay time. Citan was extremely regretful at this time. This was obviously his mission, and the best time for him to show his style. But the mission was probably given to someone else. The most important thing was that Gushi also found an ancient god corpse. How great it would be if he found it. Wouldn't the second red dress be his? It's really one step worse. Every step worse. I'm so unwilling. Although Citan was roaring in his heart, he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he was convincing Gushi seriously. After all, in Citan's mind, the human high-level officials at least have a bottom line when doing things. If you find something like the corpse of an ancient god but don't give a reward, then if someone finds it in the future, they will definitely not choose to hand it in, but keep it for themselves. After all, who doesn't want an infinite game world generator? If you get an ancient god corpse, as long as you are not stupid enough, you can't call it your ancestor. If the human leaders swallow this reward, people's hearts will be scattered. What a pity. Gushi didn't know what Citan was thinking. At this time, Gushi's mind had already run to the depths of the game. Now Gushi was thinking about how to find an excuse to return to the depths of the game. After all, the creation bridge has reached the last step. The humans in the depths of the game may appear in the real world at any time. Time waits for no one. At this time, Gushi noticed that the human leaders were leaving in 2s and 3s. It seems that they have made a decision. At this time, the human leader, who had talked to Gushi before, also floated over. Gu Xiaoyu, you did a great job this time. As for the reward, we will arrange it for you as soon as we capture the ancient god corpse. Before that, please take care of the affairs of the Lilia Starfield. You can rest assured that the rewards for the conscription mission and the rewards for discovering the ancient god corpse will not be mixed together. When Gushi heard this, He recalled what C-Tan had said just now, and he couldn't help but blurt out in his heart, "Is there really a red suit?" Hearing Gushi's words, the human high level also smiled. "Of course there is, but your situation is special. You already have a red suit. How to give you this red suit, and which red suit should be given to you, these still need to be considered. After all, you have the red suit. You should know the level of the red suit." Gushi nodded. Last time when he died, Gushi already knew the difference between pseudo-red suit, ordinary red suit, combination red suit, powerful red suit, promotion red suit, and exclusive red suit. Gushi thought that if the human side really gave red equipment because of the ancient corpse, they would definitely not give a fake red equipment. Starting with ordinary red equipment, it is possible to upgrade to powerful red equipment. At this time, the human high level said again, "It seems that you know everything, so I don't need to explain the difference too much. When the time comes, I will make an exception and give you a second red equipment, which will definitely not be a rubbish fake red equipment. But it is also impossible to let you go with ordinary red equipment. It may be a powerful red equipment that needs to be guarded. You have to think about the situation here." Gushi was stunned for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he found that most of the big guys had left. Gushi recalled what the human high level said before leaving, and found that the situation was really like this. For players who control red equipment, the attitude of the human high level is mostly to win them over. After all, red equipment represents the ability to suppress a star field. If you really want to suppress it, it means a civil war among humans. So for red equipment players, humans mainly ignore them, as long as they don't kill people in the real world and don't go against humanity. Sometimes even if they touch the edge of the expansion band, the human leaders will turn a blind eye. Otherwise, you think that Mr. June can nurture more than 10 quasi-red suits in Ean City at a time, and the human leaders will not know. But when it comes to the second red suit, the situation becomes different. Now there is a record of humans. Only Mr. June has 2 red suits. If Bai gives Gushi another red suit, the situation will be different. An uncontrolled double red suit boss, a celebrity who can be directly ranked in the top 10 on the human side, is just a mascot. Is this possible? They will definitely use Gushi as a tool, and use him to death. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but press his forehead. This is really a troublesome thing. He has been studying in Ean City for many years, and his level has been stuck. If he can't go here or there because he has powerful red equipment, then how can he level up in the future? You can't let Gushi be a free player. Gushi still remembered Su Yohing's words. Free players seem free, but it's not easy. But if he doesn't become a free player and gets the powerful red equipment from humans, he must work hard. Let's not talk about other things. Just look at the one who has the star diamond. He usually says he is doing business, and humans don't care about him at all. He can make money as much as he wants. But when humans get into trouble and need his star diamond ability, he has to open the door when he says to open the door. Gushi is living a good life now. If he is forced to take up a task that takes up his time and energy, how should he deal with it? This matter is really a headache. At this time, C-Tan walked to Gushi, patted Gushi's shoulder gently and said, "Don't think about it. Look at you. Others want to get such benefits but can't get them. You don't know how many level 60 players are waiting for the opportunity to get the red suit. You still complain about this and that. Take this. Help your brother. Work harder before the new task comes, and quickly take down the other planets in the Lilia Star region. This way, at least my task is completed, and it's not a loss of face." Listening to C-Tan's words, Gushi thought in his heart, "Yes, now is not the time to think so much. Now the red suit has not been obtained, and it is even just an intention. He thinks so much about it. It's really a waste of time." So Gushi smiled and said to C-Tan, "No problem. I came here for the Lilia Star region. Let's go back now. I will not sleep for a few days to quickly take down the other planets in the Lilia Star region. But Commander, I have said in advance that after the Lilia Star region is dealt with, my reward will not be less." Chapter 2183 completed the recruitment. After returning from the Black Diamond Hall, Gushi and C-Tan squeezed all their energy and potential like crazy. C-Tan kept mobilizing various troops, and regardless of the previous plan, he directly attacked the remaining planets with all his strength, and Gushi really put all his energy into it. Every time he arrived at a place, without saying a word, the seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower blew up, and 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and so on. When the latest order from the human high level came down, Gu Shi and C-Tan joined forces, and had already dealt with the remaining 5 planets. This progress made the commander of the troops, who came over a little stunned. He really didn't expect that he just delayed it for a while. But the battle here was almost over. Then what was he still here for? The commander of the troops, who had just arrived, looked unhappy, and obviously wanted to find someone to find fault with. But when he saw the face of Gu Shi who came back, he shut his mouth directly. At this time, Gu Shi's dark circles were like those of a giant panda, and his eyes became a little blurry. It was obvious that he had not had a good rest for several days. If he said something bad about Gu Shi at this time, Gu Shi would probably beat him up directly, although he could guarantee that Gu Shi would not kill him. Why bother? It would be embarrassing for him to be beaten. And how could he take over the troops in the future? So the new commander of the troops looked at Gu Shi. But in the end, he didn't say much. But at this time, Gu Shi said seriously, there is only one planet left. After the home field of this planet is transferred, I have to sleep well for a while. This job is too energy consuming. I am almost exhausted. C-Tan understood as soon as he heard it. Gu Shi was setting a stage for himself. So C-Tan smiled and said, you can't do that. But I can't do that. There have been so many battles on so many planets in the past few days that I can't even open my eyes. I told you that the troops I have can be used. But you didn't believe it. What's there to complain about at this time? Gu Shi muttered, but didn't change the topic. At this time, C-Tan was talking about his efforts. Although the military's battle records are there is a difference between partial and full records. There is also a difference between whether there is someone holding him back. Why is C-Tan in a hurry here? Isn't it to ensure that he can get the most rewards? The new commander also understood the meaning of this. But he couldn't say anything. After all, the battle records of Gu Shi and C-Tan can be checked. He can't erase the battle records of Gu Shi and C-Tan. The most important thing is that now in the Lilia star field, the battles on most planets have begun. He has lost the first merit. He will work hard next. But he can't beat C-Tan. This made the new commander speechless. Seeing the new commander look a little angry, Gu Shi winked at C-Tan. Commander, will you offend him by doing this? Mr. Gu, don't worry. You are not a military man. And your military merit this time is too great. They can't suppress it at all. As for me, you don't have to worry. I am the mascot of the Southern Legion. As long as the Southern Legion does not have a second red suit, no one can replace my position. He just came to steal the credit. I did it on purpose. What can he do to me? You still underestimate your status. There are so many star fields in the whole human race. And there are no telling how many players at level 60. But there are only more than 1,000 players who master red suits. It's not that we can't kill players at level 60 in front of us. When you do things, you should be more domineering and don't let others look down on you. C-Tan said seriously, like an older brother teaching a child. By the way, I have already found out what I promised you. The matter of the ancient corpse will be arranged after it is completely captured and controlled. Your red suit will probably have to wait until then to be selected. As for other things, I don't know how many there will be for the time being. But the news I got before is that one planet will give 2 orange equipment as a reward, and the others will be counted separately. I tell you, when the military asks you to choose, don't listen to them and go to the warehouse of the Central Army. The Central Army is full of young masters, and all the good things in it have been taken away by those young masters. You won't be able to pick anything there. Although there are not many good things in the warehouse of the Southern Legion, there are not many people who can pick them. If you really want some equipment or something, you can go to the warehouse of the Southern Legion to pick it. Gu Shi nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had taken note of it. Also, you must know what you want most. Don't just take whatever you see as good. Useless. At a high level, orange equipment is actually very easy to get. You get useless things, and you may not be able to trade them even if you want to. So when choosing, you must consider clearly what you want. By the way, this time the Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Legion and the Guardians of the nearby star field have agreed to give you a condition. As long as you want anything, you can ask them. C-Tan pulled Gu Shi there and kept talking. It was obvious that he was directly selling out the old bottom of the Southern Legion. Soon C-Tan received other orders and was transferred away. After C-Tan left, Gu Shi also completed the processing of the last planet in the Lilia star field. After turning the last planet into the home of the human necromancer, Gu Shi found the new commander. Commander, my mission is completed. I think I should be able to leave. Gushi raised the mission agreement and list in his hand, which was signed by Gushi when he came. There are tasks that Gushi needs to complete, as well as rewards that should be given to Gushi. Of course, C-Tan had explained the details clearly before he left. Even the battle record has been evaluated for Gushi, and the new commander does not need to review it. The reason why Gushi came to the door was just to explain where he was going, so as not to be accused of leaving on his own and then having his battle record deducted, which would be a big loss. Looking at the task agreement and list in Gushi's hand, the commander's face was relatively calm. Okay, I get it. I will sign it for you now to prove that you have completed the conscription mission. By the way, Mr. Gu, I have been watching your efforts these days. Do you want to come to our Central Army? As long as you are willing to come. I promise. Chapter 2184 Military Fortress. Gushi didn't want to know what the new commander's guarantee was. After all, Gushi was a man of integrity. He accepted the call of the Southern Legion, and he would naturally leave from the Southern Legion in the end. Why would he go to the Central Army for no reason? Was he being taken advantage of by them? Gushi had suffered from being taken advantage of before. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Gushi, the new commander had no choice but to let Gushi go. Because he was not in a hurry, Gushi did not occupy the limited portal resources, but took the military transport airship to leave the Lilia star field. The Southern Legion was responsible for the star field close to the south of the human territory. Usually, it was mainly stationed in several key star fields. But as a legion, it always had a headquarters, which happened to be located in an open space among the many southern star fields. That is, the location between star fields. In addition to knowing the corresponding coordinates and entry routes, other people had no way to enter the military camp. Gushi took the airship left by the Southern Legion. The speed was not fast, but it was quite stable. After Gushi got on the airship, he didn't ask anything, didn't say anything, and just found a place to fall asleep. He slept for 2 days and 1 night, and he didn't get up until he woke up from hunger. At this time, he got the latest news that it was more than a day away from the Southern Legion. Gushi was also stunned by this situation. So far? The captain of the airship was a little embarrassed. Mr. Gu, it's not far, but our airship is a logistics transport ship. The authority will be relatively low, and many star tracks and air gates need to be scheduled, and it can't take the civilian track, so it will take longer. But don't worry. We have all kinds of entertainment facilities on our airship. I guarantee that you won't be bored along the way. No, I just want to eat something good and have a good rest. Gushi shook his head, and after saying that, he really stuffed something into his mouth casually, and fell asleep again. Looking at Gushi like this, the captain was also a little speechless. He wanted to go up and talk to Gushi, but found that Gushi had closed the door of his room. In the next few days, the captain kept trying to find Gushi. As a result, Gushi was just as he said, either eating or sleeping, and he was always recovering his energy, until the airship was about to reach the military camp. The captain did not find a chance to talk. Seeing that the airship was approaching the port, the captain asked the first mate to slow down the airship while knocking on the door of Gushi's room. Gushi opened the door sleepily with messy hair. Captain, are we about to arrive? We are already at the port. Mr. Gu, can we talk? What's wrong? Gushi asked while tidying up his appearance. It's like this. I originally received a task, which is to build a good relationship with you along the way. Before you get off the ship, I will ask you if you are willing to transfer to our Southern Legion. If you are willing to come to the Southern Legion, the Legion will arrange a position of Deputy Commander of the Militia for you, and support you to develop new star fields. Gushi was stunned for a moment after listening to the captain's words. He realized that he was also a popular and delicious bun. However, Gushi shook his head. I'm sorry. I'm still learning, and my level is still a little insufficient. It's not time to build a separate nest yet. It's okay. We just want to ask first. If you have this intention, our Commander-in-Chief will find a way to promote the direction of your second red dress. Gushi looked up at the captain, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. No wonder they wanted to ask Gushi if he was willing to transfer. It turned out that they were eyeing the second red dress. It's really not the right time now, and I'm not in a hurry to decide on the second red suit. After putting on the second red suit, my upgrade process will definitely slow down. I wonder if I will still reach level 60 by then. So let me upgrade my level first. Okay. I understand what Mr. Gu means. But Mr. Gu, if you want to upgrade, our Southern Corps is facing several important battlefields. Fighting on the battlefield is the most romantic way for men to upgrade. I consider it. Gushi didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. He just casually dealt with it. Looking at Gushi like this, the captain could only sigh. This kind of persuasion task is really hard to do. In fact, he really has no talent for persuasion. He doesn't even know what Gushi really wants. And he uses some delicious-looking cakes to persuade Gushi. It's impossible to persuade him in this situation. Just when Gushi was talking to the captain, the flying ship had already docked. Looking out the window of the flying ship, Gushi found that the human military camp and the human star field are two completely different concepts. The human star field, whether it is the galaxy flow or the land flow, must have land and cities. But the military camp in front of him is completely different. Here is a fortress made entirely of metal floating in the void. When the flying ship approached, Gushi watched the fortress in front of him getting bigger and brighter. This is the Southern Fortress, built with a Dyson sphere as the core, with a small star inside, which can provide enough energy for the fortress. The captain often comes here, and he is no longer surprised by the scene in front of him. When the airship approached, the captain also introduced it to Gushi. How big is this? Gushi finally asked. The radius is about 696,300 kilometers. This is the data I gave when I just became the captain. I am not sure whether it has increased recently. The radius is 700,000 kilometers. Calculated as volume. Forget it. My math was taught by the undead. I can't calculate it. Gushi thought for a long time. But he couldn't calculate the volume of this spherical fortress. Anyway, it's enough to know that this fortress is quite large. When the airship approached, Gushi still asked a question. Can you take me to the warehouse? I'm sorry. My airship can only dock at port 117. But don't worry, Mr. Gu. Someone will come to pick you up after you get off the airship. If you want to go somewhere, just contact him directly. Don't worry. All the passages in the military camp are open. There are routes to get to a certain location in the shortest time. There will be no delays. When the captain was speaking, Gushi only felt the ground pause, and the airship finally docked on the dock of the Southern Fortress. At the front of the dock, a soldier who looked relatively weak was waiting for Gushi. Chapter 2185. There is a star field. Do you want it? Welcome to the Southern Fortress. Mr. Gu. I am the Southern Corps Staff Officer, Lu Dayo. Mr. Gu. You can call me Staff Officer Lu. I will help you choose the rewards this time. The C-10 has already told me about the recruitment rewards this time. You have to deal with a total of 9 planets. 2 orange equipment for each planet. A total of 18 orange equipment. In addition, all warehouses of the Southern Corps are open to you for 3 days. As long as you like anything in the warehouse, you can buy it at the purchase price. As for how much you can buy, it depends on how much money you have. There is also a 500 years of warming time, which we have prepared in advance. When you have chosen it, we will send this part of the warming time to you. By the way, our Commander-in-Chief also said that he owes you something. If you have any ideas, you can put them forward now, and I can help you apply for it. As soon as Gushi got off the airship, the military staff responsible for reception came to greet him. From his series of words, it can be seen that he has been preparing for a long time to welcome Gushi's arrival. Can I choose everything? Also, what can I ask for regarding what the Commander-in-Chief said? Gushi had been sleeping all the way here, and he really didn't think about what he wanted. You can ask for anything, even if you ask for a red dress. Our Commander-in-Chief will consider it, Lu said with a smile. Gushi didn't take this joke seriously. He frowned. I want 2 cities that have died or been abandoned. Hearing Gushi's needs, Lu looked at Gushi. Brother, you can ask for more and open your mind. That abandoned planet? You are still a little timid. You really underestimate the ability of humans. I can't ask for a star field, and you can give it to me. Gushi also muttered after Lu said this. That's not necessarily true. If you want a star field, we really have another choice, Lu said with a smile, as if he had been waiting for Gushi here for a long time. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go and look at the orange equipment. Faced with such benefits, Gushi changed his mind instead. Lu didn't expect that Gushi would change his mind after he had said this. He smiled awkwardly, raised Gushi's difficulty level in his heart, and turned to lead the way. Mr. Goo, I wonder what you think about the orange equipment. Why? Didn't you say that you can enter the equipment warehouse to choose it yourself? Lou also laughed when he heard it. Oh, no. There are 11 equipment warehouses in our military camp just for orange equipment. The orange equipment inside is classified. I want to know what equipment you want first, so that I can take you there first. Prioritize lightning and dragon power rings. Lightning and dragon power weapons. The rest will be seen later. Lou glanced at Gu Shi and was a little confused. Isn't Gu Shi a necromancer? And he is a necromancer who controls the city of death. Why would he want equipment like lightning and dragon power? Could it be that he wanted to give these equipment away? But this is also reasonable. After all, he got 18 pieces of orange equipment at once, and he certainly couldn't wear them all. Whether to sell or give them away, it is the best choice. Who let Gu Shi make a great contribution this time? I understand. Let's go to see the rings first. Although Staff Officer Liu was a little helpless, he still took Gu Shi in one direction. Among our 11 orange equipment warehouses, 2 are dedicated to weapons, 2 are dedicated to armor, and 1 is dedicated to rings. The warehouse for rings is the closest to our current location, and it only takes a few minutes to walk there. Let's go there to choose rings first, and see if you have any favorites. Staff Officer Liu explained the situation in detail on the South Fortress side, while leading the way. Gu Shi noticed that inside the fortress, there were players of all professions. Some of them formed teams of 5, and some had unified equipment. It was obvious that the situation of the South Legion was different from the North Legion that Gu Shi had contacted before. How about it? You also see the difference of our Southern Corps? Our Southern Corps will be more free, with 5-man combat teams, 10-man, 20-man, even 40-man regiments, and a 100-man regiment. As long as you have the ability, you can form an army on your own. How about it? Are you interested in transferring to our Southern Corps? Liu, is there something wrong with the Southern Corps? Gu Shi interrupted Liu. When I came here before, the captain had already invited me. And then you said there was an abandoned star field that you could give me. Now you are trying to persuade me to join, which makes me wonder if something happened to the Southern Legion. Is there something wrong with the star field? It shouldn't be like this. The Lilia star field can be said to have a reason, but the emergence of an abandoned star field is not right. Staff Officer Liu laughed awkwardly. No, Mr. Gu, there is really no trouble. Let me tell you the story. We just found a small star field with only 1 star and 3 habitable planets. I just want to ask if you want it. That's not right. When encountering a small star field with habitable planets, shouldn't people be arranged to migrate? Why are they pushed out directly? Gu Shi still didn't quite understand. After all, there are more game worlds, more types of games, and more professions for players. All kinds of players have their own survival requirements and conditions. Even in a dead place, there can be necromancers living and living. This star field with 3 habitable planets is not as good as some large star fields, but it is definitely not small. No matter who gets such a star field, it is impossible to abandon it. But the people of the Southern Legion actually gave up on their own initiative, which is quite unreasonable. This really can't be explained. But there is really no problem with this star field. It's just, at this point, Staff Officer Liu suddenly paused. We are here. This is the warehouse of the Orange Ring. Listening to the words halfway through, Gu Shi wanted to jump up and hit someone. What's going on? Is it a dog who cuts off the chapter? Other people cut off the chapter on the internet and in novels. It's cut off. You can't hit anyone. You cut off the chapter in front of me. Are you afraid that my fist is not hard enough? Liu, the staff officer, did not notice that Gu Shi's eyes were getting more and more gloomy. He pushed open the door of the warehouse and said to Gu Shi, "Okay, you can come in." Chapter 2186 The Orange Ring Received Unexpectedly. After the banquet, Levi did not forget to take a look at Frodo. But this little guy was too small at the moment. A newborn. Levi did not dare to hold him, for fear that he would accidentally touch him and cause him something bad. Let's put this matter aside for the time being. At least wait a few months. Amid the children's reluctance and retention, Levi waved his hand, stuffed a handful of candy into each child and left. Of course, Levi would not bring so many snacks with him. He used the stock of Zwigwa's family. I have no objection. That's what Zwigwa said. Happy times are always short. At dawn, Levi sent Bilbo back to Bag End, and then said goodbye and left. just staying in the roadside castle. A year passed unknowingly. When another autumn came, Bilbo took the initiative to visit for the first time. He stayed in the roadside castle for one night. The next day, Levi and he walked on the Sky Road together, riding a carriage and running slowly eastward. After passing through Halfway Town, Car Town, and 1/8 town of Mirkwood, the two arrived at Dale. It had been several decades since Bilbo last set foot on this land. The elderly hobbit looked left and right with nostalgia, walked for a long time, and then continued to walk towards Dale and Lonely Mountain. The Lonely Mountain was quite lively that night, and Thorin came up and gave Bilbo a big hug. It was another 20 years since we last met. The longest lived among the dwarves were similar to the Dunedain, and they could live for more than 300 years. For these people, more than 20 years may be considered a long time, but it can't be said to be too long. Parting always follows meeting and joy. After a while, the two walked back together, and when they passed by Buckland, they took a look at Drogo's house. This time, Levi held Frodo in his arms. The 1-year-old boy was very lively, and his smile was very pretty, making him very lovable. In this way, another year passed before he knew it. This year, the residents of Roadside Castle found that the Lord spent more time at home. He no longer disappeared at any time, and no one knew where he was going on adventures. Once he went out, he would not come back for at least a few months, and sometimes it would be counted as a year. However, although he stayed at home, Levi did not do nothing. Sometimes he would go to Riverside Castle, especially to the 3 pieces of land corresponding to the Delta, and walk back and forth, as if he was investigating something. Sometimes some architects would come to walk with him, looking around and chatting. The contribution required for this position is not low, at least 1,000 points. At this level, it is generally at least a construction company captain. They control all blocks and various tools, and the synthesis of machinery, and have great authority. In the second year, perhaps because he had done enough research, Levi established a new construction project. He used stones to surround the land divided by the river into 3 parts, and completely surrounded the center where the rivers meet and the rushing waters converged. Around this huge circle, the new expansion plan of Riverside Castle began. The construction company moved upon hearing the sound, followed Levi to assist, and built wherever he pointed. This team is composed of professionally educated and learned architects. They are very efficient in making things, and their aesthetic level is not low. They can often make designs that make Levi's eyes shine. And another more important point, which is also an advantage that can surpass Levi, is that this group of people never let down their construction projects. Once they start a project, it will definitely be completed, and there will never be a phenomenon of unfinished projects. As time goes by, the overall scale of Riverside Castle gradually expands, and the area doubles in just a few months. The original Riverside Fort became the West City District, and the new city built at the river corner was called the North City District. The 2 city districts were centered at the intersection of 3 rivers and watched each other. Of course, this was not the end of the new project. With the successful completion of the North City District, the progress of the East City District and the South City District also began to advance rapidly. However, this time some people began to have opinions, mainly from the Roadside Fort. The Roadside Fort construction team, who rushed over, collectively condemned the Riverside Fort construction team. You are so tight-lipped. After several months, you haven't released any news. It's so interesting. I mean, such a serious matter. You didn't even ask us to join? You were happy to build. And then you just left us alone for several months. Do you have a clear conscience? Tell me, don't you regard us as your own people? The captain of the Riverside Fort Construction Company hurriedly explained that he was afraid that the project was too large and too complicated to tire them, and the Lord didn't ask them to join, and they were completely enough. Tired as hell. Then you go and rest. Leave everything to us later. We just sent someone to ask, and the Lord said he had no objection. Okay. Go quickly. All of you go, and have a rest. That can't be helped. The Riverside Castle Construction Company stopped pretending. Let's speak with strength. So the 2 construction teams started, and they were responsible for the 2 new urban areas in the southeast that had not yet started construction. Then the other person started to be unhappy. Levi had a worried face, and was forced to work overtime like crazy. The construction speed of the 2 teams was too fast, and they worked day and night, and they couldn't be persuaded. After his original design was completed ahead of schedule, the two teams had nothing to do, and could only continue to wait for Levi's new planning and construction plan to be issued. Although they had no objection to this, Levi always felt very flustered when he walked by. This feeling of not being at ease in the heart, even though no one was urging him, and he was not forced to do anything, was too subtle. In order to get rid of this feeling, Levi had to speed up the planning a little bit. And because he was indeed quite sufficient in manpower, he also boldly proposed some more cutting-edge design plans. For example, the sky garden built by the river in Dongcheng district. Waterfalls pour down from above, flowing through the grassy lawns planted with flowers and trees. A huge building, so tall that it is difficult to count the number of floors in a short time, stands by the river. The terraces of different heights are covered with buildings with arcades. The bottom floor of the building is a very wide and bright space, full of flowers, plants and trees from all over the world. And these views are blocked by water curtains. Only by crossing the water curtains can you enter the interior for viewing. At first glance, it seems that this huge garden is supported by water curtains and waterfalls. Such a design does not violate physical intuition, but also looks quite novel and amazing. Once the sky garden appeared, it became the most spectacular wonder of the city. The design concept and inspiration impressed the architects. Since then, no matter how much Levi slacked off, or occasionally procrastinated, he never felt that flustered again. A few months later, the East City district, which carries the sky garden, was declared completed. The next step is to fill the last gap, the South City district, and this huge ring-like city can be officially declared complete. Regarding the last city district, architects have put forward their own ideas, with the precedent of the East City district. They don't want to just build something ordinary. Some people propose to build a huge lighthouse to replace the original smaller one. And some people propose to replace the lighthouse with a huge statue of the Lord. This inspiration mainly comes from the king double pillars standing at the Loros Falls. The next is a choice question between two options. Huh? After the residents voted and Levi made a decision with a tingling scalp, the result was both. So the huge lighthouse was built in the original Old City District, West City District, near the river, and the statue was built in the South City District. Watching over the giant lighthouse, the statue stood with a sword in hand, extremely tall. Standing on the top floor, you can not only overlook the entire riverside shipyard, but also see the roadside fort farther away. Its meaning is to protect. The statue's expression is vague and seems complicated, with some kindness and some reluctance in the kindness. Someone asked the sculptor why he designed it this way, and he replied that it was the expression that the Lord often showed, and he didn't know why. The chirping birds folded their wings and landed at the bottom of the statue to rest on it. The butterfly hovered and landed on Levi's shoulder, but when he moved, it was startled and flew away. Looking at this brand new and magnificent city and looking up at his statue, Levi sighed. Another year passed. When the new city plan was officially completed, people gave it a new name, Water City. Later, this name was adopted by Levi. From then on, Riverside Castle was only used as the name of the castle where Levi lived here. The city was officially renamed Water City. Chapter 2187. What is this? A part of the Dragon King Divine Power. Good boy. How come this thing is here? Gushi took the box down immediately. Looking at Gushi's actions, Staff Officer Lu was also a little surprised. He took a look at the properties of the fox eye ring held in Gushi's hand, and then said to Gushi, Mr. Gu, you are interested in this fox eye ring? This thing is not very good. Staff Officer Lu thought for a while, and finally persuaded, let me tell you this. Although this thing is a suit, it affects the mind. Several players took this fox eye ring before, saying that they wanted to put together a suit. In the end, they all returned the fox eye ring by themselves. Mr. Gu, this thing is not something that normal people can play with. I know. I want this. Gushi said with certainty. Staff Officer Lu persuaded him a few words, and seeing that Gushi must have this fox eye ring, he did not persuade him anymore, but took out a key and put it on the ring box. Then Gushi immediately opened the ring box, took out the fox eye ring inside, and spread it in his palm. Without any order from Gushi, the fox eye ring in his palm disappeared immediately. At the same time, Gushi heard the thanks from the Orange Guard Xi and Jiawei. Jiawei, why do I see that the level of mental spells in the description of Jiawei Shui on the fox eye ring has been raised to level 30? But it was only level 20 before. That's because you have collected 3 sets of suits. And the description of Jiawei Shenwei will change with each additional set. Okay. Sir. I won't say more. I'm going on a spiritual journey. Wait. Can't you use the orange suit directly? Why do you have to bind it? But no matter how Gu Shi called in his heart, he couldn't call back the orange guard Xi and Jiawei. It seems that she has already gone to bind the fox eye ring at this time. It's a pity that the previous orange guard Jiawei didn't seize such a good opportunity. Gu Shi sighed inwardly, and then went back to the depths of the warehouse. Seeing Gu Shi's actions just now, Staff Officer Lu also reacted. And there must be another set of 9-tailed divine power in Gu Shi's hand. No wonder Gu Shi chose to take the fox eye ring at the first time. After walking a distance inside, Gu Shi did not find anything good this time. During this period, he also encountered several rings with lightning or dragon power. But after a careful look, he found that the attributes and characteristics were not ideal. Gu Shi was not just thinking about taking an orange suit to upgrade the Death Hand first. If that was the case, he would have entered the next stage of the Death Hand long ago. How could he be like now? Picking out the right attributes one by one in the military warehouse. But among so many rings, there was really no one that Gu Shi could choose to take at the first time. This made Gu Shi more and more irritated when choosing. Staff Officer Lu followed Gu Shi all the time, without urging him or persuading him too much. This made Gu Shi feel much more relaxed. When a new ring box fell into Gu Shi's hands, Gu Shi couldn't help but exclaimed. The ring box contained a ring that looked like a flame. And on the flame was a yellow gem that looked like a dragon eye. Dragon eye ring? Gu Shi recognized this thing immediately. And then he turned to look at Staff Officer Lu. His eyes clearly said, Do you have this thing too? Staff Officer Lu obviously understood what Gu Shi meant by his eyes, and he pointed in a direction. Gu Shi noticed that there were 4 identical dragon eye rings in the ring box over there. Gu Shi was stunned on the spot, and it was obvious that there were 5 identical dragon eye rings here. And Staff Officer Lu was still there saying, Don't look at it. There are 3 more dragon eye rings in this room. This is much worse than the fox eye ring you just took away. Much worse. It shouldn't be. They are both orange quality. And they are both 9-piece sets. How could they be so different? You can take this yourself. Do you want me to find you a dragon eye ring? No. I only need 1 hand. It's okay. Just in case, I need an extra hand in the future. Lu said with a smile. Gu Shi rolled his eyes when he heard this. But he immediately thought, You might as well find me a red dragon sword instead of trying to sell me a dragon eye ring. You know what? I really have a red dragon sword here. I put it down for you. But you really don't want a set of Dragon King power. Lu looked at Gu Shi and asked. Gu Shi knew at first sight that this guy had no good intentions. He could say that, which was certain that the military must have gathered all the Dragon King power. And judging from the current situation, there might be more than 1 set of Dragon King power. The most important thing is that 9 orange suits can't be transformed into red suits. So what's the point of him taking them? Give it to Moore as a gift? No. How could Gu Shi give away the benefits he just got? So let's take a look at the attributes of the Dragon King power first. Now is not the time to talk about this. As the ring box was opened, Gu Shi finally saw the dragon eye ring inside. Just by looking at the attributes, Gu Shi was sure that the dragon eye ring was exactly what he wanted. But it was not a red suit, dragon eye ring orange. Ring, ownerless, can be soulbound. Binding requires a sacrifice of a dragon's blood. After equipping, all troops under the player. Attack +1. Defense +1. With hypnosis or frenzy effect when attacking. Equipment requirements, Strength 10. Special 1, Dragon Breath. Consumes 10 mana per minute when launching melee attacks. Forming a Dragon Breath force field with a diameter of 3 to 300 meters. All enemies entering the Dragon Breath force field will be affected by spell effects such as weakness and fear. The larger the force field, the smaller the effect. Special 2, Dragon Scale Armor. Comes with Dragon Scale Armor. Can be immune to 1 attack effect. Cannot choose spell or physical attack. Can only choose fire, ice or piercing, blunt attack and other small items for immunity. Special 3, Dragon Iron Crusher. Can be activated at any time during attack. Randomly destroy a purple quality equipment on the enemy. When a set of suits is collected, there is a chance to destroy the enemy's orange equipment. Special 4, Dragon Guard. There is a chance to release a dragon with a level higher than the player's level by 8 levels, upper limit 60 levels, in battle. The dragon species is random. And there is no upper limit on the number of dragons. Description 1, 9 corresponding pieces of equipment can be combined into a set of Dragon King power. All equipment special effects are enhanced. And the set will have set attributes, which is a relatively famous set. Description 2. Don't look at it. A set is a set. This thing cannot be combined into a red set. Chapter 2188 Orange Ring and Evil Weapon. Okay. It's confirmed. The Dragon King power really can't become a red outfit. It seems that this thing should be like Mr. June's Earth Dow, which is a set with red quality. Instead of taking advantage of the opportunity of the set to form a set to synthesize red equipment, Gushi didn't ask if there was a red quality Dragon Eye ring, but stretched out an arm from behind. His Ghost Dragon power hand directly picked up the Dragon Eye ring and put it on. Seeing Gushi's situation, Staff Officer Liu was also stunned for a moment. Then he took a look at Gushi's situation, and finally realized that the arm that suddenly appeared was Gushi's. No wonder Gushi needed a ring that specified lightning or dragon power. It seems that this is preparing weapons and equipment for his new arm. Staff Officer Liu, who understood Gushi's needs, did not recommend anything. He understood that the more at this time, the more he couldn't mess around. Unless Gushi himself had an idea, he would not recommend it excessively. And Gushi, who had the Dragon Eye ring, was more serious in looking for a suitable ring in the warehouse. After all, if 2 sets can be found here, there must be something hidden in it. Gushi pretended not to see those orange rings that he didn't like before. With this mentality, Gushi really found a ring that suited his bone lightning hand. This ring is different from the Fox Eye ring and Dragon Eye ring he got before. This is a single orange ring. When holding it in your hand, it feels like holding an electric ring. But if you look closely, you will find that this ring seems to have been broken before and pieced together again because of a powerful force. Northern Fragment, orange. Ring. Ownerless. Can be soulbound. Binding requires sealing oneself in ice and using lightning to break the ice. After equipping, Intelligence plus 10. Perception plus 10. Equipment requirements, Intelligence 15. Special 1, Spell. You can issue a spell to the Northern Fragment, and this ring will automatically protect or attack according to the spell. You can order who to protect, or what kind of enemy to attack, etc. Special 2, Death Lightning. Consumes 100 mana points. Releases a Death Lightning, causing 200 points of electrical damage to the enemy. If this lightning kills the enemy, the lightning will increase 20 points of damage and bounce to the next enemy. The Death Lightning has no upper limit, and will not stop until it can no longer kill the enemy directly, or there are no enemies nearby. Special 3, Lightning Wheel. After using a lightning spell, the damage and effect of this spell will be retained in the ring. When you use a lightning spell next time, the damage and effect of the previous spell will be added to form a combination skill. Special 4, Thunder and Fire Refining. For self-use, in addition to stimulating the body for strengthening, it can also erase all the negative effects of purple equipment. Explanation 1. This is a ring made of the bones of the Titans of the North. In addition to lightning, the biggest feature of this ring is hardness. Explanation 2. The thinking of the people of the North is very simple. Fight. Even if you can't beat them, you have to fight. To be honest, this Northern Fragment is not the best of all lightning rings, but it is the one that Gushi values the most. Apart from other things, this Death Lightning and the fact that this ring is made of Titan bones are what Gushi needs. When the Northern Fragment was put into the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison, a qualitative change occurred immediately. Unlike the Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison, the various altars inside the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison can be said to have been built. Now that the ring is in place, the only thing missing is lightning weapons. When the Northern Fragment ring was worn on the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison, white snow began to float in the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison, and a large amount of electric current appeared on the ground paved with white bones. All the liches in the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison were affected by the electric current. The black robes they were wearing turned into purple robes, and the long swords in their hands turned into spears made of lightning. Gushi naturally felt such a change. He took a look at the situation inside the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison, and then turned around. Okay, there are enough things here. Let's go to the next warehouse. Staff Officer Liu looked at Gushi with some surprise. You only looked at half of the warehouse in front of you, and you left like this? Don't you regret it? There is nothing to regret. I just came here to find what I want. Now that the things are obtained, it is natural to go to the next place. Staff Officer Liu also understood Gushi's character as soon as he heard it. He is the kind of person who has his own ideas. It seems that the previous persuasion was a bit too hasty. Let's see later. Can we find a way to communicate with Gushi more and guide him slowly? Gushi obviously had some ideas about that star field before. As long as Gushi can nod, this matter can be settled. While thinking, Staff Officer Lu took Gushi out of the warehouse in front of him. The next direction. Staff Officer Lu naturally took Gushi to the nearest weapons warehouse. Unlike the ring warehouse, the equipment in the weapons warehouse is strictly classified. After all, the various weapons are of different sizes, and they also have different properties. If they are all displayed in small boxes like rings, it is obviously impossible. The weapons warehouse that Staff Officer Lu took Gushi to is a medium-short weapons warehouse, which mainly contains short weapons such as knives, swords, daggers, one-handed hammers, and shields that can be picked up with one hand. I heard from Staff Officer Lu that the other weapons warehouse is a long weapons warehouse, which contains long weapons such as long guns, spears, staffs, two-handed swords, two-handed hammers, and long whips. The situations of the two weapons warehouses are different. The reason why Gushi was brought here first is because it is closer to the ring warehouse. So he walked here on the way. As soon as he led Gushi into the warehouse, Staff Officer Lu said to Gushi, "Mr. Gu, please come this way. I remember that a few red dragon swords are placed here. By the way, we also have the true flame dragon sword here. It is a relatively rare weapon. Would you like to take a look at it?" Staff Officer Lu never expected that Gushi did not answer him, but focused his attention on a rather strange weapon. The weapon was a copper ring. It was larger than a human head, but not too large. What attracted Gushi's attention the most was that there were dark red bloodstains on the copper ring. It was obviously a powerful weapon. Staff Officer Lu, who was about to introduce the true flame dragon sword to Gushi, also looked at Gushi. "Mr. Gu, this thing is a killing weapon. I can see that it is stained with too many resentments of the undead, but it is obviously a good thing. Can I use it?" Chapter 2189 Great Harvest, Dragon Slaying Circle, Orange. Secondary weapon. Ownerless. Can be soulbound. Binding requires 30 days of dormancy. After equipping, Strength plus 15. Agility plus 15. Equipment requirements, Constitution 30. Special 1, Dragon Slaying. Targeting creatures such as dragons. Has a 1000% attack damage bonus. Every time a dragon is killed, 1 point of strength or 1 point of constitution will be randomly obtained. Special 2, Death Throw. Throw the weapon out, regardless of the throwing skill level. 100% hit. Hit the enemy. Will cause great damage to the enemy. The effect is equivalent to the effect of nearly 2 tons of weight falling. After the throw is over, the weapon will automatically return. Special 3, Dragon Armor Crusher. This weapon can easily cut through the dragon's scales and automatically extract the dragon's tendons, which will bring a devastating blow to all orange-level equipment related to dragons. Special 4, it can be freely enlarged or reduced in size. It can be worn on the wrist at the smallest and can reach a diameter of 10 meters at the largest. It can also lock enemy weapons and crush enemy equipment. Explanation 1. This thing is a replica of a certain killing weapon. The replica of that killing weapon is red equipment. Think about the grade of that killing weapon. Explanation 2. If you get this thing, you and the dragon will be enemies. Without this equipment, the dragon and I are also enemies. Thinking about the undead dragon troops and death titan troops under his command, Gushi knew very well what his position was with the dragon. The dragon did not attack him directly when it saw him. That was a face given by him, because he did not kill too many dragons directly. It is impossible to give Gushi a good face. So the enemy is the enemy. This Jinkuin circle turned out to be a semi-ranged weapon, which surprised Gushi. Gushi felt that he still needed to find a few experts to learn how to use this kind of outer door weapon. After shrinking the dragon slaying circle and putting it on the arm of the ghost dragon power hand, Gushi turned his head and looked at Staff Officer Lu. "Staff Officer Lu, can you introduce the red dragon sword and the true flame dragon sword?" Staff Officer Lu was also surprised by Gushi's request. He didn't expect that Gushi would ask for the red dragon sword and the true flame dragon sword, even though he had already picked out the right orange weapon. He didn't know that Gushi wanted to pick 2 pieces of equipment to suppress the ghost dragon power ghost prison. After all, the white bone lighting hand only needed 1 lighting weapon to be full, and the ghost dragon power ghost prison still needed 2 suppressed equipment, which was a bit slow. Gushi didn't want to keep dragging this matter. In Gu Shi's mind, he got a total of 18 pieces of orange equipment this time. If it wasn't enough, he could spend money to buy it from the military. It was unreasonable to pick 2 pieces of orange equipment to suppress. Although Staff Officer Liu didn't understand why Gu Shi did this, he was still very happy that Gu Shi was willing to communicate with him. So Staff Officer Liu introduced the Red Dragon Sword and the True Flame Dragon Sword to Gu Shi. After Staff Officer Liu's introduction, Gu Shi also picked out what he wanted. Gu Shi did not keep the Red Dragon Sword, which was one of the sets, but he was quite impressed with the True Flame Dragon Sword. In the end, Gu Shi sealed it in his Ghost Dragon prison, because he didn't want the Red Dragon Sword. Gu Shi chose another dragon-related equipment from so many equipments and sealed it in the Ghost Dragon prison. As for the attributes of this equipment, Gu Shi didn't check it in detail, but just knew that this equipment was very dragon-like. As for the preparation suitable for the White Bone Lightning Hand, Gu Shi has never found it. Weapons with lightning are actually a relatively common category among weapons. Many people choose weapons and think about making their weapons have electricity or something. The military's arsenal contains only orange-quality items. Just as Gu Shi took a look around, he saw a square-headed one-handed hammer, a golden lightning scepter that could be lifted with one hand. And when Staff Officer Liu introduced it, he said it was a short spear that could be thrown. But Gu Shi felt that it looked like a scepter. There were also long swords made of lightning, broadswords covered with purple lightning, and so on. The properties of these things were pretty good. And the most important thing was that they all had extraordinary lightning power. But Gu Shi always felt that these weapons were not very convenient. Whether it was the hammer or the lightning scepter, Gu Shi was always not used to using them. So in the end, Gu Shi did not take any lightning-related equipment here. But because he liked it for a while, he picked up an orange equipment such as a short staff from here. This short staff had a very good experimental effect blessing, which made Gu Shi quite satisfied. He planned to give it to Eve as a reward for her. As for the others, Gu Shi hadn't seen the right equipment yet, and hadn't picked out any good stuff yet. There shouldn't be anything I want here, so why don't we go to the next armory? Putting away the things he had picked, Gu Shi took the initiative to say to Staff Officer Liu. Staff Officer Liu said something there at this time. The long armory is a distance away from here. Why don't we go to the armory closest to here? The light armor and cloth armor are here. If you go there, you can pick out a better set of equipment. Gu Shi shook his head after hearing this. No. I have to get my arms done first. Okay. Then we take a detour. But what's the situation with your arms? Oh. Death taught me that I can equip orange quality equipment. And I don't have to operate it myself. It's quite useful. Death? It sounds like a name. Staff Officer Liu really didn't think that the death that Gu Shi was talking about was real death. He thought Gu Shi was talking about someone's nickname or game name. He was trying to get close to Gu Shi while trying to get him to say something. Gu Shi was also bragging there, trying to get Liu to say something. Anyway, the two of them were walking and talking there, and both thought they had found out what they wanted. Unlike the situation at the short weapons depot, Gu Shi's actions at the long weapons depot were quite smooth. As soon as he entered the door of the weapons depot, Gu Shi saw an iron rod that stood tall. After that, everything went smoothly for Gu Shi. The weapon he wanted to find appeared in front of him at the first time. Gu Shi didn't even need to think too much. After getting this weapon, Gu Shi knew that this was what he wanted. It was a weapon similar to the Fang Tianhua Ji, and purple electric current was flowing on this Fang Tianhua Ji. Chapter 2190, the first stage of the Hand of Death, is completed. The reason why Gu Shi took this Fang Tianhua Ji was not because it was beautiful, nor because of its good attributes, but because this Fang Tianhua Ji looked like a melee weapon. But it was a long-handled weapon used by the magic system, and it was a long-handled weapon used by the necromancer. In fact, when he saw this attribute, Gu Shi couldn't believe his eyes. Even if this thing in front of him was exclusive to the Death Knight, Gu Shi was willing to recognize it. But this thing was exclusive to the necromancer. Then, the situation was different. Gu Shi came here to find the orange equipment that suits him. Although the attributes of other orange equipment are quite gorgeous, Gu Shi did not forget his identity. No matter how long he has walked on the road of Fengdu Emperor, he has always been a necromancer. So this kind of orange equipment in front of him is a good thing that can be encountered but not sought. When he encountered it, Gu Shi naturally would not consider anything else and directly took this Fang Tianhua Ji down. Dead Lightning Halberd, orange. Long-handled weapon. Ownerless. Soulbinding. Kill 3,000 enemies with lightning. And transform them into undead. After equipping, Intelligence plus 10. Necromancer plus 5. Equipment requirements, Necromancer profession. Strength 15. Perception 20. Special 1, Death Suppression. Use lightning to suppress undead, dead spirits, undead creatures, and weirdness. The attack power is 300% of ordinary spell attacks. Special 2, Death Equipment. Purple equipment destroyed during the attack will automatically transform into death equipment with a breath of death or weirdness, which can be used by the undead under you or other undead. Special 3, Thunder Ghost Domain. A ghost domain that reverses yin and yang with thunder and lightning. In this ghost domain, all undead will ignore the influence of pure yang and pure power such as thunder and lightning, sunlight, and holy light, and become ghosts that are not afraid of positive energy. Special 4, Thunder and lightning walk on the ground. The tip of the halberd touches the ground, consumes 50 points of mana, and leads thunder and lightning into the ground, which can attack all enemies within a range of 3,000 meters, causing 300 points of damage to the enemy per second, lasting 30 seconds. Explanation 1. When you get this halberd, you won't think it is a magic sword. Explanation 2. The sky is dead. Please send down the thunder to destroy the world. Well, looking at the attributes, Gushi knows why this thing has been here for so long and has not been picked up by anyone. No matter how gorgeous and beautiful the thing is, if you can't equip it, the player will not want it. This is a bargain for Gushi. The dead spirit electric halberd in front of him is just right for Gushi. As for the requirements of strength and other attributes, who would consider that when death takes action? Gushi personally lifted up the death lightning halberd, and then the skeleton lightning hand behind him reached down and grabbed the death lightning halberd. Although the death lightning halberd is obviously a long-handled weapon, it cannot be held in one hand normally without options such as Titan power. But is the death hand a normal hand? Behind it is the entire skeleton lightning ghost prison. How could the entire ghost prison not be able to support a long halberd? When the skeleton lightning hand held the death lightning halberd, Gushi saw countless purple, blue, white, red and gray lightnings inside the skeleton lightning ghost prison constantly jumping. In the middle of the skeleton lightning ghost prison, an altar about 10 meters high rose up, and countless lightnings kept falling. The death lightning halberd that was just held in the hand of the skeleton lightning hand appeared in the middle of the altar. This altar is the last building of the skeleton lightning ghost prison. The right hand strengthening altar. Only when this altar is completed can the skeleton lightning hand be considered fully strengthened. At this time, Gushi's eyes were blurred, and he noticed that the Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison appeared in front of him again. Previously, Ghost Dragon Power was late because of the True Flame Dragon Sword, and completed the strengthening effect of the left hand one step ahead. Unexpectedly, when the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison completed the last step, it appeared again. This situation surprised Gushi. What is going on? At this time, the two ghost prisons actually vibrated at the same time. Gushi found that the two ghost prisons actually resonated. The dead spirit electric halberd placed on the right hand strengthening altar, and the dragon slaying heaven and earth circle placed on the left hand strengthening altar lit up at the same time. The hands that were originally floating behind Gushi raised up at the first time. The left hand tightly grasped the dragon slaying heaven and earth circle, and the right hand held the dead spirit electric halberd upside down, which clearly showed that the two weapons had been completely mastered. Then a ding sound came from Gushi's ears. The first strengthening of your death hand has been completed. The death hand level has been upgraded to orange +1. And all the effects of the first pair of death hands are fully activated. Ghost Prison Enhancement Effect, Dragon Slayer and Lightning. Ghost Prison has a stronger killing power against dragons and titans, and can be used to suppress dragons and titans, including special demigod soldiers, at the same time. Ghost Prison can be enhanced autonomously, and the enhanced effect will affect the first pair of arms of the Hand of Death. The first pair of arms of the Hand of Death will be affected by the Ghost Prison, becoming more powerful and flexible. The energy and power consumed by the first pair of arms of the Hand of Death all come from the corresponding Ghost Prison. Divine Skill Assimilation Effect, Death Lord strengthens. When taking in wild undead through Death Lord-like means, all the subdued undead will be strengthened and alienated. The level of the undead is randomly increased by 1 to 3 levels. The level cap does not exceed level 60. And the attributes such as Dragon Slaying, Lightning, Strength or Agility Enhancement are increased. The enhanced attributes are similar to the weird or weird things suppressed in the Ghost Prison. And the equipment. The second pair of Hands of Death is selected to start. Please select the direction of the divine skill you want to strengthen. Looking at this series of prompts, Gu Shi also laughed. Gu Shi's laughter did not attract much attention from Staff Officer Lu. He thought Gu Shi had picked up good weapons and equipment and was happy there. Gu Shi turned to Lu, the staff officer, and said, "Lu, I won't choose the remaining orange equipment. I want to go to other military warehouses to buy some of the things I need. By the way, do you have a larger room that can be used? I suddenly got an inspiration and need to make something." Lu was about to introduce Gu Shi to other places. As a result, he said this, and I suddenly got some inspiration, which interrupted everything. Lu couldn't stop it. For players, that little inspiration is likely to be the key to their growth. If they go forward and destroy it at this time, they will be enemies who will never stop. So Lu smiled awkwardly. "Yes, I don't know what you want to pick first. I can lead the way now. Corpses, and various materials for strengthening corpses." Chapter 2191 Target. New Incarnation of Death. Gu Shi actually didn't expect that the first pair of arms of his Hand of Death would be completed at this point in time. He doesn't have a suitable Death City available now. If Gu Shi doesn't want the second pair of arms of the Hand of Death to be empty and wait for the Death City, then this is the best time to go to the Death Incarnation. At the same time, there is a bigger advantage at the moment. That is, Gu Shi is now in the military camp. There are a lot of supplies here, and the military has promised to open all warehouses to Gu Shi. If Gu Shi likes something, he can just buy it directly. This is enough to make Gu Shi excited. Gu Shi thought about dealing with the second pair of arms first. If possible, among the remaining orange equipment, Gu Shi can first choose weapons, rings and wristbands that are not easy to find normally. If there are extra, then consider choosing some for the contracted undead under his command. If there are no extra, then don't worry. After all, the opportunity in front of him was obtained by Gu Shi's hard work, so it is natural to strengthen himself first. Staff Officer Lu didn't say much at this time, and took Gu Shi to one direction. While walking out, Staff Officer Lu also introduced other situations in the military warehouse to Gu Shi. Just as Gu Shi guessed, the military had enough corpses. At the same time, there were some things that were not corpses, but similar to corpses. Gu Shi's death mask had many different methods of making death incarnations. Some required materials, and some required corpse characteristics. It can be said that the rarer the death incarnation, the harder it is to find the materials needed. Otherwise, how could Gu Shi have been guarding his 3 death incarnations all these years? You know, after Gu Shi got the death mask, he knew exactly how to make the death incarnation. Not to mention the others, the town incarnations in Gu Shi's cities, and the incarnation lords in the depths of the game. Didn't they all come from this way? It's not that Gu Shi didn't want to work hard, but he really didn't need the right materials. After all, most of his current sources of corpses are imported from abroad. Most of his undead troops rely on double death after killing. In addition, there is no suitable idea, so Gu Shi's progress in converting the death incarnation is naturally delayed. Although he has studied many operations and combat methods with the death incarnation, there is really no new type of death incarnation. With the resources of the military as a foundation, Gu Shi's mind has started to move. Gu Shi is planning to deal with the death incarnation in front of him. If possible, he will make more types of death incarnations. It can't be that every death incarnation is either a bone dragon, a god of death, or a titan. This will make Gu Shi seem to have no ideas. Gu Shi followed behind Staff Officer Lu. While walking, thinking about what kind of death incarnation he would make. This time Gu Shi plans to take the opportunity to make at least 5 death incarnations. 2 of them will be used in the Hand of Death, so they can't be used again after they are made. The remaining 3 need to consider the battlefield effect and the coordination effect with the original old death incarnation. But no matter what, the matter of death incarnation needs to be quick. Otherwise, how would Gu Shi choose orange equipment in the next few days? Soon, Staff Officer Lu brought Gu Shi to the military supply warehouse. When Staff Officer Lu brought Gu Shi here, he walked to the nearby supply warehouse. As soon as he entered the warehouse, Gu Shi immediately felt that the warehouse in front of him was really clean. It was obviously a warehouse where various supplies were stored, but there was no stain at all. It was obvious that someone was taking care of it every day. "Mr. Gu, if you want a corpse, you can come here." At this time, it was not only Staff Officer Lu who received Gu Shi. After all, There were corresponding warehouse managers in the warehouse. And sometimes there were special teams to manage it. If Gushi ran around here, he would not only fail to find what he wanted, but sometimes he would offend some people. So now Gushi's main goal is to listen to advice. When he came here, Gushi had already directly stated what he wanted. Spider corpses, strong magic corpses, mechanized corpses, orange quality equipment, or relics left after strange deaths, etc. These Gushi either haven't been used much, or have other uses, or they just can't find good stuff. I can only see if the military has the right materials here. After entering the military warehouse, Gushi knew that he had overestimated the military. How could the most powerful violent organization in the world be said to have no two words? As soon as he entered the door, Gushi saw a giant mantis corpse with a body of emerald green, a height of more than 5 meters, and a body length of more than 11 meters. Without saying anything else, just the pair of sickles flashing with cold light will make people understand why in the eyes of some people, the god of death is wearing a sickle. Death mantis. Gushi saw the origin of this thing at a glance. This thing is named after the god of death, and it is considered the strongest existence in the druid system. Death mantis can fly, move very fast, and its attack speed can even reach about 10 cuts per second. A pair of sickles can easily cut the skin of a dragon. It can be said that except for low magic resistance and weak vitality, it has no other weaknesses. The most important thing is that this thing really doesn't want to compete for the title of the first in land warfare. It is the first flying assassin. It is quite good at flying, stealth, flanking, backstabbing, and cutting. It can be said that if you want to kill such a powerful existence, you must exchange it with more than 5 dragons of the same level. The corpse of the death mantis in front of you is obviously a level less than 20. This is considered a young man among the death mantis. Judging from the situation on its body, this death mantis should have died of poison or internal organ problems. What a good thing. How much is this one? 3 military merits. If converted into money, it is about 50 standard gems. Not expensive. All that can be converted into precious metals will be counted as precious metals. Gushi calculated it, and found that the price was really not expensive. 50 standard gems. That is 5 units of gems. It is almost equivalent to more than 1,000 or nearly 2,000 gold coins. This is really a fair price for Gushi. The things that were sent over next were all relatively rare corpses, just like the death mantis. For example, a 3-meter-high barrel contained the corpse of a ghost jellyfish, the abandoned mecha dragged out of a huge box. As for the spider corpse that Gushi specifically asked for, there were 7 or 8 kinds from small to large. Looking at the various corpses sent out, Gushi's eyes also flashed a smile. It seems that there is no shortage of materials for the incarnation of death. Chapter 2192. With the right materials, it is quite simple to make a death incarnation. Gushi has a death mask, and has a clear understanding of the materials, requirements, and ideas for making various death incarnations. After seeing the corpses sent up, Gushi quickly started to deal with them. Neither Staff Officer Lu nor the warehouse manager stopped him. In their eyes, Gushi really needed these corpses at this time. Soon Gushi selected 10 corpses based on his existing corpses, the route in the death mask, and Gushi's own growth ideas. The reason why so many were selected was entirely because some materials needed to be disassembled on the spot. After selecting what he wanted, Gushi turned his head and looked at Staff Officer Lu. Can I open the city gate and go back to the city to deal with it? Or do I need to apply for a place here to deal with these corpses and materials? I don't think you can open the city gate. The management here in the military camp is stricter, except for the numbered portals and roads. Any other means of teleportation or spells are all prohibited. What kind of room do you need? I can help you arrange it. A room with more negative energy. Gushi knew that his idea would not work as soon as he heard it, so he could only settle for the second best and find a suitable place to make the death incarnation first. Gushi asked people to help transport the corpses while sending messages to Luna and Catherine, asking them to prepare the materials they wanted. After all, there are still some good materials in Gushi's Mirror Underground Palace. There are some special materials that can only be produced in the Mirror Underground Palace or the city of Aridov. In order to ensure that his death incarnation will not have any problems, Gushi must control all the details. For Gushi's request, the speed of Lu's handling is quite fast. In less than 10 minutes, he arranged a fairly large room for Gushi. This room is located at the edge of the southern fortress. Although it is not a place with strong negative energy, it is also far away from a place with strong positive energy. This is the room. Do you need anything else? Staff Officer Lu pushed open the door and said to Gu Shi. Gu Shi glanced into the room. The room in front of him was at least more than 3,000 square meters in size. Although it was not the largest room, it could at least ensure that a bone dragon or something would stand without being crowded. This was enough for Gu Shi. He was not going to make any super large undead. The room in front of him was enough for him to operate. Asked people to push all the corpses in, and Gu Shi immediately started to take various materials. There was no way to open the door directly, so Gu Shi simply entered his dream and transferred through Lingxi. Through repeated transportation, various materials were transported out. Gu Shi first dealt with the corpse of the death mantis that he saw at the beginning. When he followed Staff Officer Lu here, Gu Shi had already thought about his goal of making the incarnation of death this time. Death mantis is a very unique creature. If it is made into the incarnation of death, no one will cooperate with it. But if it is turned into the hand of death, the situation will be different. Gu Shi feels that the hand of death transformed by the death mantis may bring out the ghost prison of the blade hell, so as to strengthen the effects of cutting, breaking wind, and combo. Such attributes are much better than picking lightning, dragon power and other effects. So Gu Shi's first target for transforming the incarnation of death was the death mantis. Gu Shi must deal with the corpse of the death mantis seriously. Among them, the most important thing about the death mantis is not its internal organs, but its exoskeleton. Although the death mantis is famous for its lightness, dexterity, flight, and stealth, it must be admitted that its exoskeleton is its greatest feature. If it didn't have this chitinous exoskeleton, the death mantis would not have to think about moving at such a high speed. Not to mention that its pair of sickle feet can cut through the scales of the dragon. Therefore, if you want to make a death incarnation of the death mantis, the exoskeleton must be left behind. As long as the exoskeleton is there, it doesn't matter if there are no internal organs inside. Although he was acting alone, it was not difficult for Gu Shi to not be able to open the door. It was just that he couldn't open the door. So he directly released a legion of dead witches, and a large number of liches filled the space in front of him. If this room was not too small, Gu Shi could have released more liches. Let these liches help deal with the materials at hand. And Gu Shi quickly hollowed out the inside of the death mantis. Most of the internal organs in its body were useless, and only a small part of the internal organs of poor quality were left by Gu Shi. However, even if the part was left, Gu Shi did not intend to put it back into the body of the death mantis. Gu Shi must add something to the death mantis to ensure its speed and agility. In the eyes of the necromancer, the original things are not necessarily the best. Isn't it the treatment method of Frankenstein to add the strongest and best internal organs and materials into a body? What Gu Shi is doing now is somewhat similar to Frankenstein, except that the materials Gu Shi put into the death mantis are relatively light materials, and the internal organs are also useful to the death mantis. For example, some unnecessary internal organs were directly abandoned by Gu Shi. Instead, some things that Gu Shi thought were suitable were added to the death mantis that the death mantis did not have. After that, Gu Shi used his own means to plate a layer of metal on the chitinous exoskeleton and sickle. Most of these metal materials come from the military, and even some of the alloy formulas here are obtained from the military. With the blessing of metal, the death mantis's body has obviously become more powerful. Gu Shi estimated that in the past, at least 4 pairs of blade arms could be added without being affected. Of course, Gu Shi did not intend to keep adding blade arms. The reason why Gu Shi made such a judgment was just to prove how much the body of the death mantis was strengthened under his treatment. After doing all this, Gu Shi began to use the method of dealing with the death incarnation to activate the body in front of him. At Gu Shi's level, if he wants to operate a death incarnation again, he doesn't have to be as cautious as before. As long as Gu Shi can control it and inject the correct death breath into the body, it will be fine. Of course, in order to ensure that there is no problem with the death incarnation, Gu Shi still added some power of the nether spirit flower. Under such operation, this death incarnation stood up. Chapter 2193, the second pair of death hands. After a day of hard work, 10 corpses, and a large amount of materials, 6 death incarnations were finally completed. Among them, there are 2 non-human death incarnations, the death mantis and the ghost jellyfish. 1 mechanical puppet death incarnation, the golden man. 3 human death incarnations, the lich, the spider queen, and the Yin Messenger. After these 6 death incarnations were made, Gu Shi carefully tested their conditions and potential. Finally, the Golden Man and the Death Mantis were selected to form Gu Shi's second pair of death hands. The remaining 4 will be sent to the city of Aridov. There they will have a corresponding death incarnation reinforcement base for further reinforcement and research. The reason why the inconspicuous death incarnation of the Golden Man was selected to cooperate with the top-level troops, such as the Death Mantis, is entirely because the Golden Man has quite a lot of characteristics after being made into a death incarnation. Among them, magic resistance and physical attack are just the most basic, and strength and physical enhancement are what Gu Shi wants. Gu Shi's idea for this pair of death hands is to strengthen his physical attack means. One is agile, with fast attack speed, and the other is strong, with strong attack power. At that time, he can choose a melee dagger and a two-handed heavy hammer as his equipment. When he encounters a battle, this pair of arms can cooperate with Gu Shi in melee attacks. As for the problem of melee defense, it is not in Gu Shi's consideration at all. It has already come to melee, which means that Gu Shi's defense line has been penetrated and his men have been killed. What defense is there? Isn't it time to fight desperately at this time? After selecting the death incarnations to be used to make the death hands, the remaining death incarnations can be put away. Among the remaining 4 death incarnations, Gu Shi is most optimistic about the ghost jellyfish. This thing looks light and floating in the air. It has no attack power and no movement speed. But this thing is the real killer. This ghost jellyfish can poison, and the poison is quite strong. The poison of the ghost jellyfish is not the kind of continuous poison. That thing is useless. The poison of the ghost jellyfish is a strong poison, the kind used to kill people in seconds. As for other toxic effects, the ghost jellyfish really has none. Among the human-shaped death incarnations, the Lich is the most common. It is also the most special. The Lich-type death incarnation can learn various magics and use magic to fight. It can be regarded as a magic force among the death incarnations. The most important thing is the characteristics of the death incarnation. It can be resurrected immediately after death, and there is no need to consider the growth experience of the death incarnation. So the Lich can use various spells of self-destruction or life-threatening. The Spider Queen is a kind of death incarnation that integrates melee, long range, and control. The biggest feature is that it has super control. Once the spider silk and spider web are sprayed, most enemies will be trapped. This can be regarded as a type that Gu Shi's death incarnation does not have. So this one is to be left behind. As for the Yin Cha, it was an accident. The main body of this death incarnation was killed by an unknown boss. In the end, only half of the body was left. If it were someone else, they might not be interested. But Gu Shi is different. Not to mention the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu. Even the previous secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai recorded things about Yin Cha. Not to mention that among Gu Shi's skills, there is a skill called Yin Cha. Such materials fell into Gu Shi's hands, which was quite powerful. In just a turn, Gu Shi made such an incarnation of death. This incarnation of death was an accident. Gu Shi certainly would not turn this incarnation of death into his own hand of death. After putting away the 4 types of incarnations of death, Gu Shi attacked the 2 incarnations of death standing not far away. These 2 incarnations of death are not the same in size, appearance, and characteristics. But they were selected by Gu Shi to prepare the materials for making new hands of death. Under Gu Shi's operation, 2 gray lights automatically flew out and fell on the bodies of the Golden Man and the Death Mantis. Then the bodies of the 2 incarnations of death automatically decomposed, constantly compressed, decomposed, and reassembled. Because he had done it once before, Gu Shi didn't need to say anything more. His hands kept moving, and the yin-yang conversion effect was activated. The infinite resurrection effect was activated, and the death incarnation characteristic was activated. After that, Gu Shi felt that he was standing above the Mirror Underground Palace, controlling the power here and building 2 new ghost prisons. Like the previous White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison and Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison. The size of these 2 new ghost prisons is also 10,000 square kilometers. Just stuck on the smallest edge of the ghost prison. Unlike the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison and Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison, the characteristics of the 2 ghost prisons in front of him are obviously different. In one of the ghost prisons, there is wind that can cut everything like a blade. And in another ghost prison, there is a mountain that can crush everything like metal. It is obvious that the characteristics of these 2 ghost prisons are sharp and heavy. At the same time, behind Gushi, near the original first pair of death hands, a new pair of death hands appeared. Unlike the first pair of death hands, this pair of death hands is even less like human hands. The right hand is covered with chitin exoskeleton, and the fingertips are like sickles. The left hand is pure gold with many parts on it. It is obvious that this pair of death hands is related to the characteristics of the death mantis and the golden man just now. The two newly appeared ghost prisons have also established a connection with a new pair of death hands, and are continuously providing corresponding energy for the death hands. With the appearance of the death hands, Gushi has also understood the situation here, and also knows the names of the two arms and the two ghost prisons: windbreaking and shattering hands and molten and crushing hands. At the same time, a ding sound came from Gushi's ears. New information about the hand of death also popped up in front of Gushi. The most critical of these is naturally the information on strengthening and growth: windbreaking, shattering hand, orange. Right hand, exclusive professional equipment. Gushi, special, upgradable. Upgrade after the equipment and ghost prison meet the standards. Equipment, upgrade standard main hand weapon, high attack speed. Agility, orange equipment. Wrist guard or gloves, orange equipment. Unified with the left hand. Ring, orange equipment with enhanced agility or tearing effect. Windbreaking, shattering ghost prison, upgrade standard right hand, enhanced alter, enhanced tearing effect. Suppression throne, ghost prison core. Soul breaking, sky breaking alter, suppressing 5 powerful weird or creatures. 0 out of 5. Armor breaking gale, tear everything and attack ghost prison 3 times. 0/3. Ghost prison operation alter, 18 places. 0/18. Melting and crushing hand, orange. Left hand, exclusive professional equipment. Gushi, special, upgradable. Equipment and ghost prison will be upgraded after reaching the standard. Equipment, upgrade standard main hand weapon, orange equipment with power. Machinery, crushing effect. Wrist guard or gloves, orange equipment. Unified with the right hand. Ring, orange equipment with power or crushing effect. Melting and crushing ghost prison, upgrade standard left hand strengthening alter, strengthening power. Crushing, melting effect. Suppression throne, ghost prison core. Bone melting and soul casting, suppressing 5 powerful weird or creatures. 0 out of 5. Melting gold earth, melting corpses. Ores or energy into the earth 3 times. 0/3. Ghost prison operation alter, 18 places. 0/18. Description: when both arms are equipped with suitable equipment and 2 ghost prisons reach the upgrade standard, the next pair of death hands can be activated, and the death hands level is upgraded to orange +3 quality. Chapter 2194: A change of mindset. Gushi just glanced at the data on the paper and left it alone. In Gushi's eyes, the data of this pair of arms is not much different from the previous pair of arms, and the number of various materials that need to be suppressed has not increased. At most, the attributes of the weird or weird things that are suppressed need to be selected, and there is no difference from the previous pair of arms in other aspects. Gushi has already done it well in this regard. Now he is at the military side. He can take out the orange weapons and equipment needed for the upgrade first. As for the things that are suppressed, there is no need to rush, except for 5 powerful weird or weird things. The others are trivial. Gushi does not need to waste his face here with the military to deal with it. He just needs to get the equipment he uses for the arms. It can be said that the current handling method is the smoothest. Gushi did not dwell too much on this data. What really made Gushi serious was the operation method of this pair of arms. As the arms of the incarnation of death, no matter what the appearance and name of this pair of arms are, their essence is still the situation of the incarnation of death. The level of the arm itself is 8 levels higher than Gushi's level. In other words, now the pair of arms are all level 24 and have a combat aura. The most important thing is that this pair of arms is not like the previous pair of arms, which can only float behind Gushi and cooperate with Gushi to use magic when Gushi fights. This pair of arms belongs to physical attack arms, and they can fly away from Gushi to a certain range. Gushi tried it, and found that when the arms flew 300 meters away, Gushi could still operate freely. This is not inferior to normal long-range attack methods, and Gushi believes that this is not the limit of this pair of arms. But now the position that Gushi can experiment is about 300 meters, and it is meaningless to go further. After putting away the pair of arms, Gushi pushed open the door of the room. Outside the door, Staff Officer Liu was still waiting there. Seeing Gushi come out, Staff Officer Lu did not say how long he had been waiting, but smiled at Gushi. Have you taken care of everything? It's already been taken care of. Let's go look at the equipment first. This time I want a pair of gloves or wrist guards. For Gushi's decision, Staff Officer Lu didn't say anything, but asked enthusiastically, what kind of gloves or wrist guards do you want? Gushi thought about it. Death Knights will do. It would be better if they can balance strength and agility. Seeing Gushi like this again, Staff Officer Lu also smiled. He didn't wait outside for the whole day. He reported Gushi's situation to the military staff. The military staff specially analyzed Gushi's personality and replanned how to persuade Gushi. After all, persuading Gushi is now their most important task. In the military's mind, Gushi's contribution this time is too great. Although the human high level will definitely give Gushi a red dress as a reward. But that was given by humans. The military couldn't have said nothing. Instead of waiting for Gushi to ask the military for what he wants, it's better to give Gushi something he can't refuse. So the useless star field became the important target of the military this time. The order that Staff Officer Lu received was to sell whatever Gushi wanted. And finally to persuade Gushi to take away the Enclave star field. The captain and Staff Officer Lu's persuasion had not been successful before. They reported this intelligence, and the military staff gathered together to discuss and found the problem. They had always wanted to force these things on Gushi, but they did not consider Gushi's personality. Sometimes persuasion would be counterproductive. So Staff Officer Lu changed his response method now, and took Gushi to see whatever he wanted. He did not ask or study more, and the main focus was to accompany him and guide him in a subtle way, so that Gushi must think about it and want to get a star field, instead of the military begging Gushi to take over that star field. Staff Officer Lu understood this idea, but he still had to consider how to do it. At present, Gushi was willing to spend time on selecting equipment, so let him invest his time and energy here. As long as Gushi understands that the military has everything he needs and can find it easily, that's enough. This will expand Gushi's ambition. When his ambition cannot be settled, the military will propose such a star field, which is the best place for Gushi. Staff Officer Lu and his team thought better. In their opinion, there is no place more suitable for ambitious players than the star field. But they never thought that Gushi was not the same player as they thought. Gushi has his own city, and more than one. At the same time, before the real world is connected to the depths of the game, Gushi can monopolize the trading channel in the depths of the game. If Gushi really has any ambitions, he can just go back to the depths of the game. There is no need to grab an enclave. And this enclave may not all belong to Gushi. Gushi is just lazy, not stupid. How could he suffer such a loss? Anyway, Gushi saw the change in Lu's attitude, but he really didn't think about the things in it, but went with Lu to choose the equipment that suits him. Compared with the previous pair of arms, this pair of arms has much more choices. After all, strength and agility are basic attributes, and Gushi himself is not too picky. As long as it is orange equipment, it is suitable for Gushi's current fighting style. This requirement is almost equal to no requirement. At least it is much simpler than the previous requirements of slaying dragons and lightning. So all kinds of orange equipment related to necromancers or death knights were taken out. The focus is naturally on gloves, wrist guards, rings and weapons. The emphasis is on strength and agility. However, Gushi never expected that the first one picked out was not what he could use, but a set of rings. The reason why it is called a set of rings, not just one ring, is because this set of orange equipment called the Ring of Fortune is really a set of 10 rings. No matter how powerful other people's rings are, they are just one ring, and these 10 rings are completely integrated. As long as you wear one of them, the other 9 will appear on other fingers. And these 10 rings are all gold bases and thumb-sized gems of various colors. As long as you wear them, you will be like a nouveau riche. You don't even need to make a move. Just raise your hand, and others will know what you are. Although the style of this set of Ring of Fortune is not good looking, Gushi took it down immediately. For no other reason. His Orange Guard 3 sacrifices can be used. Chapter 2195 New Equipment for the second pair of arms. For this set of fortune rings, Orange Guard 3 sacrifices was quite satisfied. After all, his previous request was only a lantern or ring with 6 pieces. Although the 10-piece gem ring in front of him looked too exaggerated, it was surprisingly useful on Orange Guard 3 sacrifices. At this time, Orange Guard 3's sacrifices had completely changed. He still looked like a spider, but the spider's legs were alienated withered foot thorns, and his mouth was a pair of daggers, where the eyes should have been. There were 5 gems of different colors on each side. Orange Guard 3's sacrifices happily told Gushi that he could now exert 120% of his combat power. This was a rather unexpected gain. On the other hand, the Orange Guard new Ninetailed who got the fox eye ring at the beginning has not appeared yet. I don't know what happened to her. While Gushi was thinking, he also selected what he wanted. For the equipment of the new arm, Gushi borrowed the military's treasure house and selected 5 pieces. After getting the equipment, Gushi found that the 5 pieces of equipment in front of him seemed to be different from the 5 pieces of equipment equipped on the previous pair of arms. After these 5 weapons and equipment were installed, Gushi just felt that he could use them. Unlike the previous pair of arms, they have already resonated with the orange equipment. Gushi also understood that this was because he acted in a different order. Except for the wrist guards that were obtained at the beginning of the previous pair of arms. The other equipment was found after the development of the Ghost Prison. Even the wrist guards grew up with the Ghost Prison. The Ghost Prison of the previous pair of arms has always provided the arms with corresponding energy and support. But this pair of arms is different. The corresponding Ghost Prison of this pair of arms is now empty, with nothing inside. This pair of arms is really just a pair of hands, and there is nothing else. In order to make the orange equipment on this pair of arms reach the level of the previous pair of arms, the development of the Ghost Prison is still very important. These 2 different development ideas let Gushi see many different details. Gushi did not feel that he was affected, but felt that he had gained a lot. Of course, even without these conceptual gains, Gushi had to admit that the military's treasure house was quite rich, because he completely changed Gushi's initial thinking. The 5 orange items Gushi got were a pair of gloves, 2 strange weapons, and 2 rings. There was nothing much to say about the rings. After all, there were rings that focused on agility, sneak attacks, and power crushing everywhere. And Gushi picked out 2 of the most powerful ones. The gloves were a more unexpected gain. This pair of gloves is called Balance Gloves, and its biggest function is to balance the strength of players with biased subjects. This is just right for this pair of arms. Under the effect of Balance Gloves, Gushi's wind-breaking hands will also have strong power when necessary. And similarly, the molten crushing hands can also have a very fast speed. This is what Gushi wanted. So Gushi simply gave up other gloves or wrist guards that seemed to be more powerful, and directly chose this Balance Glove. As for weapons, the 2 orange weapons he got this time were really unimaginable strange weapons. What I got from the wind-breaking crusher was a glove for the right hand. The back of the glove could eject a sharp blade and expose the fingers. It can be said that this glove is more suitable for the wind-breaking crusher than any other weapon, because the biggest feature of the wind-breaking crusher is its sickle-like fingers. Wearing this glove is equivalent to having a weapon for the wind-breaking crusher, but it will not cover up its own characteristics. The same is true for the left-handed melt-forged crusher. Before, Gushi planned to find a 2-handed heavy hammer or a 2-handed battle axe for the melt-forged crusher. After all, the melt-forged crusher itself is a power-oriented weapon, so heavy weapons are the most reasonable. If there is none, a totem pole or something will also work. If not, Gushi will accept a heavy shield. But Gushi himself did not expect that what was held in his hand now was a normal-sized harp. It was the kind of harp that was more than 1 person tall and had 36 strings. If you want to play the harp, you have to put it on the ground and get stuck in it, without mentioning other things. The weight of this thing alone is enough to meet Gushi's standard. This harp is quite heavy. And this harp is not a musical instrument, but a strange heavy weapon. There are 4 characteristics in total, and none of them is about music. The base used to support the harp can be used as a heavy hammer to hit people. The pure wooden base is harder than steel. Basically, if a normal person is accidentally hit, there is only one way to go. Among the 36 strings, 12 can shoot arrows at the same time. This can be used as a vertical arrow for a bow and arrow, and can even shoot ice arrows, rockets, or guided arrows. Magic attack means this is really unimaginable. Among the other 24, 12 have the ability to control the enemy. Of course, in Gushi's eyes, if you use silk threads to entangle the enemy and then pull hard, you may be able to tear the person into several pieces directly, without any control at all. The last 12 silk threads are relatively normal. These silk threads are not used to entangle people. But to entangle weapons and armor, one silk thread can destroy a purple equipment. If 12 silk threads exert force at the same time, the defense of an orange equipment can be directly ignored. This is somewhat similar to the alienated withered foot thorns of the 3 sacrifices of the Orange Guard. Finally, this harp actually has the option of being thrown out and flying back. I don't know who came up with it. Throwing a harp out is so heavy. Oh, you said this harp is called the Giant's Golden Harp. Well, it can really be thrown out. Anyway, the use of this harp is quite strange. Even rarer than the gloves on the broken wind-shattering hand. If Gushi wants to use this harp well in the future, he needs to practice more carefully. After getting these 5 orange equipment, Gushi used up all the remaining orange equipment quotas in one go. After all, he still has a large number of contracted undead at home. Gushi wanted to arrange an orange equipment for each contracted undead at the beginning. But over the years, he can only get 1 orange equipment every year, and he can't choose it as he does now. Until now, not all of his contracted undead have received orange equipment. Today, this opportunity has come. With the military's open equipment library, Gushi can choose it himself. Gushi can completely choose orange equipment according to the characteristics of each contracted undead. Strengthen his subordinates fundamentally. Even epic undead can be assigned an orange equipment, improving the combat effectiveness of Gushi's subordinates. Chapter 2196. He didn't expect it. Gushi, who had gained a lot in the military camp, spent his last penny, like a sweep, buying all the materials, equipment, technology and corpses he wanted. When there was really nothing to exchange, Gushi said to Lu, I have traded everything I want to trade. Can I leave next? Lu said to Gushi with a smile. Don't be so anxious. Our military still has a lot of good things to show. Well, I have been called out for a while. If I don't go back, I won't be able to complete my studies. Gushi said with a smile. How could he not know what the military was thinking? But Gushi must go out and occupy a star field by himself in the future. What's the point of Gushi wanting a star field that is an enclave and small in territory? With that time and energy, he might as well go deep into the game. So Gushi's attitude towards Lu's sugar-coated bullets during this period was quite obvious. He took the sugar coating and sent the bullets back. Now that all the wool that can be plundered has been plundered, Gushi naturally wants to leave. Staff Officer Lu had already discussed with his colleagues how to deal with this matter. When Gushi proposed to leave, they did not persuade him, but only recommended Gushi to see the good things in the hands of the military. After a few days of communication and profiling, Staff Officer Lu and his colleagues already knew Gushi's current situation, and what Gushi wanted most now. All kinds of information are the most attractive to Gushi. As long as there is suitable information, Gushi will pay for it no matter how expensive it is. Therefore, when Staff Officer Lu heard what Gushi said, he smiled and said to Gushi, Are you going back so soon? I also want to say that in 2 days, a military player who follows the Titan route will come to communicate. He has some records of ancient Titans. You might like it. Gushi waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it. I don't have much money anymore. And I have already got a lot of information now. I can't digest it if I take it down again. To be honest, I was called out by you temporarily in the game. For this call-up, I even interrupted the game. Now that things are over, you have to let me finish the game. Right? Staff Officer Lu nodded with a smile. Of course. We certainly can't keep delaying the players from playing the game. Right? We will arrange for you to return to Yin City immediately. Can we take the airship this time? After all, no external means of transmission are allowed in the military camp. Of course. Gushi knew what Staff Officer Lu and the others were thinking at a glance. But what is there for Gushi to be afraid of? As long as the airship leaves the military camp, Gushi can easily leave from the airship. Whether he goes directly to the Death City or locates the Pole Star. No matter what method Lu and his men use to trick him into going to that enclave, Gushi will not accept it. After all, Gushi has already left the military camp, and no one can control where he wants to get off. However, Gushi did not expect that the military has gathered hundreds of staff players during this period to study Gushi's behavioral norms, and prepare to use some means to guide Gushi to actively ask about the star field. In the eyes of the military, Gushi will definitely manage a star field in the future. It is good for Gushi to contact a star field first. When Gushi stabilizes this star field, the military can use the new star field to exchange for a stable star field. This way, It will not lose money no matter how you calculate it. Now is the time for their plan to begin. I will send you out now, Lu said to Gushi with a smile. Seeing that Staff Officer Lu was so happy, Gushi was somewhat confused. What was going on? Didn't they plot against him? Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, Gushi knew that the other party had already started to make a move. It seemed that their plan was to cause trouble on the road. Gushi had understood the situation in his heart, but he didn't intend to go out to stop it. After all, the military was still the military of humans, and they would not force Gushi to do something they didn't want to do. Moreover, Gushi was still the red-clad boss on the human side, and his status was equivalent to the mascot of the military. The military could only use a relatively gentle way to trick Gushi into taking over the star field, rather than forcing Gushi to go there. As for how to trick, Gushi couldn't figure it out for the time being. But judging from the current situation, it was most likely that they would arrange some small accidents on the returning airship. They must have calculated that Gushi was curious, had his own ideas, and was the kind of person who would actively fight back if attacked. As long as Gushi's curiosity could be directed to that star field, the military would be halfway done. But Gushi smiled, thinking in his heart, they didn't expect that. I will get on the airship later, and I will teleport away as long as I leave the military camp. I don't care what arrangements you have. They are all useless to me. With such confidence, Gushi walked out with a smile on his face. Staff Officer Lu did not do any persuasion along the way, but just sent Gushi to the airship dock of the fortress. Mr. Gu, this is the airship that will sail today. It can take you to the nearest star field. Once there, you can take the train back to Yin City, or you can return to Yin City by teleportation and other means. It doesn't matter. Let's say goodbye here. Hearing this, Gushi also said politely to Staff Officer Lu, thank you so much, especially for your hard work these past few days. It's okay. It's what I should do. By the way, this is the badge of our Southern Legion. It's specially prepared for you. After you go back, if you are unhappy with the Northern Legion, you can take this badge to the star field in the south. You can contact our Southern Legion at any troop station. We will always welcome you to join us in the Southern Legion. Thank you. Although he didn't really want to take this thing, it was already delivered to his door, and it would be bad for Gushi not to accept it. So Gushi put the badge in his pocket. Then he turned around and boarded the airship. When the airship left, Staff Officer Lu immediately opened the corner of his clothes and spoke to a miniature microphone there. The guest has been sent to the airship. Attention! The guest has been sent to the airship. The locator has also been given to the guest. The first group is ready to contact and guide the guest's thinking. Remember the goal of Plan 1. Don't cause the guests disgust. After passing this message, Lu looked up and smiled at the direction where the airship left, and said to himself in his heart, you didn't expect it. I gave you a portable locator. Even if you go into the game, you can't escape our influence. Chapter 2197 Leaving the Military Camp. When the airship flew out, Gushi had been standing by the window and observing. He saw the airship fly out of the military camp with his own eyes. Gushi, who didn't want to wait for a moment, found the captain of the airship. Hello, Captain. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I plan to leave like this. I won't go to the next star field. I will find a way to leave by myself. The captain had already judged that Gushi wanted to leave directly, although he received an order from the staff department, saying that if Gushi wanted to leave, he should leave on his own. But the captain still wanted to persuade him. Mr. Gu, our airship will not stop in the middle, and our airship is relatively small, so there is no way to open a portal. You think I should take you to the nearest star field, whether it is a transfer or a portal. It is more convenient there. No need. I have a way to teleport myself. Gushi shook his head decisively. The captain knew that he couldn't stop it as soon as he heard it. And finally, he could only nod to Gushi. Mr. Gu, do you need me to stop the airship? No. I just came to tell you, so that I won't leave directly, and you won't be able to find anyone in the end. Now that I have made everything clear, I won't bother you here anymore, Gushi said, nodding to the captain. When the captain saw that there was no way to keep Gushi, he didn't stop him, but he took out a consent form for Gushi to sign. After all, Gushi left during the voyage, and if he didn't have a consent form, he couldn't explain it clearly when he went back. This request was reasonable, so Gushi took the consent form, read it up and down, and signed his name. After signing, Gushi thanked the captain again, And then, he just took a step forward. And he returned to the city of Aridavi through the positioning of the pole star. As soon as he entered the city of Aridavi, Gushi saw the orange-clad guard new nine-tailed fox, who had not appeared much after getting the third nine-tailed divine power. Her appearance obviously changed. Her eyes looked more like a fox, and 3 unusual white light bands appeared behind her. "Sir, can you show me what's in your pocket?" Orange Guard new nine-tailed's words stunned Gushi for a moment. Gushi reached into his pocket and finally took out the badge of the Southern Legion. "Is there anything wrong with this thing?" "No big problem. It's just a mind positioning. As long as they want to find you, you can't escape even if you are countless star fields away from them. Or in the game." Orange Guard new Ninetail just took a look and saw the situation of this badge. It's really troublesome. It seems that there must be something wrong with that star field. Ninetails, if I enter the game, can they also find me through this badge? And finally trick me into dealing with that star field through some means? It is possible. But sir, do you really not intend to take that star field? That star field sounds pretty good. It belongs to humans. But it is a bit far from the human territory. There are no powerful races or countries nearby. If you get ruthless, you can wipe out all the nearby races. The Orange Guard new Ninetails asked with a smile. During this period, the Orange Guard new Ninetails was not there, not entirely because she went to absorb the power of the Fox Eye Ring. She was still in the fortress of the Southern Legion, asking about the thoughts of those people in the Southern Legion. The power of the mind is quite useful in this situation. If it weren't for the spiritual team in the Southern Legion, maybe she could get more information. At the moment, she has already found out the situation of that star field. So she is somewhat curious, where someone would not want something that was delivered to the door. Nine-tailed. It's not that I don't want it, but I don't want it. 2/3 of our current military force is on Huangquan Road. The transformation of Huangquan Road has not been completed yet. If I take a star field at this time, what do you want me to use to build this star field? The most important thing is that this is an enclave. But do you expect humans to keep this land in the distance? What if humans want to take it back after the channel is opened? Can I resist taking it back? Although they may exchange one for one. Who can bear to exchange it for a newly developed star field? Even if I don't take it back, I will definitely build a star field of my own in the future. At least it should be like the Yiming realm or Huangquan realm. What should I do with this star field at that time? I can't bear to hand it over. If I don't hand it over, it will definitely be too far away and wasted. So we should not get involved in this from the beginning. Gushi is open-minded. Although some things are delivered to his door, they are not necessarily what he wants now. If Gushi really wanted a bigger territory, he could go deep into the game. The land there is quite large. Although it is more chaotic, it is free. All the death cities built by Gushi can be considered his. And there is no need to think too much about development. Just fight if you don't agree. It can be said that Gushi has a future. So why does he need to deal with such a troublesome star field? No. The military will not let it go like this. I must find a place to hide. When saying this, Gushi's eyes can't help but look at the badge in his hand. Except for the positioning function that makes him unhappy. The military badge has other functions. At least the military did not cheat Gushi in this regard. And Gushi also knows that as long as he wants to mix with humans, he can't destroy this badge. At least, he can't destroy this badge openly. This is not because he is afraid of the military, but to give face. After all, one day, Gushi may need help from the military. So, Gushi turned his head and glanced at the Orange Guard Xinjiaowei. You said that if I leave this badge in Yin City and go to the game by myself, can they still find me? Sure. The Orange Guard Xinjiaowei said with certainty. Your badge is just an excuse. You have already been marked with a mental mark. If they want to find you, it will be useless even if they wash off the mental mark. How can it be useless? With your strength, isn't it easy to wash off a mental mark? Besides, I am immune to mental magic. So why can't this mental mark be washed off? It's easy to wash off the mental mark. But the military doesn't locate you through the mind. They only need to use divination to divine this badge. And then follow the divination screen to find you. The Orange Guard Xinjiaowei looked at Gushi directly. The mental mark is not important. What's important is to connect this badge with Gushi. As long as there is a connection, those people have thousands of ways to find Gushi. Chapter 2198 Return to Yin City. Listening to the words of the orange-clad guard Xinjiaowei, Gushi had several thoughts in his mind. No. I have to go out and hide again. I can't let the military's troubles find me. This matter needs to be discussed with the teacher and Teacher June first. After all, if I hide this time, I may not be able to come back for 3 to 5 years. It's okay with the teacher. Now his strength is almost the same. He has already figured out the most important skills. And it's okay to grow in battle. The main problem is still Teacher June Gu. She promised to guard in city for 20 years. Now it's less than 10 years. And Teacher June may not be able to explain it. It seems that at this time, I still have to ask the teacher to talk to Teacher June. At worst, I will suffer a little loss in the future. After he settles this matter, I will come back to guard here again. I hope Teacher June will be easier to talk to, and don't embarrass Gu Shi in this regard. Otherwise, if Gu Shi was really deceived by the military, they would be separated and Gu Shi would never be able to return to Yin City to guard it. I think Teacher June also understands the difference between this meal and every meal. After thinking it over, Gu Shi returned to his private residence through the Hearthstone. Although he hadn't been back for nearly a year, the private residence was still clean and full of life. As soon as Gu Shi came out, Lingxi quickly came to greet him. Sir, do you want to take a rest and eat something first? No. It feels too uncomfortable to be targeted by others. I'm going to find the teacher to talk about the situation here. You should prepare more these days, and take care of the relationships everywhere, Gu Shi said, and then prepared to rush to the apartment through the portal on the private residence. Sir, even if you are in a hurry, don't rush like this. Lingxi quickly stopped Gu Shi. You haven't had a good rest for a long time. The battle in the Lost Light Doomsday has not stopped. And you were recruited. Then he ran to the military camp. Although he slept for a few days on the way and recovered some energy, your energy has reached the limit. Even if you have other ideas, it doesn't matter if you have 1 or 2 days. Rest first. When you have recovered your energy, I will help you contact Teacher Gong. In fact, Gu Shi had some such thoughts in his mind. After being dragged by Lingxi, Gu Shi really closed his eyes and let Lingxi deal with it. Gu Shi slept so hard that he didn't know how long he slept. He only knew that when he was asleep, Lingxi had been dealing with various problems on his body. Anyway, when Gu Shi was asleep, he didn't feel hungry or cold. He didn't know how long he slept like this. Gu Shi, who felt that his energy had finally recovered, opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lingxi leaning against the bed. How long have I slept? Sir, you have slept for a day and 2 nights. I have prepared food, all for replenishing your spirit. Sir, please eat first. At the same time, I have made an appointment with Master Gonglingyu. Master Gonglingyu said that she is free during this period. You can go to see her anytime after you wake up. Gu Shi nodded as he listened. Gu Shi also understood that Lingxi's status could only be linked to Gonglingyu. As for Teacher June, he would not come out to meet outsiders easily during this period. Let's go to Teacher Gong first. We must clarify the military affairs first. In case there is a problem in any environment, it will be beneficial to us. But in the end, we will owe the military a favor. Gu Shi stood up immediately after hearing the current situation. He felt that he had to deal with this matter faster. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. This time, Gu Shi's spirit had finally recovered. Lingxi did not hold Gu Shi back from traveling, but thoughtfully arranged everything. In less than an hour, Gu Shi came to the small courtyard of Hades University and met Gonglingyu, who was working. Seeing Gu Shi return, Gonglingyu nodded with satisfaction. I have heard about your performance in the Southern Legion. In addition, the Northern Legion sent a message saying that they already knew about the Southern Legion. They can't help you with this matter openly. You must express your position yourself, saying that you don't want to go to the Southern Legion, and you don't want to take over that Pitfall Star Field. Only in this way can the Northern Legion have a reason to intervene in this matter, and help you get rid of some unnecessary troubles. At this point, Gonglingyu paused again. But there is one thing I want to remind you. This time ask the Northern Legion to help block this trouble. Then you will be on the side of the Northern Legion. If the Northern Legion asks you for help, you can't say no. After hearing what Gonglingyu said, Gu Shi asked, Teacher, is there no other solution? Of course there is. Enter the game, Gonglingyu said. Although you have signed an agreement with Teacher June and the Northern Legion to stay in Yin City for 20 years. But that is the simplest agreement. As long as you are willing to pay some price, you can postpone or even avoid it. When you hide in the game, no one will find you. After all, The military does not have the final say on such matters. Only when there is a problem in the human territory, and you must be used, will they initiate a conscription. For things like star domain enclaves, you are not indispensable. So conscription is definitely impossible. Unless they want to pay a huge price. After Gongling Yu said this, Gu Shi understood. As long as he hides in the game, the Southern Legion will basically give up the idea of taking over the star domain. After all, this time it is just to save a star domain. When conscripting Gu Shi, the Southern Legion offered a planet and 2 orange suits. There will even be a red suit ready to be delivered later. If they recruit Gu Shi again, they don't know what the price will be. At first, the idea of the Southern Legion was to let Gu Shi take the initiative to make the request. In this way, they can save a sum of money and earn another favor from Gu Shi. The most important thing is that the trouble at hand has been dealt with. Now that Gu Shi has run away, why should they chase after Gu Shi and use such a troublesome trick to deceive Gu Shi? It's because recruiting Gu Shi and Gu Shi's request to go to that star field are completely 2 different concepts. But the people of the Southern Legion could never have imagined that Gu Shi really didn't want such a star field. In order to avoid this trouble, Gu Shi decisively chose the method mentioned by Gongling Yu. Teacher, I plan to take a few years off first to improve myself in the game. Teacher Jun and the Northern Legion, I need to trouble you to communicate with me. Chapter 2199 Return to the depths of the game. Teacher, I'm leaving first. I don't know what's going on in this game. If you have anything to say, please contact Lingxi directly. I will come back as soon as I receive the message. 3 days later, with the help of Gongling Yu, Gu Shi finally completed all the formalities and prepared to go on a game expedition that would last for an unknown period of time. Of course, when Gu Shi was promoting it to the outside world, he only said that his studies had reached a bottleneck and he needed to fight to improve himself. In fact, whether it was Teacher Jun or the people of the Northern Legion, they knew that Gu Shi was avoiding the troubles from the Southern Legion. The top leaders of the Northern Legion sneered at the idea of the Southern Legion. In the eyes of the top leaders of the Northern Legion, the Southern Legion was too stingy. You want to do something, but you are reluctant to give rewards. And you want to use deception to make people owe you a favor. Is it because you are so shameless? No wonder the Southern Legion has been established for so long. But it has not done anything earth-shattering. Who would be willing to join such a legion that does things without being generous? Unlike their Northern Legion, as soon as Gu Shi applied, they directly approved a 10-year leave. It was to slap the face of the Southern Legion. Gu Shi didn't know much about the conflict between the 2 human legions. He was now preparing the last supplies. Although he applied to participate in the game, Gu Shi actually had no intention of entering the game. Gu Shi's goal has always been clear: to go deep into the game. Only in the depths of the game can he isolate himself from the troubles in front of him. Otherwise, when the Southern Legion really reacts and throws a conscription order to Gu Shi, will Gu Shi accept it or not? Even if they don't throw a conscription order, but just send a few people to follow Gu Shi and persuade him, it will make Gu Shi very annoyed. So going deep into the game is the best choice to avoid trouble. As for the head of the ancient god corpse, it is really not Gu Shi's goal this time. If you don't remind me, Gu Shi will almost forget it. After saying goodbye to Gongling Yu, Gu Shi put away all the packed study materials, turned around, and went towards his private residence. Gongling Yu didn't ask much about Gu Shi's choice. In Gongling Yu's mind, Gu Shi definitely didn't want people to know which game he went to. So Gu Shi probably wouldn't enter the game from Yin City, but would leave Yin City first, and then enter the game after arriving at other places. The main point is that people can't find out where he is going. This is a little clever. After all, Gu Shi is out to avoid trouble now. And the fewer people know where he is going, the better. But Gongling Yu never expected that Gu Shi would leave as soon as he returned to his private residence. He didn't leave Yin City first, and then find a random place to enter the game as Gongling Yu thought. Gu Shi entered the activated giant rock city directly from his private residence through the Hearthstone. As one of the several death cities under Gu Shi's command, the status of the activated giant rock city is actually not very high. The entire activated giant rock city is actually for the Incarnation Lord and the Tianqing undead to live in. In order to increase the number of Tianqing undead, the location of the activated giant rock city is actually located in the wilderness deep in the game. This place is far away from other cities. No matter where you go, no matter how fast you move, you can't see players without 17 or 18 days. So for Gu Shi, The safety of the activated giant rock city is much higher than that of the Black Extreme City. After all, the Black Extreme City is near the Swamp Record City. With Gushi's current speed of the evil coffin, he can see people in one day. If the Swamp Record City sends a large number of troops, it doesn't take much time to kill under the wall of the Black Extreme City. Compared with the activated giant rock city, the safety is naturally worse. Now that Gushi comes to the depths of the game, the first thing he considers is the safety issue. After all, the situation in the depths of the game will be more chaotic and more dangerous than the real world. After all, Gushi's biggest enemy, the octopus head of the Porridge Beard tribe, is the largest intelligence organization in the depths of the game. Gushi doesn't want to be targeted by them as soon as he appears. In fact, Gushi doesn't know that the octopus heads of the Porridge Beard tribe have no time to care about Gushi during this period. All their attention is now on the affairs of the celestial race. It turned out that not long ago, the octopus head of the Joshu tribe found himself attacked by some players. These players were obviously not from the deep game, and they actually had a temporary passage from the real world to the deep game. This discovery made the octopus head player of the Joshu tribe's eyes light up. You know, the octopus head player had a red outfit in his hand. In their eyes, the players of the celestial race were all the celestial race's transport team. This is a great thing to give away equipment and passages. So the Joshu tribe temporarily focused all their attention on this. They are now thinking about finding out where the temporary passage of the Tianren tribe is, which games to go through. As for why the Tianren tribe wants to fight them, they haven't found out yet. So how can they care about other things in the depths of the game? So Gushi really didn't know that his caution was a battle of wits and courage with the air. At this time, Gushi first took a circle around the activated giant rock city. Check the construction of the activated giant rock city during this period. The last time Gushi came here, he found a good ghost market and bought a lot of good things there. Now when Gushi came again, he found that the activated giant rock city had changed significantly. Originally, the activated giant rock city was just a gathering place for the Tianqing undead. But now it has its own planning and industry. Of course, the planning and industry of the activated giant rock city are still centered around the Tianqing undead. The huge city is mainly divided into 4 parts: living and living, training and growth of the undead, forging and repairing weapons and equipment, and the spontaneous ghost market. There is no need to talk about living and living. The revitalized giant rock city was originally designed to provide a living environment for the Tianqing undead. After so many years, the living and living area has become quite large. All kinds of undead can have a suitable living environment for themselves. And as for life, it goes without saying, the various resources sent from Aladovi City and other places can allow the undead to live a good life. The undead here have also developed farmland and breeding farms near the revitalized giant rock city to provide various materials for the revitalized giant rock city. It can be said that in the current revitalized giant rock city, you may not be able to eat anything good, but in terms of drinks and entertainment, it is definitely not worse than Aladovi City. Chapter 2200: The development of revitalized giant rock city. Looking at the shops like the undead massage, undead bathhouse, and undead bone repair on the street, Gushi believed that the undead in revitalized giant rock city lived a good life. In fact, this is understandable. If you are already undead, who would follow you from your own grave to live in a city with no benefits if there is no attraction? This city must have a lot of energy, a good life, and a variety of services to attract undead. It can be said that revitalized giant rock city has really done everything to the key point. With such a living and living, other aspects are naturally similar. The same is true for the training and strengthening of the undead, which all have the characteristics of revitalized giant rock city. The undead in revitalized giant rock city are all Tianqing undead. Even if they are new, they all think of themselves as Tianqing undead. The biggest feature of these undead is that their style is relatively unique. Even in the same army, there are no 2 undead that are exactly the same. Each undead has his own special skills. In this case, it is not a problem for the undead to fight alone. But if they really want to form a unit, it will not work, even if there are heroes and leaders. Therefore, the training and strengthening in the activated giant rock city are specifically aimed at all these. The main point of the training is to seek common ground while reserving differences. That is to say, similar ones are grouped together for training for a period of time. It is not required that all undead are exactly the same, But the undead can cooperate with each other. For example, the undead who all use long spears can be picked out in a wave of about 2 meters and grouped together. And those under 2 meters can be grouped together. Let's not talk about other things. First, figure out the cooperation training. It can be said that with such a training program, these undead can finally be organized into teams. Let them obey the command of the undead heroes, and better play their roles in battle. As for strengthening, it is a unique function of the activated giant rock city. Even if the city of Aridov has not been achieved, Luna has studied this strengthening function for a long time, and does not understand what is going on. It turns out that this kind of enhancement is to allow the tinking undead to break through the level 20 without affecting their profession. You should know that as a player's Gushi, you have to advance once every 5 levels, and your profession will change every time. As for the heroes and undead under the player, although they will not be promoted every 5 levels, the 3 levels of 20, 40 and 60 will definitely be affected, unless they are directly transformed from a level 60 corpse to a level 60 undead by Gushi. Most undead need to take up a job and change their job to pass the level. The tinking undead in the revitalized giant rock city is the most troublesome of all the undead. Their professions are ever-changing. It can be said that there are different needs behind each undead. It is impossible to unify them and make them a profession. Only now, without changing the professions of the undead, they can break through the level every 20 levels. This is the enhancement that the tinking undead want. It is also for this reason that the tinking undead can be considered quite happy here in the revitalized giant rock city. After all, they already have a way forward, so they will naturally not refuse the control of the Incarnation Lord. Even this news spreads from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Every day, a large number of tinking undead rush to the activated giant rock city from all corners of the game. As for the creation and maintenance of weapons and equipment, it is the most basic. Most of the tinking undead were either stripped naked and thrown into the depths of the game, or their weapons and equipment rotted for who knows how many years. These weapons are not very useful. Fortunately, the tinking undead themselves know the situation here, so there are quite a lot of craftsmen who can make and repair weapons among the tinking undead. These craftsmen gathered together and slowly brought up the industry of weapon and equipment manufacturing and maintenance. Now the weapons and equipment of the activated giant rock city are already close to the level of the Aridov city. The most important thing is that the blacksmiths here can make purple quality weapons and equipment. They can also repair orange quality weapons and equipment. As long as they are given a little more time, I believe they can start to learn how to make orange equipment. This is what Gushi has always wanted. You should know that although Gushi's Aridov city also has a blacksmith shop, there is always a shortage of suitable blacksmiths. In addition to changing the clothes for the undead in Aridov city, they also have to operate the orange equipment for the soldiers. There is no idle blacksmith at all, let alone researching these. But it is different in the activated giant rock city. There are not only blacksmiths here, but also various other craftsmen. As long as the tinking undead enter the revitalized giant rock city, they can make requests to them. All weapons and equipment are made on site, and are most suitable for these tinking undead. As for any standards or specifications, there are none here. Even if the tinking undead ask to take some weapons to use first, they will not agree, because these blacksmiths think it is a shame. They would rather make blank weapons for the tinking undead, who have no money, than to use the standard weapons that have been made for the tinking undead. It is for this reason that the tinking undead in the revitalized giant rock city have such rich personalities. Of course, the production and strengthening of such weapons and equipment has also become a means for the revitalized giant rock city to attract the undead. After all, for the undead, they don't ask for food and drink. What can attract them is naturally the strengthening of themselves and the strengthening of weapons. It can be said that if the revitalized giant rock city is given a few more years, Gushi may have to go to the revitalized giant rock city to make any weapons and equipment he needs to make. But Gushi really saw an opportunity in front of him. His magic wand has collected all the accessories. It's just that Gushi has always wanted to find a place full of energy to assemble. Gushi had never found a suitable place before. But now it seems that the revitalized giant rock city is a good place. There are enough blacksmiths here to help Gushi complete the final assembly work. Most importantly, these blacksmiths are all Gushi's subordinates. So Gushi doesn't have to worry about the news that he has completed the task of making the magic wand, and is currently nurturing the magic wand. Now it seems that the revitalized giant rock city in front of him is a good place. As for the last ghost market, it is the ghost market that Gu Shi encountered when he came here last time. It's just that there are more undead trading here. And there are more things for sale. Now this ghost market has become a business card of the revitalized Giant Rock City. In addition to the undead deep in the game, there will also be some undead from other mysterious places coming here to trade. Chapter 2201 Blacksmiths in the City. After a tour of the revitalized Giant Rock City, Gu Shi was not in a hurry to rush to the Changzi City. In Gu Shi's mind, the head of the ancient god corpse had been buried in Changzi City for so many years, and no one had taken it away. So it was not a big deal to wait for a day or two. It was just right that Gu Shi could use these few days to deal with the things on hand. The most important of these was naturally a new pair of arms, and the magic wand that was ready to be assembled. Of course, the Orange Guards Xinjiawei and Shea would also go out of the city in these few days to inquire about the information nearby. Other information did not need to be too clear. Gu Shi only needed to figure out why the humans in the depths of the game had not built the creation bridge in the years he was away. This was the key. Last time Gu Shi stayed in Changzi City for a few days, he could feel what the atmosphere of Changzi City was like. For an outsider like Gu Shi, it was no problem to stay in Changzi City for a few days. But if you want to sneak into the underground of Changzi City and steal the head, it would be faster for Gu Shi to directly mobilize the power of the red suit to attack Changzi City. So Gu Shi's idea is very simple. When the Genesis Bridge is built, all humans will have to migrate. At that time, Changzi City, as the first branch city of humans, must be within the scope of migration. As long as they migrate, some things will be moved. Even if Changzi City cannot be completely moved, there will be some loopholes in defense. At that time, Gu Shi can sneak in and get what he wants. As for whether Changzi City will research something new in the past few years, Gu Shi is a little worried about this. This is also one of the reasons why Gu Shi asked Shaya to go and find out the news. After all, after the beginning of Genesis, the human technology tree will be crazy and chaotic. Who knows what new things humans have come up with in the past few years when he is away. Gu Shi doesn't want to rush to Changzi City in a fit of anger, only to find that humans have already researched something that destroys the red suit. Don't think that humans deep in the game can't do it. They can study the blood sacrifice secret ritual and strip this kind of thing to target orange equipment. It is not impossible to study 1 or 2 ways to grab red equipment. Not to mention that the current situation is still quite weird. The progress of the creation bridge is obviously wrong. If there is no problem here, Gu Shi is willing to chop off his head and let the undead kick it as a ball. It is quite necessary for Gu Shi to find out the situation clearly. In addition, Gu Shi still has many things to deal with. The new pair of arms. Gu Shi is not familiar with it yet. There are also complete parts of the magic staff, but they have not been assembled yet. All of these need to be handled by Gu Shi himself. Now that this revitalized Giant Rock City happens to be unknown, Gu Shi just took this opportunity to settle himself down. With this idea, Gu Shi was not so anxious to leave the revitalized Giant Rock City, but walked around the revitalized Giant Rock City like an ordinary person. When Gu Shi learned about the revitalized Giant Rock City before, he went to learn the detailed information as the city lord. So what he focused on was naturally the development potential and direction of the revitalized Giant Rock City. Now that the general information was clear, Gu Shi came back to visit the revitalized Giant Rock City. What he looked at was no longer the development direction, but some details. For example, whether the food in the revitalized Giant Rock City was delicious, the source of the drinks, how the various undead services were, etc. Anyway, Gu Shi had a lot of fun in the revitalized Giant Rock City. He drank the drinks that the undead drank, and he also ate the food that the undead ate. When he was happy, Gu Shi would take some undead and run around the streets, and follow the undead, who had lived in the revitalized Giant Rock City for a long time, to find what they thought was a treasure shop. I don't know if he was drunk or had a lot of fun. Gu Shi didn't choose any blacksmith shops carefully, and directly walked into a blacksmith shop with a large group of undead. Come and help me assemble this. Gu Shi's attitude towards his undead was quite impolite, but this undead blacksmith was quite honest. When he saw Gu Shi, he lowered his head. Sir, what do you want to do? I have prepared all the materials. You just put them together and make a long staff. Gu Shi said with a red face. No one would believe that he was not drunk. The blacksmith took a look at the parts that Gu Shi took out, thought about it seriously, and then started to call people. Soon, This inconspicuous blacksmith shop was filled with various undead blacksmiths. Among these undead blacksmiths, there are skeletons, zombies, ghosts, and even vampires and spiders. They gathered around the materials that Gushi had brought out, studying them carefully, and coming up with some installation plans from time to time. Gushi slowly came to his senses at this time, and he looked at the blacksmith with some curiosity and said, "Are you very prestigious in my city? Why did you call so many people over at once?" "Sir, I am not very prestigious either. But there is a rule in the city that if someone can't handle the work in hand, he can call other blacksmiths to handle it. The most feared thing in the city is not that the business falls on other people, but that you take the business but can't do it. This will smash the signboard of the activated Giant Rock City. Whoever dares to do this will be driven out of the activated Giant Rock City." The undead blacksmith said very seriously. He knew very well what level he could achieve, and the creation and maintenance of purple equipment was his limit. All the parts that Gushi brought out were of orange quality, and even if it was a combination, it would not be his turn. So he simply called the most famous and powerful undead blacksmith in the city and asked them to handle this matter. The strength of these blacksmiths is not too high, but each of them has his own unique skills. The most important thing is that they really take the customer's affairs into consideration. When they're not sure, they would rather discuss it than take the initiative to do it. Some of these blacksmiths are studying the design and assembly drawings given by Gushi, and some simply make a set of similar parts and simulate the assembly process. Others are studying how to fix them after assembling them. It can be said that they are all trying their best to use their own methods to study how to combine and assemble the parts in front of them, and how to play the full role of all parts. It can be said that the strength of these blacksmiths may not be enough to make quasi-red clothes, but their professional attitude makes Gushi recognize them.